Chapter 76. Weren't you in a hurry? Ding. 20 experience points have been rewarded. Ding. 20 experience points have been rewarded. Ding. 20 experience points have been rewarded. After Liam started sending out fireballs one after the other, the fight did not last long, and the 5 specters burst into specks of astral light one by one, intensifying with anger. Shinsu and the rest of the team were too stunned to see this sight that they began to doubt if the specters were a mirage in the first place. But the string of experience points that popped out was undeniable, so they could only accept the harsh reality. This was the difference between their skills and the skill level of a person that was above and beyond their imagination. Instantly, all the prior grievances they had about the person completely disappeared, as if it had never existed before, and they could only hope that Liam did not hold any grudges. Ahem, sir. I was about to say something when Liam smiled calmly and all of a sudden sent out another fireball, pulling in more specters that were roaming inside of the rundown huts. He had already begun the attack on the next wave of specters. Usually, it was the tank who first approached the mob and pulled the aggro, but Liam casually stepped forward and started bombarding the group of specters with fireballs ceaselessly. Shinsu snapped out of his trance and scurried forward to salvage the situation and correct the aggro distribution. The others also panicked and quickly began attacking. Ah, Young, wait, Liam calmly chuckled. Didn't you guys tell me earlier that you were in a hurry? He ignored their pitiful looks and continued to blast the specters. This was something that would have typically earned instant hate from everyone, as a tank was always supposed to initiate a fight for the purpose of stability, except for special situations that needed some other strategy. But in this case, no one dared think that way. After all, with the high damage numbers he was pulling, the fights suddenly became easier, and even if the tank hadn't started the fight, there was no OT and messy mass damage currently in. This was even more impressive, especially considering the dungeon they were. Moon Lake's main difficulty laid in the wailing sounds of the specters. If one were to hear this sort of wailing sound for a long period of time, then they would fall into confusion, their brain completely muddled and unable to think clearly. Adding in the realistic feature of the game, the effect would even prevent the players from doing anything else for the next hour. Such was the heavy impact of the wailing cries on the mind. So in this type of dungeon, speed was the top priority, and Liam was focusing on just that. He set the pace of their progress as he continued pulling in more and more specters towards the group, just as the last one died. Brother? Shisu wanted to say something, but he swallowed the words. He didn't even know if Liam was doing this on purpose, or because the dungeon called for it. So what could he possibly tell? Slow down. Shield impact, block. He shook his head helplessly and quickly tried to balance the fight. Only he looked busy, as the healer suddenly found herself with nothing else to do. The other 2 players were also in a similar boat, as the thief's attacks were like tickling the specters, and the other mage's attack was like a mosquito bite. Liam alone was single-handedly pulling more damage than their DPS combined together. The specters were getting utterly slaughtered by him. In the blink of an eye, they had gone from complaining about a party wipeout to clearing the first haunted street of the Moon Lake village. Look, there is the lake! Mina suddenly shouted and pointed her finger to the eastern side. Everyone immediately turned to look in that direction. Just as she had said, there was a huge lake in the distance, and at the center of the lake, there was an altar that was mysteriously floating, and atop this was a bright shining necklace. The necklace triggered a quest that gave decent experience points. Oh my gosh, we are totally going to break the record. The thief and the healer exclaimed together, and the group hurriedly ran toward the lake, with Liam casually walking at the back in silence. He was calmly checking out his special quest progress. He had obliterated a lot of souls in the dungeon so far, but it looked like these specter souls did not count toward the quest completion. Well, it was worth a try. He shrugged and checked the experience bars of the 2 tiny beings stalking him. He had asked both of them not to interfere in any fights as they were too weak at the moment. This was because of Liam's own conjecture. Dying in this tutorial game too often affected the souls of human beings, so he couldn't help but come to the conclusion that the same applied to the companion beasts as well. So at least until they reached level 5, he had forbidden the 2 to fight. Their infant status would disappear at this time only. Moreover, this was also when a companion beast's unique skills would begin to get unlocked, as right now, they were only able to scratch and claw. Liam gazed at the status of both the pets, and it looked like the bird was already close to leveling up once, but the fox still had a lot left to fill. So a spirit beast needs a lot more experience points to upgrade compared to the common beast. I guess this is to be expected. Liam patted the 2 who looked up at him with their big eager eyes, and then proceeded to follow the group. Shinsu and the others had already reached the lake, but as soon as they neared it, the lake completely disappeared, and standing in front of them was a huge mob of wailing specters. Chapter 77. We shouldn't waste. Seeing that everyone was standing around without starting the fight, Liam smiled and calmly muttered, "What happened?" "Liam! The lake disappeared." The tank looked stunned. "Huh? Didn't you read about the contents of the dungeon beforehand? There are several misleading mirages around." Ah, that. Yes, but. Shinsu opened and closed his mouth wordlessly. They indeed knew of this before stepping in here, but no one had expected things to be so realistic. And besides, the sight of the huge mob of wailing specters was nothing short of terrifying. The only saving grace was that this mob could be avoided if one was careful enough. Hyun, can you cast stealth on the whole group? Shinsu nervously mumbled. Though this was not necessary, he wanted to avoid a confrontation with this mob as much as possible. The thief as well nodded and quickly activated the skill Stealth Blanket. He was lucky enough to pick up this rare skill that was able to extend his stealth to a whole bunch of players. When the skill proficiency increased, this number would further increase. However, this was all for naught as a certain member of the team raised his hand and cast another fireball, pulling the huge mob. "No!" All four shouted at the same time, but the train had already left the station. "Why, bro, why?" Shinsu hurriedly stepped forward and tried to pull 5 of the dozen specters onto himself. "Why? We shouldn't waste any mobs," Liam replied as a matter of fact. He was calm and confident as usual. However, the situation this time seemed completely out of hand, as there were still 8 or so specters dashing towards them at a fast speed. "Bro, this time you really shouldn't have pulled so much. Please only attack after I—" Before the tank could finish his words, fire started raining from the sky. "Eh? What is this?" "The specters have magic attack." Everyone was confused. Only when they saw massive damage numbers appearing on the whole group just as every drop of fiery rain pelted down on the specters did they understand what was happening. The god that they had teamed with had an AoE skill to boot. "You guys know that even friendly fire can damage, right? Make sure to watch your steps," Liam reminded them. He was quite satisfied with this random group that he had run into. Even if their skill level wasn't anything worth mentioning, they at least did not do anything stupid and drag the speed down. They followed his lead and coordinated decently. Ignoring their shocked faces, Liam focused on the effects on his body. From the beginning, though he was churning out fire magic attacks one after the other, he was never doing it blindly. He was always paying attention to the control and after effects of the skills. He could distinctly feel the mana in his body drain after using the lava rain skill. Just a bit more. "I feel like I'm on the verge of grasping something." He clenched his fist and inhaled deeply, sucking in the mana from the air and replenishing his own reserves. He then once again started casting fireballs one after the other. The Firefox Spirit Beast was particularly happy to see this as it was raining fire everywhere, with Liam shooting out more fireballs. "Kui! Kui!" It jumped up and down, clearly very happy to see the sight. While the others were trying their hardest to not get damaged by their own teammates' skill, the little fox was hopping and skipping and trying to catch the drops of fire in its small mouth, as if they were water drops. This sight only added insult to their injury. They would have been more upset about pulling this unnecessary mob if not for the constant notifications of experience points raining down. Their bars were filling up so fast that they began attacking back even more fiercely. They had also gathered a lot of money, and a couple of equipments just from this mob. "We already cleared this much. Shall we head over to this street and check if the real lake is here?" Shin-Su suggested, and everyone including Liam nodded in agreement. The group started moving down the street when unexpectedly, just as they had guessed, the lake really did appear in front of them, a few blocks away. "Let's go!" the tank shouted energetically. Everyone was full of joy as they ran towards the lake as fast as they could. However, just as they neared it, the lake and the moonlight dancing over it once again completely disappeared, and instead, there was another nasty mob of wailing specters. Hearing their cries over and over again and again made their heads hurt. They could simply turn around here and run, but they already could tell that that was not going to happen. Shinsu looked up, only to see the rain of fire greeting them again. Bang! Bang, bang, bang! One by one the specters turned around to look at their target, and they began rushing to the group, a big chunk of their health already taken away by the fire drops. Without using any of his other attacks, Liam continued relying on only these couple of skills for this mob as well, smoothly finishing the fight from start to finish. And at the end of it, the tiny Wind Ripper finally received its first upgrade. Its body and its wings slightly grew bigger in size. Before it was smaller than palm size, and now it was exactly the size of a palm. One that belonged to a huge burly man, perhaps. It was not much, but the other party looked at it with a yearning, wondering when it was going to grow up as well. Soon. Liam shook his head and continued paying attention to the specters. One was almost close to attacking the healer, so he focused on that specter and finished it first. Chapter 78, Move Aside. Each Moon Lake dungeon run typically took around 3 to 5 hours. This was including any unexpected scenarios one could potentially run into. However, Liam's group was now already at hour 8. Except for him, every single member of the team was currently collapsed on the ground and resting. Their clothes and armors were fully drenched in sweat, and they were clutching their stomachs in pain as if they had just run a marathon. The worst part was that they still hadn't tackled the final 3 mini-boss and the last boss of the dungeon. "Let's go, get up," Liam muttered. He had just now been breathing deeply and focusing on the mana reserves in his body automatically getting replenished. Everyone had a mana regeneration rate, but it was far from enough. The key was to bring up this rate. Leveling blindly without concentrating on these factors was just a waste of time. Boss, just 2 more minutes, please. Shinsu and Hyun whined at the same time. As gamers, they had been used to a certain level of comfort, and this ultra-realistic model of the game was killing them. Why did they have to replicate even the pain and the tiredness? Wasn't stamina stack going down enough? Did they really have to hone in on the actual feeling? Everything from head to toe was tired. They had run into several of these so-called miragas so far, and without fail, every single one of them had been a disappointment. Of course, things wouldn't have been so bad if they had simply sneaked away without butting heads with each and every single mob. But unfortunately for them, Liam had other plans. Heh, come on, get up. I don't think that this one is a mirage. Your fatigue and tiredness should be relieved as soon as you take a sip of the moon lake. You guys don't want it? Liam chuckled and started walking towards the lake at the end of the street. The moon above shone with more brilliance, and the lake water sparkled like diamonds. Behind him, rustling sounds echoed, and without any other choice, the other members of the group dragged their tired bodies over. St, he is not lying, right? The thief bitterly smiled and whispered to Shin-Su, as the latter let out a long sigh. Even if he was, what could they do? All they can do and have been doing is looking at the experience bar filling up at lightning speed and consoling themselves. After level 20, it was extremely difficult to level up further. Even a single level required hours of hard grinding, but their experience bars were filling up quite easily. Liam's fireballs, or rather cannonballs, coupled with the presence of so many mobs in close proximity, with no other competition from players nearby, made their progress a lot faster. But was this enough to justify this hard and painful grind for hours together? Wasn't it just a game? Why were they working so hard? The 4 of them continued grumbling inwardly. However, their hands and feet kept moving, not wanting to miss the opportunity until the very end. And just like Liam mentioned, this time when they neared the lake, it finally did not disappear. Ah! Kim Hyun couldn't bear it any longer, and shouted at the top of his lungs as he drowned his body and his limbs in the lake, jumping into it hurriedly. Watch out for mobs, idiot! Shin-Su panicked, but nothing seemed to have been triggered, so the others as well rushed in and dipped themselves in the lake water. The cool waters of the lake washed the tiredness from their bodies and was very refreshing. Liam also walked over and drank a few mouthfuls. The 3 wraiths looked extremely grotesque and terrifying, but after having defeated waves after waves of specters, no one felt any fear, and the tank quickly rushed forward. As soon as the lake water entered the stomach, a warm, nourishing feeling swept past the body, and all the physical fatigue and mental fatigue from hearing the non-stop wailing of the specters was fully erased. Fuck, bro. This is amazing. How come we didn't find this in the forum? Ah, so tasty. This is the tastiest thing that I have ever put in my mouth. Che, shut up and go that side. You are stinking up my space. The group immediately started playing like small kids and didn't look like they were going to stop anytime soon. Only when Liam cleared his throat threateningly, they reluctantly got out of the lake, one after the other. The altar is on the other side. Let's go. As soon as they arrived, loud clanging noises resounded, and 3 pitch-black wraiths descended from the darkness of the night, their chains dragging on the ground. I will get the attention of all 3. Only attack the one on the right. Let's bring them down one after the other. Shin-Su quickly yelled out the instructions and then strutted forward with his huge body. The 3 wraiths screamed loudly, and the next second a ball of swirling energy appeared in front of them, seemingly made of white and black gases. They tossed this at the tank and his health instantly dropped to 1/3. Fuck! How am I supposed to heal this? The healer immediately panicked. To make matters worse, the wraiths already started chanting something in a weird archaic language, and the next set of balls appeared. No. Shin-Su activated all his skills preparing to block the attack, but he knew that it was still probably not enough to nullify this damage. If they couldn't withstand just 2 of their attacks, what was going to happen to the rest of the fight? He clenched his weapon and stood firmly, unwilling to be the reason they all failed, when a sharp voice reminded him calmly. A tank doesn't always have to receive the attack. You can also dodge it. Move aside. I will tank this fight. Chapter 79, Dungeon Boss. Shin-Su turned around and stared at Liam dumbfoundedly. In the spur of the moment, he didn't have any time to make any decisions. The only thought that was running in his mind was that this was insane. A mage can use a sword, sure, but how the hell was he going to tank? Did he even have the defense to absorb a single combined attack from the 3 wraiths? This was simply foolishness. If it was anybody else, he would have just sent a kick their way, asking them to shut up. However, this was Liam. So he instinctively stepped aside and listened to him. Before the attacks from the wraiths could land on his, he dodged and did not provoke them after that, thereby losing their aggro. Almost immediately, the 3 pitch-black wraiths turned their attention to the man at the back with 2 tiny creatures beside him. Liam sent out 3 fireballs back to back, drawing the attention of all 3 wraiths. The most common tanking method might be using the various taunt skills, but this worked too. His damage numbers were almost double what others were dealing, so it was very easy for him to make the wraiths target him instead. But this was just the beginning. The real skill of a tank lay beyond this. Liam's figure blurred, and he immediately appeared in front of the 3 wraiths. The other mage took a step back, and the thief and the ex-tank started attacking from the back while Liam dealt with them from the front. His movements were a lot less restricted, and when the next attack of the wraiths landed, it barely grazed him. The healer sighed in relief, quickly using this time to heal the ex-tank. The group then targeted the one on the right, continuing to grind down its health bit by bit. And Liam as well contributed to this damage once in a while, but his main focus was on something else. His gaze was firmly fixed on the 3 wraiths. He was observing everything about them, including their movements, attack patterns, and every detail that he could see. These were the only undead in the lower-leveled zones closer to the cities. If he wanted to interact with more undead, he would have to go to higher-leveled zones. So he tried his best to understand the 3 wraiths. As these wraiths and specters were a level higher than the mindless undead that arose from using the spell, his goal was to use them to gain some sort of insight. After slaughtering several specters, he wasn't any closer to comprehending his undead affinity, so he could only hope that this would work. Liam nimbly moved, dancing around the 3 wraiths as he continued maintaining their full attention. He casually evaded their attacks, but he also allowed some of them to hit him, taking the full brunt of the impact head-on. Every time he did that, the healer panicked. The main difficulty in this particular fight seemed to be avoiding this attack from the wraiths, as it was almost a one-hit kill sort of an attack. Liam's health points were decent enough to at least eat 3 of their attacks, but still seeing the health drop so much was flustering. And moreover, he had no plans of making this easy for her. He was fully engrossed in his own world, leisurely playing around with the 3 wraiths. Completing the dungeon successfully seemed to be the last thing on his mind. In this manner, the fight continued, and with Liam skillfully maneuvering as the tank, the 3 wraiths looked more like mobs, rather than a mini-boss, and the fight was over in no time. Ding. 1,000 experience points have been rewarded. 1,000 experience points have been rewarded. Ding. 1,000 experience points have been rewarded. Juicy experience notifications rang one after the other, and both Kim Yoon and the Wind Ripper leveled up. Fuck yes, I am finally level 20. Kim Hyun jumped around, and seeing him, the bird also did the same. Chirp, 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 ooh, don't pick up any habits from this guy. Liam immediately reprimanded the bird, and it quickly settled down. Kim Hyun could only smile bitterly, and act as if he wasn't just labeled as a bad role model for a freaking bird. I suggest you all take one more drink from the lake, Liam reminded them, he himself taking a sip as well. Not long after, the last and the final boss of the Moon Lake arrived. The entirety of the lake water started swirling around like a whirlpool, and above it, a tornado started forming. Pitch-black wisps started descending into this chaos, and a monstrous wraith slowly started forming. Unlike the other specters and wraiths, this one had a red glow surrounding it. Demonic Wraith General, level 20. Health, 5 million. The sheer health of this giant black thing struck fear in everyone's heart as they saw the massive 5 million health points. This had 100 times the health of the elite boss Barabra, which Liam had slaughtered. Around. Level 20, this was the strongest dungeon boss. Why is it so high? Wasn't it supposed to be just 1 million? Shin-Su cried in disbelief. He also received another notification which made him further stiffen. Ding. The evil eye lands on you. You have been targeted by the Wraith General. Ding. All your stats are reduced by 5%. Everyone else as well received similar notifications. I can't breathe properly. Mina took a step back, her body shivering. She was a holy healer, and the presence of the boss affected her the most. Instead of 5%, she received a 10% reduction in stats. Liam, on the other hand, felt invigorated in the presence of such a strong, powerful undead. Not only that, but he also received a different notification. Ding, the evil eye lands on you. You have been targeted by the Wraith General. Ding. All your stats are reduced by 5%. Ding. You possess a SS grade undead affinity. Ding. All your stats are increased by 20%. Chapter 80, Hard Mode. This is unexpected. Liam smiled, his lips curling upwards. Why are you happy, bro? Shin-Su looked at the debuffs and wanted to cry. Not only did the final boss of the dungeon have more health, but also their debuffs were worse. This was completely different from what everybody had mentioned in the forums. Pay attention. Stop thinking about other things. Liam raised his hand almost at the same time as the wraith moved its arms. While a big fireball materialized in front of him, black wisps of energy leaked from the wraith and spread all over the lake and the neighboring ground. The next second the ground started to quake and sputter, as if something was trying to break through to the surface. Crack, crack, crack. Bony hands started sticking out of the ground. Dozens of skeletons arose from within and started running towards the group of 5. Lava rain. Liam immediately activated his AoE skill. Form a circle and attack whatever is closest to the circle. Don't worry about the ones in the back. Everyone nodded and quickly adjusted their formation. With their backs to the lake, they sort of stood in a semi-circle with the healer and the other mage in the center. The tank, the thief, and Liam stood on the outside and bombarded their attacks on the incoming skeletons, clearing the army of undead one after the other. Bro, only a few of the villagers buried around the lake were supposed to resurrect. Why is our run extra difficult? Shin-Su asked Liam for the nth time, and just as he muttered those words out loud, he realized the answer to that question finally. Their run was extra difficult. What did that mean? They were running it on a different difficulty level compared to the rest of the players, while others were yet to unlock any hidden bosses or the various modes for the dungeons in the Evolution Online game. They had undoubtedly stumbled into one. Or at least that's what the tank thought. Liam, on the other hand, was completely aware of what he was doing right from the beginning. Every dungeon except for the beginner's dungeon had varying difficulty levels, but one cannot simply select the difficulty. It is automatically determined by the skill level of the player's training in the dungeon. In fact, this was only the second stage. If they had cleared it even faster, then the difficulty level would have risen some more. Everything in the game was basically designed to train human beings to unlock their hidden potential and prepare them for the life that laid ahead. The group continued with the painful clearing of the resurrected villagers one after the other as they dashed towards them endlessly. These provided experience points as well, so they were essentially farming for experience points right now. This was both a test and a reward for the dungeon. It was difficult, but if somehow one managed to clear it, they would get a lot of experience points. After breaking apart a few of the undead, Liam took a second to cast his basic necromancy spell, Awaken. Immediately, the broken bones that had fallen down at their feet combined together and started to once again become undead warriors. 5 skeletons appeared next to Liam and started fighting against the incoming horde of undead. They did not last long, but they took down 3 to 5 enemies along with them. And it was also easier for Liam to cast fireballs and focus on the mana regulation when he was not paying attention to the close combat part. As they were in the middle of a chaotic situation, the tank and the thief standing beside him did not notice this, but the healer and the mage noticed. Chung-hee, who had not opened his mouth so far, had a frown on his face as he asked Liam, "Liam, are you really a mage? How are you able to control the undead?" His words startled everyone, as they all stared at Liam with a look of bafflement on their faces. Sword, magic spells, pets, and now undead. Liam, however, simply smiled. This is also a mage skill. There is nothing special about it. He didn't explain anything further and continued calling down the undead herd. Chung-hee was unwilling to accept this answer and looked like he wanted to ask something, but Shin-Su interrupted him. "We can talk about these things later. Let's first clear the dungeon." The mage nodded and continued throwing spells at the undead. He just couldn't understand how the other person with the same occupation as him was doing so much better than him. It was one thing if it was just a matter of a few tens of damage plus or minus, but to have hundreds of differences in their damage output was simply shameful. Not to mention the wide variety of spells the other party possessed. He couldn't help but feel very envious. Chung-hee sighed. However, he didn't have a lot of time to feel down and depressed. The horde of undead was unrelenting, so everyone had to give their best in order to not be completely overrun. At the same time, experience points were also showering endlessly. After a while, the wraith shouted loudly, once again muttering something in an archaic language, and a red aura appeared on the undead villagers who were still standing. These undead suddenly became much stronger and tougher, and it was becoming more difficult to deal with them. "They give more XP too." Liam chuckled, reminding everyone about the bright silver line. This continued on for a few more minutes when finally none of the undead villagers were remaining. Only a pile of broken bones and dust was heaped around the group. "Rah, rah!" The boss started loudly shouting as if it was enraged to see all of its summons being slaughtered. "Is that going to summon more undeads?" Shin-Su wiped the sweat off his forehead and nervously muttered, "Chapter again. No." Liam shook his head. "Watch its health. It lost a lot of its health while summoning these dead villagers. We should start targeting the boss now." As he finished explaining, he started bombarding the boss with more attacks, and everyone else quickly joined in as well. Fighting this boss was initially supposed to be extremely complicated, as it swarmed the players with undead mobs while also attacking simultaneously. But now, because of the strategy and positioning they used, this became overly simplified, and all they had to do was grind down their remaining health. When the big 5 million health bar was reduced to the last hundreds, the Wraith General started casting something once again, but Liam interrupted it by throwing a fireball right at its mouth. Spells could also be interrupted like this. Everyone was dumbfounded. This brought a new meaning to the words, "Eat my attack." The wraith was completely enraged, and it screamed, making everyone including Liam shudder as its shrill voice assaulted their eardrums. As a last-ditch attempt, it hurriedly muttered something in archaic language, and a red glow started appearing on Liam's body. Since he was dealing the maximum damage, the last attack of the boss was to possess him. Everyone noticed this and started panicking. They were so close to finishing this damned dungeon and that they had insanely worked hard for. How could this happen now? "Mina!" Shinsu shouted, and the healer started casting a variety of spells to recover him or cleanse him, but the red glow continued to darken. "Bro, try running around or jumping," Kim Hyun randomly suggested. However, Liam was still standing. This time they wanted him to be as calm as always, but he had a slight frown on his face and was gritting his teeth. This made everyone even more uneasy. Shinsu could tell that the situation was not looking good. "Just start attacking the boss with everything you have. It doesn't have much health left. Move, move." He shouted, pummeling the boss, and it was easier because the wraith had its attention on Liam. Their attacks were heavily debuffed, but it was enough to bring down the last parts of the boss. And before long, ding, congratulations. You have successfully defeated the demonic wraith general, ding. 10,000 experience points have been rewarded. You are the first to clear Moon Lake Dungeon on hard difficulty. Your grand achievement will be etched in history. Shinsu, Mina, Kim Hyun, and Chung Hee were utterly stunned. Though they doubted that the difficulty was weird for some reason, they never dared to imagine something like this. Their no-name team had actually obtained a first clear. They had all gone up by a whole level, and the boss had dropped several glittering things on the lake shores. This was absolutely ridiculous. They had known all along that Liam was a bit skilled. But this was completely above and beyond. Even Chung Hee, who was feeling jealous earlier, now only had a look of reverence on his face. In fact, everyone looked at each other with similar expressions on their faces. This golden thigh. They absolutely had to cling to it, no matter what. And just when they thought that the surprises were over, another notification chimed in. Ding. World announcement, congratulations to the Just Chilling party for the first clear of the Moon Lake Dungeon on hard difficulty. Party members Shinsu, Kim Hyun, Kang Mina, Chung Hee, Chang Liam. Fuck. Shinsu dropped his shield on the ground. They got a world announcement. No one could believe what they were seeing. Everyone cheered and celebrated as now their names would forever be on the walls of fame. And while they were celebrating, the person actually responsible for it had a frown on his face. Liam shook his helplessly. He had wanted the Wraith's possess skill to last for just a bit longer as he was trying out something, but these guys were too eager and ended up killing it. Alright. It doesn't matter, I guess. I should be able to get it the next time. He clicked his tongue and paid attention to the fox that was jumping up and down. This time both the bird and the fop. It had indeed been a good decision to grind in this dungeon. Now just a few more rounds. As all the members of the team turned to look at Liam with big adoring eyes, he also had a smile when he looked back at them. Broy, shall we start another run? Liam chuckled. He had spoken exactly what was on everyone's mind. Shaking their heads vigorously, all of them quickly agreed, and Liam was pleasantly surprised. He shrugged and started walking back to the portal when Shinsu remembered the other important thing and quickly stopped him. Bro, the drops. Oh, I forgot. You guys go ahead and see what we got. Liam stopped and turned around. Shinsu became nervous as he felt the spotlight on him. What if he picked up the loot and everything was worthless? Ah, Mina, you are the luckiest among us, so you pick it up? Fuck. Since when? The healer wanted to curse loudly, but since Liam was watching, she squeezed out a smile and stepped forward to do the deed. Otherwise, if they continued arguing back and forth, she was worried that Liam might desert them for bickering and pick another group to run with. After all, they were just playing together randomly. 2 gold. The girl picked up the coins first and announced it as she did. Everyone gulped and waited for the next one, only to hear the girl shriek. Ah! Oh my god! 3 rings! 2 uncommon and 1 rare! Ah! There's a skill book too. What are the stats? Quick, quick! Hyun gasped, but Mina shook her head, quickly walking over to Liam. She handed everything over to him without any hesitation. Bro, this is all yours, she muttered with a shy smile. Chapter 82, Unassigned Stat Points. Liam chuckled and did not say anything to the girl. He calmly took the 2 rings and studied their attributes. Spectre Halo. Uncommon rank. Intellect +3, Agility +3. Undead Halo. Uncommon rank. Strength +3, Agility +3. Wraith Halo. Rare rank. Intellect +8, Agility +5. Additional skill, mana regeneration is increased by %. Great. It's not just uncommon rank. After reading the item's description, Liam was quite pleased. Rings were already good drops as there was no limit to how many rings one could wear. Most players roamed around with all their fingers covered by 3 to 4 rings each. On top of that, these stats looked quite good, and especially the rare rank rings attributes were good enough that it could be easily used until one reached level 50. The equipments in the Evolution Online game were categorized into several ranks starting from white, common, uncommon, rare, unique, epic, and legendary. Unique, epic, and legendary rank equipments could only be obtained from mobs in high-level areas, so getting rare rank equipments was quite good at this stage. However, Liam did not go back on his words just because of this. He had already told them that the equipment drops and money would be theirs, so he looked at the healer and muttered, "Show me your hand." Mina nodded and opened her palm, only to see him give all 3 rings back to her. "You guys should feel free to distribute this among yourselves as you all see fit. I will be taking the skill book, named Flame Burst, which was basically a stronger version of Fireball and consumed more mana." Liam also couldn't help but wonder if this had dropped because he did the major damage, and he relied mostly on fire magic. It was something that was worth testing, and another reason for running this dungeon again. "I will give you guys 5 minutes, then we will start another run." Since the outside of the dungeon was extremely crowded, Liam sat down on the first street ahead of which the dungeon entrance portal was located. Now when they were ready, they could simply walk out and then walk in. This opportunity to check his current status and attributes: name, Liam, species, human being, gender, male, level 17, 200 over 18,300, class, NA titles, rolling in debt, perfectionist, soul devourer, mana, 500, unassigned points, 84, skills, throat punch, slash, sword dance, demonic summon, awaken, stealth, pickpocket, unlock, tame, ice shard, lightning bolt, fireball, lava, rain, spirit slash, skill locked, spirit wrath, skill locked, trade skills, alchemy, intermediate level, forging, master level. Liam gazed at the status window with a pensive look on his face. He still had a lot of free unassigned points that he had not bothered to assign to anything just yet. In the Evolution Online game, all stat points were equally distributed until level 10, but after that, the player is given the opportunity to choose and distribute the points according to their wish. Each level upgrade gave 2 stat point boosts to each attribute, and thus Liam had managed to collect 84 points in total. Boosting agility and strength will help my swordplay. Boosting intellect will help my mana control. In reality, each and every single attribute can be independently developed and improved by doing specific things. So no matter what he chose, he could always correct the decision by working on the other attributes. But Liam had no plans of doing this, as all of this was temporary. The strength that he was gaining right now was only so that he could access the higher level areas. It wouldn't translate to the real world. Only one's soul strength, spirit strength, and what they comprehended in this tutorial could be carried over. Everything that one gained an understanding of inside the game would remain with them. No one can take that knowledge away. Alright, no need to think so much. I will just add some points to all the attributes, giving intellect a bit more. Liam quickly distributed 13 stat points to all the other attributes and 19 stat points to intellect. He decided to do this as he was planning to mainly rely on his mage skills and necromancy skills for the rest of the game to understand them better. Unless he came across a sword heritage, this was his best bet. There had been a few others who had managed to stumble across these sorts of heritages and wills, which was essentially an explanation of all the concepts. Since everyone's main goal was to learn to use mana, and such intuitively, these sort of heritages and wills were the real treasures, as they were shortcuts that gave the players instant spoilers. But the main problem was that no one revealed anything about these things. There was not one piece of information available about them. That didn't mean that Liam had completely given up on these. He, after all, knew all the players who received these heritages and wills, thanks to the Walls of Fame feature of the game. Some of them even belonged to famous guilds. So he could roughly estimate which region they could have possibly gotten the heritage. Liam chuckled wryly. If he knew he was going to get a second chance, he would have tried remembering more details. For now, the only one he had a solid lead on, and doubted the most, was the necromancy heritage. This had to be inside the nether realm. That was the only logical possibility, and the player who had received this heritage also got it when the nether realm event started. So putting 2 and 2 together, this was the one he had the highest chance of obtaining, and hence, Liam decided to invest more in the intellect attribute. As he was deeply engrossed in his thoughts, the small fox that was jumping around him, trying to jump up and catch the bird, noticed the skill book lying near him. It got bored of playing with the bird and started playing with the book curiously. One thing led to another, and the next second, a light glow enveloped the fox as it ended up learning the skill book. Q. Chapter 83, Check the World Announcement. The small fox immediately panicked as it had done something wrong by accident. It had a constipated look on its otherwise adorable face, staring at Liam like a thief. What happened now? Papa. Liam cringed every time he heard that term. It made him feel very uncomfortable. Just call me, master. Q. The fox quickly nodded its head up and down. At this point, it was ready to do anything to make up for its mistake. Okay, Tell me what happened now? The beast looked here and there, and seeing that there was no way to salvage the situation, it finally spat out the truth. Mustar, I ate the book. Eh? Liam immediately stiffened up. He picked up the fox and looked at it from all sides. It was only level 1, and it could already learn skills. As soon as he picked it up, the small fox began panicking even more and started to cry. What happened now? Liam was speechless. Don't worry. It's okay to eat books. I will give you more books to eat later. Seeing him interact with the fox with a warm expression, the others standing around were flabbergasted. Was this the same guy who had grilled us all for the past few hours? Among them, Mina, the healer, had been eyeing the fox from the beginning. She was a girl who liked cute things, and the fox was adorable as hell. So with a bright beaming smile, she decided to use this chance and talk to Liam, but before she could, a private message popped up in their group. Inside the private chat, Shinsu, tank, stop trying to flirt with him so blatantly. You will drive him away. Kim Hyun, thief, yeah. You will drive him away with your ugliness. Hee hee. Kang, Mina, healer, you both are idiots. Kang, Mina, healer, Kim Hyun, I won't heal you, bastard. Chung Hee, mage 1, what are the stats on the 2 rings? Are they good? And what skill book dropped? Shinsu, tank, the rings are good. For now, Mina will equip 2 and I will equip 1. Forget the skill book, it wouldn't be polite to ask for more details. Chung Hee, mage 1, AI. I was just curious. Shinsu, tank, I am also planning to give the rare ring back to him when we finish all the runs. If anyone has any objections, speak up now. Chung Hee, mage 1, I am fine with that. Kang, Mina, healer, +1. Kim Hyun, thief, +1. Shinsu, tank, alright, good. You all better behave during this run. Do better. Since these people were busy chatting and several messages popped up in the group chat, also chimed in. Gusenho, mage 2, don't tell me. Who. You guys just finished the first run? Kim Hyun, thief, fuck. Why is this guy still in the group? Kick him out. Gusenho, mage 2, bitch, please. Who do you think has to carry your lazy ass in the next run? I only need a couple more hours, by the way. I will be level 20. Kim Hyun, thief. He. Gu. Sunho, mage 2, kek. All my equipments are uncommon. Now do you understand? Kim Hyun, thief. He. Gusuno, mage 2, what? Have you gone crazy from jealousy? Kim Hyun, thief. He. Gusunho, mage 2, your mother. Shinsu, tank, alright. Stop. Both of you. Just stop. Kim Hyun, stop spamming in this chat and get ready for the next run. Do I need to tell you more? Gusunho, mage 2, you guys are really going to go for another run. Are you serious? Gusunho, mage 2. Just the first run took so long. Isn't this a waste of time? Gusunho, mage 2, Gusunho, mage 2, Gusunho, mage 2, Kim Hyun, thief. Look at the world announcement properly, stupid. He. The 4 of them no longer were chatting in the group, so Gusunho quickly opened up the Wall of Fame feature to take a look. He hadn't seen it before, as he was also running a dungeon, but now he had some spare time to pay attention to it. Besides, he was also very curious about Kim Hyun's cryptic words. The bastard had spoken as if the announcement had something to do with him. How absurd. His eyes hurriedly swept past the initial congratulatory message and finally landed on the party name and the names of the members of the party. Fook! Gu Sunho felt his head spin and his eyes were full of shock and disbelief. How the hell is this possible? He knew about the strength of their team better than anyone. So how the hell was something like this even remotely possible? Unless the person they had teamed up with was an insane monster. Why was I the one to be kicked out? His luck was absolute dog shit today. This was not fair. As he was standing still dumbfounded, the group he was running with currently called him and Gu Sunho could only cry inwardly as they again started the dungeon. But Gu Sunho was not the only person to see the world announcement. The Moon Lake dungeon had become even more crowded ever since the world announcement was made. Several elite teams from top guilds once again returned to the dungeon to redo their runs and figure out the secret of triggering hard mode. The hard mode dungeon record was not set yet, and more importantly, there could be yet another level of difficulty that was worse than hard mode. So to obtain these clears, everyone hurriedly scrambled towards the Moon Lake dungeon. And among these people was a certain redhead. Damn it! How the heck is this possible? Alex gnashed her teeth and swung the axe she was carrying onto the ground. A loud thud resounded in the air. Chapter 84 again. Calm down, sis. Ray smiled awkwardly, but he quickly looked away as soon as his sister gave him a death glare. We fucking ran that dungeon a dozen times and still did not unlock the hard mode, and this bastard somehow did that. Alex was furious. Sis, we already have the first clear in the dungeon record for the normal mode. So why not just let this go? Are you serious? I already told you about our situation and why we are investing in this game, and you still dare to be carefree. Seeing that Alex was ready to grill Ray, Mia sighed and finally intervened. Let him be, Alex. I don't want you guys to be stressing out so much. My parents wouldn't have wanted that either. I already told you, if it means that we have to let go of that company, then we will. It will be fine. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Alex didn't want to hurt her feelings. She knew that she was very upset and just not showing it outside. It's all right. Mia patted her with a sweet smile and then asked, "So what are we going to do now?" A golden glow surrounded the woman as she had advanced further in her healer class. "What else?" Alex grinned. "We are going to the Moon Lake dungeon." "Hey, Alex." Mia was speechless. "You wanted me to not stress, right? What other better way is there to relieve my stress?" Hee hee. Ray had a bad feeling about this. "I'm going to hunt that guy down and send him all the way back to zero. I might even camp next to his body and continue beating him to pulp some more. Want me to sign a fucking slave contract? We will see who signs what. Past level 25, it was not possible to enter the Moon Lake level 20 dungeon, so just like the other guilds, Heavenly Retribution, led by Alex, Mia and Ray, also hurried over to the dungeon. With several elite teams suddenly scattered all around Yolohy City, the entire place became chaotic. A lot of fights broke out, and a lot of people also started selling wares outside the dungeon. They only sold consumables, but they sold them for a higher price than what they were available for in the city, and raked in some fast profits. Meanwhile, near the dungeon portal, Liam and the rest of the members of his team appeared shortly, and then disappeared back into the dungeon in the next instant. The fully cleared village now, once again, was brimming with specters at every corner. Liam saw that everyone was staring at his face and waiting for him, so he chuckled. "You all know the drill, right? Then what are you waiting for? Let's start." Shinsu gulped and double-checked just to be sure. "So everything's same as the last run, brother? I mean everything including pulling all the mobs?" Liam nodded. "Yes, just like that. Does anyone have a problem with that?" Everyone nodded their heads like dolls, and the tank quickly stepped forward to pull the first mob. His movements were much more fluid and confident compared to before. Damage numbers started appearing, and everyone could see the results of their previous run. Kim Hyun and Chung Hee had both leveled up, and their damage output was not higher. The healer as well had gotten a good boost from the new ring, and she was grinning wildly from ear to ear to see everyone's health bar filling up with just the weakest healing spell. However, unfortunately for them, this was all temporary. When Liam stepped in casually and started casting his fireballs, each attack zoomed through the air like a cannonball. Chung Hee was especially dumbfounded as he gawked at the new damage numbers. It was already unbelievable, and now it had increased even further. After distributing all the stat points, Liam's damage numbers improved by a decent percentage, as he had been accumulating them all this time. So the sudden change was very noticeable. And it did not end here. After Liam tossed a fireball, another huge ball of fire shot towards the specters. Fire blast. And the caster was none other than the small fox jumping up and down near Liam's feet. The bird did not make any move yet, but the last attack was undoubtedly from the fox. Cool. What? The little thing looked very happy. Everyone looked at Liam and then at the tiny fox next to him. They didn't know who was more monstrous. Not many people had pets at the moment, and the formation available was not much. So it was shocking for them to see a tiny little pet casting a magic spell, especially considering that Liam was a mage. Chung Hee wanted to cry. It was shameful for him to see that his own class could be so much more powerful. Just like him, another person also wanted to cry, though it was for a different reason. Kang Mina wanted so badly to lift that tiny little fox and run away. Unfortunately, she was a bit too terrified of Liam to do that. The group continued grinding the specters in the same way they had done earlier, and though they all assumed that things would be a lot easier this time, considering the numbers Liam was pulling, it ended up being just as taxing as before. They still chased after each and every mob in the dungeon, and surprisingly, Liam was also somewhat slower in attacking. It looked like he was engrossed in deep thought and took his sweet time sending out the fireballs. The others did not know what skill book had dropped, so they waited for him to use the new skill. However, that never happened. He even used Lava Rain, sparingly, and only kept sending out fireballs. Of course, it would make their lives a lot easier if he did something more, but who was going to complain? The man was still doing the majority of the damage. At this point, the rest of the team's sole consolation was that their damage numbers were at least higher than the little fox's. Chapter 85. Again. A few hours quickly passed, and by this time, everyone had run the dungeon 2 more times, one after the other without any break. All the members of the group, including Liam, had leveled up 1 more time, and the Wind Ripper also leveled up to 3. However, the fox was still at level 1. The required for a spirit beast to jump from one level to another was actually worse than that of a human being. Liam patted the tiny thing and then fed it a berry. It didn't eat it, but it was staring at him while he was munching, so he gave it one as well. Shinsu watched this wholesome scene and decided to speak up his mind, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Liam spoke up before him. Again? Let's go. The tank smiled bitterly, looking at his teammates. Everyone was draped from head to toe in lots of new gears, and their pockets were also full. Liam had been very generous, and they had gained a lot, but still, they couldn't bring themselves to repeat the same thing over and over again, especially considering how difficult the run was every single time. Even though their bodies were fully recovered, and their minds as well had somewhat recovered by drinking the lake water, it was still very stressful to undergo this sort of continuous strenuous training. This sort of thing was different from sitting in the same spot and grinding for hours together. They had to physically move and run and fight and perspire. This required discipline, and a certain type of will to work hard. Not everyone had the ability to train like this non-stop. Shin-Soo really wanted to pull his hair out. Just as much as he was tired, he also didn't want to let go of Liam. Something told him that it wouldn't be possible to meet with this person again. He cried inwardly at his plight and lightly nodded his head. Everyone behind him gasped in, shocked silently. They had wanted Shin-Soo to say no, but he agreed just like that. Shin-Soo guys, please cooperate, this should be the last time. I think even he will feel tired after this run. Kang Mina, Kim Hyun, Chung Hee, seeing this another person shamelessly popped in. Gu Sun-ho, if anyone wants to switch out, I am free to hop in. Shin-Soo, Kang Mina, Kim Hyun, Chung Hee, Gu Sun-ho, Hyung Yu too. Fuck. You guys are all going a bit too far. Everyone might be tired, but no one wanted to lose their place and switch with the guy. They could only grit their teeth and continue with the run. And then another one. And then another one. And then another one. And finally, at the end of the next run, no one even had the will to stand up anymore. Luckily for them, Liam this time had a smile on his face as opposed to his usually stern face. Alright, I reached level 20. You all should be at least 22 or 23, right? It's not efficient to grind here anymore. He even seemed very to the usual and very relaxed as if he had just gotten some sort of massage. On the other hand, everyone else was in a different state. They could only silently nod again. In the end, only Shin-Soo was able to muster his strength and talk back. Bro, are we now going to another dungeon? What is the plan? He hesitantly asked, afraid to know the answer. Hearing his words, the others were stunned silly. Another dungeon, ah. Was this fellow trying to kill them all? They had alarmed looks on their faces and they wanted to protest right then and there. But it looked like their good luck, or rather bad luck, had finally come to an end. Liam shook his head and muttered, No, I have something else to do. Let's part ways here. He did not even finish speaking when he heard a collective sigh. He couldn't help but chuckle. Good luck. He left the party right away and then walked out of the dungeon casually. The four who had just now sighed in relief suddenly had different expressions on their faces. Fuck. Kang Mina was the first one to shout. Ah, friend request. She didn't wait for Shin-Soo and directly sent Liam a request. The next second she also got the notification ding. Your friend request has been accepted. He accepted it. He accepted it. She grinned and jumped up to stand in shock. He accepted it? Shin-Soo also hurriedly sent one. Ding. Your friend request has been accepted. Oh, he accepted mine. He felt relieved only after seeing this message. Now if they wanted to call him again in the future, things would be a lot smoother. Seeing the two of them get positive results, the other two as well hurriedly sent in. But unfortunately, no return notification came in as their request was probably not viewed. They knew that because they had also received a lot of friend requests after the world announcement. So by the time Liam checked again, theirs would probably already be buried. It's fine. Why do you have long faces? We will be playing together anyways. I will just talk to him and later, you both can also send in requests again. Don't spam him now. Shin-Soo as well got up. He already had a plan to contact Liam later as he wanted to give back all the rare drops from the dungeon. Since every single one of their runs had been on hard mode, their luck was quite good, and they had actually gotten 3 rare drops in total. Liam did not care about it, and simply asked them to keep, but Shin-Soo wanted to return it. At that time they could once again team up and play. While he was thinking about this, Kang Mina continued proudly showing off. Don't worry, I can also message him on your behalf. He. Kim Hyun couldn't stand it any longer and scoffed at her. What are you so happy about? Did you think you hooked on some rich whale? He looks like a mixed-race person, and judging from his name, Chang Liam, he is probably from China, and you are from Korea. And more importantly, have you looked at yourself in the mirror? Even if he is some big shot, he won't spare one look at you. Kim Hyun? I swear I will let you die in the next run. Chapter 86. I think you are in love. After stepping out of the dungeon, Liam weaved through the crowd with his 2 pets clinging close to him. As he was walking, suddenly the sea of crowd parted, allowing a group of people to walk through. Liam paused and moved aside to stand on the sidelines. He knew exactly who these people were and why they were getting this sort of treatment. The group of American players in front of him belonged to the guild Mithril Dominance, and it was one of the top 10 guilds, not just in the game, but also in the outside world. And the 7 members walking towards the dungeon portal were the main powerhouses of the guild. He quickly flipped open the leaderboard, and just as he had expected, he could already see their names on the chart. He could almost recognize every single name on the chart. These were the people whom he had yearned to be like and looked up to as a role model in his previous life. Back then, it was like a distant dream. But now, Liam shook his head and began to walk out of the crowd, heading away from the dungeon when he suddenly felt as if he was being watched. It was a distinct feeling, and he immediately activated stealth, his figure blurring away from the place where he was standing. Seconds after he had stepped away, a feisty redhead appeared at the same spot, and she looked around with her eyes peeled. "I swear, I just saw him here." Alex sighed in exasperation. All the other players standing around immediately stiffened up, as all of a sudden a gorgeous creature had appeared near them. "Sis," Ray spoke seriously, "I want to tell you something." "What?" Alex growled back. "I think you are in love." He scratched his chin and continued speaking as if he had just now analyzed something complex. What did you say?" Alex turned around, no longer searching for Liam. Her focus was only on her younger brother standing in front of her. "Ah, I mean, you are even seeing his face everywhere." Ray was already regretting his words. "No. I dare you to repeat. What did you just say?" Alex took a few steps towards her brother, making the latter want to run away. "Sis, guild members are watching. Please have mercy." Do you think I care? Next time do not speak rubbish like this, else forget the game. I will beat you up when you get out of the damn capsule." Alex took a deep breath, after which she returned back to her group once again, more calm and composed, and with none of the earlier anger on her face. Though every now and then she still looked around, still searching for the figure she had fleetingly seen in the crowd. Liam, on the other hand, was long gone. There were still a couple of days left for the black market to open up again, and he only wanted to leave Yolohy City after submitting his smithing quest and receiving the next part of the chain quest. "Every single place I need to visit after this is a high-level zone, so I should just focus on leveling up for the next couple of days until the market opens up again. I should also probably log out and make sure that everything is alright." When Liam logged out of the game and exited the game capsule, he could instantly hear loud music blaring through the whole apartment. He also heard a few voices. Huh? What is this girl up to? He scratched his head and walked out of his room to the living room when the scene in front of him made him utterly speechless. A bunch of random girls were jumping or dancing or working out or whatever it was that they were doing. He also spotted the next-door neighbor and his sister at the front. "Hope you don't mind. My apartment's power circuit tripped." Shenyu muttered with her usual polite smile, slightly out of breath as she continued her movement. "Please, brother. Class is almost over. Just 5 more minutes," Mei chimed in, mirroring whatever the other person was doing. She was also out of breath. Liam was speechless. Things around him were jiggling and shaking and moving too much. He took one look at this chaotic scene and did a U-turn, returning back to his room. He could even hear some giggling behind him, but he didn't care and quickly shut the door. He had heard the words 5 minutes, so he decided to take a shower first. He also ordered a bunch of food for dinner. By the time he was done showering, the food had already arrived, and it looked like the crowd in their apartment had also cleared out. Only his sister and Shenyu were collapsed on the floor of the living room. "Oh my god, the food's so good," Shenyu immediately exclaimed. "Brother, sis is a big foodie, hee. Mei added, "You are welcome to join us for dinner." Liam smiled politely. He didn't mind the intrusion as he was pleased to see his sister finally happy and smiling like a normal teenager. "Wow, thanks. Your brother is so nice, Mei." Shenyu chuckled and lifted her sweaty body from the floor. "It's alright. I don't want to impose on you guys too much. Thanks for letting me use your apartment." She waved goodbye when her stomach made a loud, embarrassing grumbling sound. Mei couldn't hold it in and ended up laughing loudly. "Sis you, don't think too much. Just join us for dinner." She smiled brightly. "Ah, okay." Shenyu nodded and agreed with an awkward smile. "Then I won't hold back. Let me wash up and come first." After she left, Mei turned around to give Liam a big thumbs up. "Huh? What is that for?" Chapter 87, They All Died. Hee. The young girl giggled and winked at Liam. "I know everything, brother." "Eh? What do you know?" Hee. "I am not that small, you know." She winked at him when Liam finally understood what she meant. He gave her a bitter smile and pinched her cheeks. "Don't talk rubbish." While the two of them arranged the dishes on the table, a surprise yelp came from within Liam's room. She went to my room. Liam walked over to check what had happened when he saw Shenyu admiring his game capsule with her mouth open. "Whoa, this is so big." "Yeah? It's an advanced full dive game, so the capsule is quite complicated. By the way, there's another washroom in the corridor." Liam pointed her to the one outside his room. Sorry, my bad. I saw this and just walked in." Shenyu was really embarrassed this time as she had crossed the line and wandered into another person's private room. "Don't worry about it." Liam shook his head. "Join us when you are done." He left her and returned back to the living room. He was starving, so he dug in without waiting for anyone. Shenyu clapped her face with her hands and shook her head. She then quickly ran out of his room and used the washroom outside. She splashed water on her face and looked up to see the mirror, when she noticed that her shirt had been fully drenched in sweat and extremely transparent all this time. Even her breasts and her nipples were clearly visible. "Ah!" She yelped once again, and before any of the two siblings could stop her, she ran out of the apartment first. "I will change clothes first." Only her voice could be heard. What happened now? Liam asked his sister, who shook her head and shrugged. She also did not know. When Shen Yu returned back, the TV was switched on and both Liam and Malin were already sitting on the couch and munching their food. Did he see everything? Shen Yu gulped and took some dishes onto her plate, acting as normal as she could. She looked at Liam, who seemed as expressionless as always. But this only made it worse, and her face became bright red. She silently sat on the other end of the couch and continued eating. On the TV, once again news about the latest video game was being broadcast. No one was still able to find how everything was hacked and who was the game developer of this revolutionary game. Well, I guess this is all the same. They are paying attention to the wrong things. Liam sighed, muttering to himself. Brother, did you say something? Malin asked, to which he shook his head. Nothing. Brother, by the way, did you hear the news yet? The young girl looked so excited to tell him that she put her plate down and shouted with her mouth still full. First swallow your food, idiot. Liam chuckled. You wouldn't be this calm if you heard the news, she pouted. Shen Yu silently watched the two, wondering what they were talking about. The bullies that cornered us the other day, you remember? Liam casually put another scoopful of food in his mouth. He already knew what she was going to tell. Brother. They died. They actually died. Oh, really? He slowly chewed, enjoying the taste of the fried chicken. What happened? Their gaming software apparently malfunctioned and they died within the capsule itself. Their parents only found out about it when they hadn't come out for a couple of days together. Mei started recounting the whole incident as she had read in the news. It was being talked about a lot, and the specific gaming capsule manufacturing company was also being sued. There were also several talks and serious protests about how gaming was the cancer of society, and etc., so they chalked this up to game capsule malfunction. Liam could only chuckle inwardly hearing all this nonsense. He knew very well that nothing was going to change even after all of these. Human greed was boundless, so despite the situation being risky, ultimately no one was going to care. When the serious gamers started earning a lot, it was only inevitably going to grow more and more until the big balloon burst open and revealed the reality to everyone. Snapping him out of his thoughts, Mei clutched his hand and asked worriedly, Brother, maybe you should also play the game a little less? Liam smiled and ruffled her head. Don't worry, dummy. I am using a different company's gear. He must have skimped on money. That's why it malfunctioned. Both of ours are pretty high-end, so you don't have to worry about that. Shen Yu finally mustered the courage to join the conversation and spoke up. Oh, which one do you think is good? I am also thinking of getting. Liam nodded and gave her some details before finishing his food and returning back to his room. He then switched on his desktop. He opened up the official website for the game, which was basically the most popular games website now manually made into the Evolution Online website by some of the gamers in the company. Since no other company came forward and claimed a lawsuit for doing this unlawfully, they continued posing as the official website. Liam signed in as a guest and posted, I died a few times in game today, and I am feeling a bit sick when I logged out. Did anyone else experience this? I died a few times in game today, and I am feeling a bit sick when I logged out. Did anyone else experience this? I died a few times in game today, and I am feeling a bit sick when I logged out. Did anyone else experience this? He made the same post on a few threads, and then signed out. This was it. He could only hint at these things, and just doing this was already risky enough. Otherwise, he would be subjected to the unnecessary spotlight that he didn't yet have the strength to defend against. Chapter 88, It's Raining Black. Mei, lock the doors properly before you go to sleep. After reminding his sister again, Liam then stretched his arms and let out a big yawn before getting back into the game capsule. Your brother is always this loving and caring, Shen Yu asked enviously. She herself did not have any siblings, and her parents also kind of stopped talking to her and were cold and distant from her when she did not listen to their orders and study medicine. She wanted to become a dancer instead, and in the meantime worked as a personal trainer to make ends meet and support herself financially. Yes, my big bro was nice to me all the time, Malin replied, but after that she grinned widely and then winked. Hee, why do you ask, sis you? Nothing, was just curious. Shen Yu immediately became conscious again and turned her face back to the TV. Watching her actions, Mei became more excited and continued teasing her. He also doesn't have a girlfriend, sis you, hee. Shen Yu did not say anything and quickly stuffed her mouth with a spoonful of food. However, her beautiful face was already red like a ripe tomato. Meanwhile, back in the game, Liam looked at the two leeches staring at him and then patted them with a smile. Time to get to work! Cue. The trio started walking around Yolohy City as Liam was trying to make up his mind. He had 48 hours plus another 48 hours before the black market opened up again. This was a significant amount of time, and he needed to spend it properly. The most important task now was to level up, and he knew a lot of juicy spots to do this. However, he had a feeling that he could be spending this time better. He opened the world map in his system interface and gazed at the blackish dark red blinking icon near the right bottom corner. The Nether Realm. According to the details of the reward he received for obliterating those worthless souls, he should be able to enter and exit this at will. In his previous life, Liam had only entered this well past the event, and by that time, everything good was already gone. He also didn't know much details about this place as he had hardly paid any attention to it, but now that his undead affinity and demonic affinity were SSS grade and S grade, it would be foolish to ignore this part of the tutorial. If he was simply going to be leveling, he might as well do that here, and explore the Netherrealm at the same time to be more efficient. Without the details of the treasure spots and juicy Easter eggs, combing through a place like that was going to be a difficult job. So the earlier he started working on it, the better. He might be sacrificing his leveling speed a bit, but it didn't matter as he would also be looking around the place at the same time. Making up his mind, Liam pressed the blinking button. Immediately a reddish-black swirling mass of energy appeared in front of him. This was a portal. If I am not wrong, this should be a single-use portal. It should disappear after I use it until I summon it again. Liam carefully observed it first, and then extended his hand to reach the portal. At the same time, he was also prepared to react immediately, as he had no idea what awaited him on the other end. It wouldn't be anything that he couldn't handle, but Liam doubted that the system would go easy on him. If anything, it would be the other way around. He looked at the bird and the fox and pointed to the portal once before directly touching it. The two as well did the same, and the next second, all of them were pulled in. The lush green forests around them disappeared, and they now stood on what looked like a vast desert, except the sands were brownish-green in color. The sky above them was crimson, blotched with pitch-black clouds. Ding. You have entered the Netherrealm, Ding. You are the first player to discover the Netherrealm, Ding. 5,000 experience points have been rewarded, Ding. You have obtained the title, Pioneer. When the title is equipped, drop rates are higher, and experience points gained are boosted by %. Hey, this is a very useful title. Liam clicked his tongue and then opened the map on the system interface once again. It indicated that he was in the Zodal Empire in the Eastern Zone. If I remember correctly, this should be a demon kingdom. The Eastern Zone should be mostly demon kingdoms while the South should be beastkin lands. He gazed at the map, which was mostly blanked out, and tried to remember as much as he could. But his exact starting point didn't matter too much, as necromancers were typically scattered throughout the Netherrealm. As he looked at the map trying to jog his memories, a loud thunder rumbled, snapping him out of his thoughts. Black raindrops fell from the sky, wetting the barren desert lands and forming small black puddles. Liam collected a drop of the black rain in his finger and flicked it casually. This was the trademark debuff of the Netherrealm. Players avoided this rain like plague, as it not only decreased their stats but also sizzled and burned as it touched the skin. However, Liam currently did not feel any pain. He was also not injured. The drops that fell on him momentarily drenched his clothes but were later absorbed by his skin underneath, leaving his clothes once again clean and dry. Did them? He looked at the fox and the bird. He wanted both to be more accustomed to fighting. The raindrops falling on his hands and his face were also readily absorbed, and before he could wonder why this was happening, he received the answer. Ding. You have been empowered by the Nether, Ding. All your stats are increased by 10%, Chapter 89, on their own. Ding. You have been empowered by the Nether, Ding. All your stats are increased by 10%, Ding. Experience points gained are increased by 10%, Ding. Your pet is inflicted by the Nether, Ding. Your pet's stats are decreased by 10%. Ding. Your pet is inflicted by the Nether. Ding. Your pet's stats are decreased by %. Liam waited for all the notifications to roll in one after the other. He had expected some of these. But he hadn't expected his pets to get affected by the Nether debuff. But now that he thought about it, everything made sense. One pet was the common type, and the other pet was the spirit type. Both didn't have an affinity to the Nether energy as he. Well, it doesn't matter. My experience points should transfer over without any problems so you both can still level up. As he looked around, wondering which direction to head in first, suddenly small skittering noises sounded behind him. Liam instantly turned around and unsheathed his sword by habit. But when he looked at what was making the noise, he relaxed a little. It was just a horde of demon larvae passing by. Demon larvae, level 4. Health, 400. Liam glanced at their stats, and they were just ants in front of him. You two want to try fighting. And that was something that needed to be learned and trained the hard way. There were no shortcuts. Otherwise, they would simply just be glass cannons leeching his experience points and nothing more. Q! The fox excitedly jumped up and down. The bird was even more excited, eyeing the demon larvae that had the potential to become powerful demons as simply mere food. It liked that they looked like wiggling worms. Liam did not have to tell them twice, and they quickly jumped into action. In the meantime, he continued to think about where to move next. But he also paid attention to what they were doing from the corner of his eyes. After all, there were about 60 demon larvae wiggling towards them. He didn't plan on intervening unless things became very bad. Nevertheless, he still kept an eye on the two. The fox did not approach the horde yet, and started sending out fire blasts one at a time, aiming for the horde. Q, Q, Q. It jumped up and down in joy as if it was playing an aim-and-shoot video game. Liam was actually having trouble focusing on his thoughts as the adorable thing was putting on a good show for him. It was like fireworks, and the attacks wreaked havoc amidst the previously coordinated and orderly horde. The bird, on the other hand, used this chaos to pick up the pieces. It swooped in and pecked the injured larvae that were trying to run helter-skelter. You guys even know how to work together. Liam nodded in approval, and for a change, he was getting experience points from their efforts. This was not much so when he spotted a nearby group of poisonous scorpions. He started tossing fireballs at them. He didn't want to just simply stand while waiting for the two to learn fighting. He also had a lot to learn and figure out. Aiming for the scorpion at the front, Liam tried to focus on the mana flowing inside his body and cast a fireball, when he abruptly stopped in his actions without casting anything. He didn't know why, but the mana inside his body at the moment felt a bit different. It wasn't anything bad, but rather it felt more chaotic and restless. Liam used both his hands to better picture the image in his mind, and then again conjured a fireball in front of him. Now he had no doubt. This was definitely different from the other times he had cast the same spell. Was it because he was in the Nether Realm? Liam did not know if this was why he also had received notifications about his attack boost. Since when did I become so sensitive to mana to spot such small changes? Something was different, and he pondered about it as he sent the fireball flying towards one of the scorpions. These were level 15 beasts, and considering that Liam's stats were already enhanced because of his body cleansing, and this coupled with the Nether Realm boost, the beast was completely overpowered. The flames roared as they destroyed the scorpion shell in one clean hit, thereby killing the beast along with it. Ding. 75 experience points have been rewarded. The experience points were rather low, as there was a significant level difference, but Liam was excited nevertheless. He was slaughtering beasts that were only 5 levels below him, as if he was slaughtering level 1 demon larvae. He was also gaining a better and better sense of the mana coursing through the body. Perhaps he was influenced by the joyful look on the fox's face. Liam also had a big smile on his face. It felt truly nice to not be weak and powerless, scrapping just to get hands on leftovers. Ding. 75 experience just to get hands. 75 experience points have been rewarded. Ding. 75 experience points have been rewarded. After killing the 5 scorpions, Liam stopped for a moment. There were a few more ahead of him, but he didn't move to attack them just yet. Awaken. He tried casting the only undead spell he had learned so far. If he could feel so much difference when casting a fire magic spell, then how would he feel when casting an undead spell? No, I have to get it this time. He clenched his fists. Liam closed his eyes and carefully paid attention to the changes in his body, while he muttered the spell and then tried to sense everything to the fullest that he could. Chapter 90. Just out of reach. Zuzuzuzu. The roiling waves of mana crashed inside his body as they churned and circulated everywhere. They were turbulent and unsteady. As Liam tried his very best and followed this trail of thought, he suddenly caught the feeling of an unfamiliar presence. It was as if a black stream was intermingling with a vast blue river. The two did not mix with each other, but there were splashes which made them both more turbulent. Liam gritted his teeth and tried to focus more, and grab this insight, but before he could everything shattered and scattered like a glass vase on the floor. Damn it! He stretched his limbs in frustration. He almost had it, but it slipped out of his hand. He took a few deep breaths and calmed down. It's fine. Everything is just beginning. Calm down. I should not be hasty. After settling his thoughts, Liam looked at the 5 undead scorpions in front of him, all waiting for his command. The other 2 had also finished fighting with the demon larvae, so he whistled and started walking, signaling everyone to follow closely. The group wandered around the red barren desert for a while. Everything was cracked and devoid of moisture, and there wasn't any vegetation as far as the eyes could see. Every now and then the group ran into some lower-level beasts which either Liam took care of by himself, or if they were weak enough, he let the other 2 pets handle the situation. He didn't particularly use the undead as he was still training his spellcasting, so they simply wandered near them like unused bodyguards. He only continued to use the fireballs one after the other. After a few minutes, Liam paused and realized something that he hadn't observed before. The mana in the Nether Realm was thinner. Mana was still there, an inadequate amount at that, but there definitely was a lower concentration of it in the air around. He wondered if he was only able to notice this because he had cleansed his body once. Other than removing impurities from his body, it had also made him more sensitive to mana. Even for a low-grade potion, he was seeing this much effect. Just how effective was a high-grade, or a rare elixir going to be? Just the mere thought of it made Liam lick his lips in delight, or perhaps because he was parched after walking around in the desert for so long. Okay, this is not going to work. I need to find a viewing spot and get a grasp of things. He looked around and saw a small range of pointy hills in the distance. He walked over to it and then started climbing it. Thankfully, it wasn't too steep, so all his summons and his pets were able to follow him without any difficulty. They hiked for a while, and then they finally arrived at the top of the tallest hill in the cluster. Liam looked around and sighed. The air here was much cooler. He also came prepared. So he took out a bottle of water from his inventory. The cool water felt refreshing and he drank several mouthfuls. As he did that, the small creature next to him jumped up in delight and ran towards something. Q! Liam's gaze shifted to see the fox running to a small thorny bush that had some berries on it. Stop! Don't eat that! He immediately warned the furry ball of energy. He knew that nothing here was edible, and even the beasts were poisonous beasts. So most probably those berries were poisonous too. The small fox stopped in its tracks and did not disobey him. It, however, drooped its head in sadness. Liam looked at the fox and then at the bird. One barely even showed its presence while the other behaved cutely every chance it got. He was amazed at this difference. He chuckled and took out some berries and meat from his inventory. My bad, I should have fed you guys a while back. Both the pets instantly jumped onto the food, while the undead continued to stand, as if everything happening around them had nothing to do with them. After settling the matter of food, Liam walked back and forth, going to the various edges of the cliff, and peering down and ahead to get an idea of the place he was in. Unfortunately, this height was still not enough, and he could only see the red sand desert spreading across the horizon, interspersed with some hills and rocky terrain here and there. What the heck? He scratched his head, deciding to try his luck by climbing onto another cluster of hills nearby. As he was about to give up and climb down, suddenly a slight whizzing noise sounded in the distance, and Liam turned to catch a glimpse of a red flare going up into the sky. Oh, that should definitely be a demon settlement. Liam's eyes brightened, and he noted the direction before climbing down from the cliff. The fox and the bird looked reluctant to come down as the air above was nicer, but seeing Liam walk away, they could only follow him. The group continued their journey once again, and before long they ran into a group of rabid dogs that had longer tails and horns protruding from their heads. There were totally 10 of them, all seeming to belong to the same pack, and they were baring their teeth at the big juicy prey in front of them. Rabid Hound, level 21. Health, 20,000. Get back, don't engage. Liam immediately warned both of his pets, and he stepped forward, retrieving his sword. Rabid hounds were demon beasts that excelled in strength as well as agility. Besides, some of them were also capable of using demonic magic. So he didn't dare to simply use fireballs in this situation, and use these guys as sparring partners, especially considering that it was 1 versus 10. He had to go all out. Chapter 91. Friend or foe? The pack of rabid hounds scraped their feet on the ground and snarled at Liam before bounding towards him collectively. Their ferocious gnarling sounds were terrifying, and the sight of an entire pack together was even more terrifying. Liam stood calmly, unfazed by the fact that he was outnumbered. Since he still had a couple of seconds before they reached him, he quickly activated his skill, Lava Rain. Black rain was still pouring endlessly around him, but now laced with these droplets of corrupt water. There were beads of lava falling from the sky. The hounds hissed in pain as the lava seared their skin, and within a second, injuries started piling up and damage numbers were popping out. Growl! The paw nails of the hound scratched his sword, producing a screeching metallic noise as the beast was flung aside. The bunch of rabid hounds became extremely enraged as they leaped towards Liam, wanting to rip him apart, limb from limb. Liam smirked. He instantly unsheathed his sword and blocked the hound that came for his throat. Clang! Liam did not stop there. Clang, clang, clang! He parried with 3 more hounds that were aiming for his vital spots. As for the rest of the rabid hounds that were coming at him, sword dance. His lean, muscular figure spun around, slashing unceasingly at every enemy that daringly bared its teeth at him. Aim for the hounds that are bleeding and send out firebursts. Attack the 2 on my left. Hearing Liam's instructions, both the fox and the 5 undead scorpions quickly got to work. If they had attacked right from the beginning, then the beast would have aggroed onto them completely, and the level 20 rabid hounds were a bit too strong for either to handle. The level 4 fox would probably become a snack in a second for the level 20 hound. This was why he had asked them to wait first. But now that he had the full attention of every single enemy, he was comfortable asking the fox and the undead to join the fight, leaving the pet bird in reserve. Bang, bang, bang! The small fox had good eyes to pick out the targets with the most number of injuries, and it aimed for them, shooting out fire bursts one after the other. The 5 undead scorpions stabbed the 2 fallen down hounds with their pincers, and when they were struggling to get back up, they dealt the final blow by stinging them with their venomous tail. Ding. You have gained 165 experience points, ding. You have gained 165 experience points. As the undead finished their target, the fox took down 3 as well since these hounds were already heavily injured by Liam. Ding. You have gained 165 experience points. Liam, meanwhile, also finished 3 hounds, and the big pack of ferocious rabid hounds that could strike fear in many players' hearts were suddenly reduced to a pair of stray dogs. Growl! Growl! The last 2 came running at Liam and he slashed down at one while gripping the other one's throat with his left hand. He then materialized a ball of fire right where its head was directly blasting the hound apart. You have gained 165 experience points, Ding. You have gained 165 experience points. As the last one also dropped dead, all the 10 hounds laid scattered around. Their heavy bodies lifelessly sunk inside the red desert sands. Good job. Liam did not forget to compliment the fox on a job well done, and he then looked around to see if any skill books had dropped. No luck, huh? He placed the copper coins that were nearby into his pockets, and then also placed all the rabid hounds into the inventory space. He then once again proceeded to walk towards the place where he had seen the red flare go up. Liam was still quite unsure of where exactly he was. Unlike the Gresh Kingdom map, he didn't know this one all too well. But if he reached the city or town, he had the confidence to at least vaguely guess where he could be. Some would also probably be NPCs whom he could talk to for information. After a few minutes, the group reached the place without running into any other monsters, and Liam walked ahead to talk to the 2 guards standing at the entrance of the city. It seemed to be a small city juxtaposed in between rocky barren hills, and the 2 guards standing were also quite peculiar. They looked very gruff and angry, and they had scales covering their bodies. These were undoubtedly demon and beast hybrids, and as soon as Liam laid his eyes on these 2, he immediately remembered something important. The event. He had completely forgotten about the significance of the event that had opened up this Netherrealm to everyone. When the Netherrealm was open for everyone, it was because the Divine Army wanted to use the chaos in the Netherrealm and massacre the beings of the Netherrealm. But in the end, only some of the human factions joined the Divine Army. The rest ended up joining the Demon Army, now that this hadn't happened yet. There should be no other players, or even many humans here except for Liam. More importantly, humans would be considered as a hostile party. Damn it, should I not have tried to enter a settlement? Liam silently pondered. He did not want to be captured and massacred, his death made into a spectacle. More importantly, he didn't want to be imprisoned by some lusty demoness, and used a sex slave, which was a very common occurrence in the Nether Realm. He keenly observed the 2 guards as they stared back at him, both observing each other's reactions. After a while, Liam decided to back away as this was his last chance. He was about to activate stealth, when the demon beast opened his mouth, pointing his spear at Liam. Chapter 92, Reeks of Death. Either shit or get off the pot, bitch. Which is it going to be, The demon beast hybrid muttered as he twirled his spear, still pointed at Liam. Liam was shocked for a moment. He is asking me to go in. This guy really did not have a problem with me being human. What the heck? He was very confused. Even after 2 lifetimes, he was still not able to understand some aspects of this world. What? Are you deaf? The other demon half-breed, who had scales on his upper body and something spindly on his lower body, covered up by his clothes, now started making gestures at Liam. He clicked his swollen thumb finger and index finger. Money, money, money. Do you have the copper coins? It will cost you 20 coppers to go in. Do you have it or not? The first one took his spear away from Liam's face and banged it on the ground. Ah, yes, I have. Liam snapped out of his thoughts. This was the second main point about the Netherrealm. Everything here was cheap as hell. He fished out the copper coins and handed them over. You can go now. The demon half-breed stepped aside. Liam nodded, and he was just about to walk in when the other guard propped his spear in front of him and spelled out his worst outcome. Wait a second. The guard started circling around Liam. Doesn't this lad look suspicious to you? He reminds me of those stinking uppity motherfucking Nah. What are you talking about? This guy reeks of death. Look behind him. Liam only heard that much of their conversation as the 2 demon half-breeds started. So one of selves, every now and then glancing at the undead behind him. Initially, Liam had considered dismissing these undeads, but now it looked like these were his ticket inside the city. He waited for a few seconds, but the 2 guards continued chatting, completely ignoring him. So he started heading into the city. He now felt more confident as he walked around. It looked like he would be able to get in and get out without any issues, even though the Netherrealm event hadn't started. Liam took a few minutes to look around the city. There wasn't that big of a difference between the human settlements and the Demon Kingdom settlements. The buildings and structures here were cruder, and the crowd had a huge variety of shapes, sizes, and colors. Liam was in fact the only human being in the vicinity. He was getting a lot of attention as he walked by, but no one dared to look twice at him as soon as their gaze fell on the 5 undead scorpions closely following him behind. The lesser demons and demon half-breeds scurried away, not wanting to butt heads with the necromancer. He was now also able to open the map and see his exact location, Toll City. However, that didn't help much as he had never heard of this city before. Okay, time to get some quests and start grinding, Liam muttered to himself and first walked over to a blue-skinned demon who was busy repairing a pair of leather boots. Demons or beasts or humans, flattery worked the best. So he started from there. Sir, do you perhaps need some rabbit hound leather for your amazing craftsmanship? The blue-skinned demon lifted his head up, scrutinizing Liam from top to bottom, His eyes then landed on the undead crawling near him, and only then he opened his mouth. "Oh, I indeed need some. Do you happen to have a bundle of leather with you? Ding. New quest available, ding. Bartha needs some leather. Reward, 1 copper coin, 500 experience points, ding. Do you wish to accept the quest? Yes, no, bingo, just as I thought." The monetary reward was abysmal, but the experience points were generous. Liam grinned and immediately handed over the rabid hounds he had placed in his inventory earlier. Ding. You've received 1 copper coin, ding. You have received 500 experience points. The blue-skinned demon accepted all the hounds, but he had a frown on his face. These beasts are yet to be skinned, and their leather is not usable as such. Ding. New quest available, ding. Assist Bartha in skinning the rabid hounds, ding. Reward, skinning skill, ding. Do you wish to accept the quest? Yes, no, Liam nodded. I would be glad, interrupting him. A loud siren blared, and another red flare was shot into the sky. This was similar to the one he had seen from the distance. What is that? Liam asked the demon, ignoring the quest for the moment. Hey? You don't know what that is? The demon looked surprised. We are at war, lad, that's the call to duty. You must have heard about the recent decree our Lord has given. We are actively gathering more resources in preparation for the war. So our warriors will be dispatched using portal magic to various realms. We scour and scavenge those places. And if we can't find any by ourselves, then we plunder from those who have it. Foo, foo, foo. The demon grinned suddenly, and then continued talking as if he was recollecting a fond memory. The last time I joined the forces, it turned out to be a lot of fun. Foo, foo, foo. We found a group of elven beauties in the spot where we were dispatched, and we had a lot of fun with them. Not only that, we even brought a few back with us and sold them off for lots of coppers. So if you are planning to participate, you will definitely be in for a treat. Foo, foo, foo. But remember, it can also be very dangerous. Do you see that demon over there? He was pointing to a big-bellied burly demon that laid in a corner, seemingly wasted. Chapter 93, First Mission. He was my good friend. He lost both his hands in the war. So beware, wealth or misery, it will all depend on your luck, lad. The blue-skinned demon muttered somberly. Liam patiently listened to him, and when he was done talking, he nodded. I appreciate the warning, sir. I will keep that in mind. Things were slowly becoming more and more clearer to him. Though he hadn't heard about such a quest in his previous life, he still had a vague idea of what this was about after hearing the explanation. He now knew what he had to do to explore this realm more, and as an added plus point, he might even be able to explore more realms through these invasion portals. This is definitely worth trying. Liam clenched his fists in excitement and hurried. There was a tower building in the center of the city, from where all the flares were being shot and the siren was being sounded. So Liam walked over to that area. He saw the crowd thickening as he approached closer, and groups were starting to assemble. There were all sorts of demons in various sizes and shapes, mostly grotesque looking, and they gathered around in dozens. Liam cautiously observed everything, before walking up to a tall and lanky demon who was dressed in leather and metallic gear from top to bottom. He even saw this one commanding a couple of other demons, and it was clearly one of the many in charge. Sir, I would like to report for duty, Liam briskly declared. The tall horned demon immediately turned to pay attention to him, and it looked at him, especially at the few undead trailing close to him. You can do magic? The demon curiously asked. Yes, sir. Liam nodded, only answering what he was asked and not giving away any other information. The demon continued to scan him for a while as if it was deep in thought. With every passing second, Liam began to grow more nervous. In the next moment, however, the demon burst into a fit of loud laughter without warning. Good. Good, you came to me at a perfect time. With you, I can rest at ease that our mission this time will be successful. Ding. New limited quest available. Ding. Survive the mission and bring back adequate resources. Ding. Reward. Plus 50 contribution points. Plus 50,000 experience points. Ding. Do you wish to accept the quest? Yes, no. Liam could feel his blood boiling as he looked at the quest. This was ridiculous. To gain the same amount of experience points, he had to take care of an entire dungeon, that too, to utter completion, which took several hours. And from the looks of it, the invasion mission should only last for a couple of hours at the maximum. Not just that, but Liam also observed something very crucial. The quest mentioned adequate resources, so there was a high possibility of there being different grades of rewards. If he by chance managed to gather more than necessary, then there was a chance that he would be rewarded more. What are these contribution points? Liam flicked open his status screen to see if there were more details when he saw a new term, soldier, added below his name. Rank soldier, /250. These should be the contribution points. So if one invasion mission gave me 50 points, I should be able to rank up when I finish doing 5 invasions. Liam stopped thinking about this as he heard the loud voice of their squad leader. We will begin now. The demon banged on his chest and jumped to stand at the front. Let's all fight. We need to show them our power. We demons are below no one. Kill, plunder, devastate. After the rousing speech, everyone quickly stood in order, and the tall leader demon dragged its gaze over, taking out a parchment. He then dropped some blood onto the parchment, and the next second, a red glowing circle immediately started spreading. This is an inscription! Liam's eyes observed everything carefully. Inscriptions were spell papers that were usually crafted using mana, but this was the first time he was seeing one activated by blood. This spell shouldn't be too strong, he hypothesized. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to casually activate a portal spell like this. This was probably why it was random. Liam doubted if the leader demon himself knew where the portal was about to rip open. Just as he was mulling over the potential dangers they could be soon facing, his vision turned dark, and Liam found himself standing along with the demons in a vast grassland. Behind them, there was a reddish-black-colored swirling mass of energy. This should be the return portal. Liam's thoughts were interrupted by the leader demon, as he began shouting loudly. Go forth and wreak havoc. Whoever brings back the most spoils will get a special remuneration from me. Hurrah! 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 All the demons immediately began cheering. The group of 30 then dissolved into smaller units as the demons scurried hastily in different directions. Won't they do more damage if they stick together? Liam shrugged, he observed his new surroundings and opened up the system interface to check where they were. However, he was instantly shocked to see almost no details on the map. World? Kingdom? Zone? Just where the hell are we? Which continent is this? Liam did not linger around any longer and headed out to explore. No matter what, this was a juicy experience reward quest, so at the least he would gain that. He ran across the vast grasslands, the 5 undead and his 2 pets still following him. There was no black rain here, and the mana concentration also seemed normal. What is even here to loot and plunder? Liam planned to go in another direction, as there was nothing ahead of him, and he didn't want to stray too far from the portal. But just as he turned, a loud hissing sound echoed. Chapter 94, Hiss! Liam unsheathed his sword, distancing himself several paces from the source of the sound, while simultaneously turning around to face the enemy. What the... Standing in front of him were 3 lamia beasts with long coiled serpentine tails and voluptuous upper bodies, barely contained in the breastplates each were wearing. Blue-tailed Naga, level 30. Blue-tailed Naga, level 21. Blue-tailed Naga, level 25. It took him a second, but Liam snapped out of his trance. He would only be a fool if he was entranced by their beauty, and not notice their level, or long forked tongue laced with venom, flickering in and out seductively. So we are in the serpentine beast territory, Liam muttered inwardly as he already began to cast lava rain. You both run back and hide for the moment. The 2 pets quickly scurried away, obediently listening to him. These 3 Nagas were no doubt going to be tough opponents, probably the toughest he had faced. He was not even sure if he was going to be successful as there were 3 of them, and there was a 10-level gap between the 2 of them. While the 3 were momentarily distracted by the raining fire which sizzled their skin, he silently entered stealth mode and circled the 3 women. Liam contemplated attacking the lower-leveled Naga first, as his undead kept the other 2 busy. That seemed to be the only option, even though sacrificing his undead would probably only give him a couple of seconds. However, that should be more than enough to deal with a single snake. Casting a fireball, he dashed towards the woman standing at the center, slithering away from the lava droplets raining from up above. At the same time, his undead scorpion screeched and ran over to the 2 other lamias. The women did not stand simply, waiting to be slaughtered. They took out long spears from their spatial rings to counter. However, Liam did not allow his prey to do so. He slashed her hand that had donned the ring and then aimed for her weak points. He repeatedly slashed at the lamia, who was hissing loudly in pain and frustration. The strength of her opponent made her too stunned to think properly. She became anxious, and decided to use the best attack she had. Venom burst. She cocked her head back as if she was going to spit out something. And Liam used this chance to cleanly sever her head from the rest of her body. He had been targeting this exact same spot for the past few attacks, as her scales had been considerably strong, giving her a lot of defense. But as he repeatedly hacked her at the same spot, he was easily able to land that final blow, immediately ending one of the 3. Hiss, hiss. The other 2 immediately became enraged. Demon! How dare you kill my sister? These can speak. Liam once again moved back several paces. These can see that all his undead summons were already destroyed and scattered around as chunks of bones and decayed flesh. We can understand a demon's tongue, you fool. You will pay for your sin. The 2 lamias thrust their spears forward, aiming for his head. Liam grinned and easily evaded their attacks. He stepped forward to meet their attack with his own and slashed at the weaker of the 2. 2 against 1 wasn't too bad. The only attack he needed to watch out for was their venom. Grah, you cannot defeat us. One of the 2 snakes shot forward towards him, with her extremely agile body twirling behind her, the long coil aiming to wrap around Liam's figure. Liam quickly sidestepped to dodge the attack, but two sets of heads and tails were coming for him. He could no longer dodge this attack and spun his body rapidly, slashing his sword at every single weak point that he could reach. Sword dance, sword dance, sword dance. Liam could feel his stamina plummeting, and he was taking a lot of hits as well, but those were nothing compared to the damage numbers that he was delivering to the opponent. Seeing that they were not going to be able to physically harm their enemy, the two Lamias slithered and hissed loudly, releasing a huge cloud of venous breath. Liam had already prepared for this, and moved back several paces. He did not allow the two to heal themselves, and started conjuring another round of fireballs, aiming for the previous injuries. The two Lamias skillfully avoided his attacks, but they found it difficult to evade both lava rain and the fireballs. In the end, they had to move out of the venomous bubble, as this was also the spot lava poured from the sky. And as soon as they stepped out, Liam was waiting for them, and he immediately slashed at the two, finishing the fight to completion. Ding. You have received 226 experience points. Ding. You have received 845 experience points. That took long enough. Liam collapsed on the grassy ground, stuffing several berries in his mouth to recover his stamina as his eyes spotted the drop scattered around. What luck! A skill book had dropped. He had only dealt with 3 snakes, and he had already gotten a good reward. He crawled over to take a look at the book lying nearby. He hoped that it was what he wanted, and it indeed was. Venom burst. Liam did not even blink as he instantly learned the skill. Poison skills were one of the most valuable skills. He was probably not going to gain any insight about this particular one, but it was extremely useful at least to level in the current game and deal with sticky situations. Guys, you both can come back here. Liam did not forget to summon the two pets as they scurried out of a nearby bush. This was not really a decent hiding place and only really worked if he was alive, but it was good enough. So he complimented the two. Good job. Both the pets looked warily at the dead Lamia sprawled on the grassy ground. They are dead, don't be scared. Liam chuckled and he quickly cast the spell to revive the 3. Awaken, however. As soon as he activated the spell, a stinging pain arose somewhere inside his body and made him twitch head to toe. Chapter 95. A trap? Ding. Spell failed to activate. Liam stared at the notification once his vision cleared and the pain subsided. It looked like he was not able to summon these undeads, and even suffered some sort of backlash from trying to do so. Was it because their levels were comparable to mine? He pondered for a few seconds, and that seemed to be the most plausible answer. There are too many things I don't know about this class. Too bad these would have been useful in the fights. Liam clicked his tongue and unwillingly left the 3 snake corpses behind. He looked around and decided to head towards his right, where a group of demons had gone. Before long, he heard loud battle noises, and a few feet ahead of him a group of 5 demons was fighting against 4 nagas. There seemed to have been casualties on both ends, with 2 nagas and 3 demon-beast hybrids already down. Liam observed the scene in front of him, and saw that it was a losing battle. Of course things would be different if he joined the fray. Well, why not? He grinned and walked over to silently stand at the back. From there, he again started casting fireballs one after the other, making sure he hit all the targets at least once. He was not sure how the experience distribution here was going to be. So he tagged all the snakes once, and then began targeting the ones with the least health, with the intention of getting the last hit through. Standing beside him, the fox as well was sending out bursts of fire. This situation was perfect for them as they didn't attract any aggro, and didn't have to deal with the problematic venom burst. Surprisingly, the demon-beast hybrid standing at the front seemed to be immune to this poison, so they continued thrashing at the nagas. With Liam's damage numbers added in, the nagas were slowly forced to retreat. However, weirdly none of them had died yet. The demons hadn't noticed this, but Liam's sharp eyes were already scrutinizing the nagas to learn their secret. He didn't know a lot about these beasts, but he knew that some of them were capable of casting magic. So perhaps they had a healer with them. Liam searched the group for any potential healers and did not find any. He then targeted one particular naga that had only a sliver of health left. Bang. A huge ball of fire sliced through the air and hit the snake's head, finally, one dropping down dead. Ding. You have received 75 experience points. The demons immediately shrieked in joy and started fighting with even more gusto. Joining in on the boisterous atmosphere, the fox as well was in a good mood and started jumping up and down while sending more attacks. Only Liam frowned. He was still unable to pinpoint the method these Lamia beasts were using to heal themselves. More importantly, something else was also worrying him. The Lamias were slowly but surely leading them somewhere. Within a span of couple of minutes, they had already moved further away from where they were standing. Liam also observed that these Lamias had different fighting styles compared to the 3 women whom he had fought before. Something was definitely fishy. Were they leading them all to some sort of a trap? The demon beast didn't seem to care and continued fighting and pushing them further back. Liam didn't want to let things progress any further and be ambushed by a Naga army of some sorts. His brain spun thinking about how to deal with this when he remembered his second pet. He eyed the Wind Ripper flying a bit further away from them and waved his hand. The bird immediately flew down to him, zooming through the air like a bullet. It was already at level, so it was considerably bigger compared to when it had first hatched. "See if there are more Nagas up ahead," Liam muttered to the bird. "Make sure you are not in harm's way." His eyes trailed the little bird that flew around them, paying heed to his warnings. Liam nodded in approval. He watched it as it disappeared from his vision, and then a couple of seconds later it reappeared again. "Gah!" The Wind Ripper shook its head side to side. "You didn't find anyone ahead?" Liam was once again surprised. If they were leading them towards something, then perhaps they were leading them away from something. Liam had a gut feeling that his hunch was right, so he decided to hang back and see what was behind them. He circled back to the area where he had confronted the three Lamias, and before long he came across a group of hooded figures running away. But Liam stopped in his tracks and did not confront them carelessly. There were a total of 5 figures, and Liam was not sure if he would be able to take all 5 of them at the same time. If perhaps he had some help. His gaze shifted to see if there was anything that he could use, when he noticed a couple of heavily injured demon-beast hybrids. Liam hurried over to them, and without hesitation quickly activated his new skill, Venom Burst. "Sorry, buddy. Nothing personal. You are just more useful to me dead than alive." He moved away so that he was not affected by the toxic gas. Kuhak! Bang! In just a couple of seconds, the 2 injured demon-beast hybrids choked on the venom and dropped dead. Awakened, Liam immediately used his skill, and this time it was successful. Perhaps because he had failed the last time and become successful this time around, he even grasped a certain fleeting sensation as he cast the spell. Okay, this ought to do it. Liam then hurried after the hooded figures with the undead and the pets closely following him behind. Chapter 96, Halt. Let's not fight. Kata kata kata. Liam focused his mana on his feet and sprinted across the grassy lands, circling the group of hooded figures. He then landed directly in front of them and blocked their path. He greeted them with a fireball, simultaneously unsheathing his sword. The 2 demon undeads as well jumped on the group from behind, finally catching up. They started frantically attacking whatever they could get their hands on. This combined with Liam's nimble and agile attacks, the group of hooded figures became completely flustered. However, to Liam's surprise, they did not fight back. One of them removed the hood, revealing a very handsome face. He was a level 22 Naga, and he was decked out in shining jewelry and armor from top to bottom. There was something about him that was different from all the previous Nagas Liam had faced. "Demon. Halt, let's not fight. What do you want? Who are you? I can give you treasures. Move and do not block our path." Liam's eyes widened in shock. This was a dialogue, and yet a quest was not initiated. He knew that he had to be very careful here. It looked like there wasn't a particular set outcome, and what he says might probably determine what happens next. "I'm sorry, I cannot do that. I'm under very strict orders to gather resources. My companions are right behind me, heading over here as well." Liam even looked back as if he was hoping to spot them any second now. "Yes, resources, I can give you. Here's a gold coin. This should be more than enough, right?" The Naga hurriedly tossed the coin at him as if he was throwing something at a beggar. Liam sneered inwardly, looking at the gold coin that disappeared amidst the tall grasses. 1 gold coin? Just 1 gold coin. Who are you trying to scam? After thinking about it for a second, he continued portraying a solemn face and shook his head without saying anything. At times like this, it was always better to let the other party decide what their worth was. Or, rather, he wanted to see what was the maximum he could obtain from them. He had no idea what this interaction was, so he was also genuinely curious. What more do you want here? How about 2 gold coins? Shouldn't this be more than enough? What more do you rats need?" The handsome Naga started to become really agitated, and this time he threw 2 gold coins at Liam, more forcefully and more angrily. He looked very upset, but in reality, Liam was far more ticked off than him. This person was bargaining with him 1 gold coin at a time. "Dream on?" He shook his head again, and the Naga immediately hissed in anger. He was about to say something when another Naga standing at the center of the group stepped forward instead, interrupting him. "Shut up, Razarox." A woman's voice sounded. She removed her hood, revealing her stunning, beautiful figure and an even more astounding face. The Naga slithered forward, her eyes betraying her anxiety. "Stranger, we really need to leave now. The fate of our entire clan depends on this. I will personally compensate you, generously. Please move aside." Liam calmly listened to the Naga's words, but inwardly he was very shocked. Did she just say the fate of the entire clan? He couldn't believe her words, as her level was only level 20, even lower than the previous Naga who had spoken. At the same time, she was also decked out from top to bottom in luxurious jewels and equipments. Something was weird about this whole situation. Perhaps these Nagas were high-leveled monsters whose levels were temporarily reduced. This was the only explanation he could come up with. Liam slightly nodded, still looking very much hesitant. Seeing that he was not convinced, the beautiful Naga immediately fished out something from her robe. "Here, these are my personal pearls. With this you can summon me twice. I can come to your aid in the middle of any kind of danger. The woman earnestly looked at him, extending her palm that had 2 white pearls. Are you serious? Liam couldn't believe this nonsense. At least the first one was better. Why would he need the help of a level 20 Naga, unless what he hypothesized was indeed correct? But one way or the other, he was determined to find out the truth. He shook his head, and didn't accept the 2 pearls. I think maybe you should use these 2 to save yourself right now? He seriously replied back with a straight face. The snake woman's expression instantly changed, and the man beside her became even angrier. Liam was obviously mocking them, and he did not even bother hiding it. A veil. You fool! You dare to reject Her Highness's offer. Leave right now, Your Highness. The Naga took out his spear and thrust it towards Liam, who only had to lean slightly to avoid it. I don't care if I die fighting this moronic demon. I would rather die than let Your Highness be humiliated like this, the Naga shouted. Finally, this was what Liam had been waiting for all along. At least now, he knew the identity of the Nagas in front of him, and this treasure also seemed to be somewhat valuable. But what lore was associated with the Royal Naga clan? No matter how much he thought about it, he just couldn't remember anything like this. Moreover, this could also be a part of a special quest. Now that he had gotten whatever details he could get from them, he quickly changed his tone and did a 180. Ah, I am very touched by your loyalty. Such loyalty is very rare to see. You have my respect. I have decided to help you. Please leave. I will gladly accept these treasures. Liam muttered with a grave tone. Chapter 97, Daylight Robbery. The Nagas immediately became joyful, and the beautiful woman slithered forward to personally hand Liam the 2 pearls. Unlike the others, she had a golden serpentine figure which was very eye-catching. Liam looked at her from top to bottom, carefully observing all the details and as she extended her hand, with the 2 pearls on her palm. He abruptly gripped her hand tightly. Having not expected this, the soft hand tried to pry out his hold but to no. You, what are you doing? Didn't we reach an agreement just now? The Naga anxiously hissed at him. Yes, we still have an agreement. I merely stopped you because you are forgetting something important. He let her hand go. Huh? What? Please remove all your cloth, armor, and jewels and leave them here. What? The 5 Nagas looked utterly shocked and angry as they glared back at Liam. Pervert! Get away from Her Highness! One of the Naga guards standing on the right took out a spear and came at Liam. But his level was only 18, and Liam casually blocked it. He almost wanted to laugh at this pathetic display of strength, but he didn't take it too far. Even if their levels were suppressed, they might still possess some sort of life-saving trump card. It was best not to underestimate them. Wait and hear me out. He raised his hands in front of him and signaled them to stop. If you leave everything behind, then I can convince my allies that I killed you all. This way you can rest assured and no one else will come chasing after you. He explained with a calm smile. Oh! After hearing Liam's words, the guard turned to look at his companions as he was now confused. All the other Nagas also had similar expressions. It looked like they weren't able to figure out if the person in front of them was simply robbing them in daylight or sincerely intended to help them. After a couple of seconds, the astoundingly beautiful Naga bit her lips and finally relented. This seems to be a good idea. Just leave everything here. We need to get out of here right now. A cold glint flashed in her eyes as she gazed at Liam one more time before removing several things that were donned on her slender, seductive upper body. She now only had a piece of cloth wrapped around her chest, covering her big melons, and even her spear was placed on the pile. All the other Nagas did the same as well, and everyone threw Liam a dirty look before hastily fleeing from the spot. Liam no longer held him back. He watched the group of Nagas slither swiftly, disappearing somewhere in the distance. He wondered they were going. Well, that doesn't concern me, I guess. I should put these back quickly. As his 2 pets and his undeads watched him curiously, he pocketed every single item that was left behind by the Nagas. He didn't bother looking at these right now and just hurriedly threw everything in his inventory before the other demons could spot this pile of loot. He had no intention of turning in any of these as a war contribution. Only after fully cleaning out every last piece of loot, he fell back onto the grass, completely relaxed, and took a deep breath. This invasion quest was turning out to be extremely rewarding, giving him one surprise after another. Liam grinned. His conversation with the trigger-happy male Naga had already given him an idea. He now knew exactly how to finish this quest and reap the maximum rewards. In fact, he should have thought of this long ago. All he needed to do in these invasion quests was simply survive. As for gathering resources, he just had to take out a few gold coins and give them to the leader. It was as easy as that. Liam sprinted back to the group of demons, and once again joined them in bashing down the few Nagas. He stood at the back and tossed out one fireball after another, paying attention to his training. Ding. You have received 75 experience points, ding. You have received 60 experience points. Small lumps of experience points started accumulating, and the fight continued for some more time, proceeding smoothly as expected without any other surprises. Liam also continued to be a team player and provided support from the backlines. A couple of hours later, suddenly, everything became dark, and Liam's vision blanked out. He couldn't see anything, and he also felt a sort of pull on his body. The next second, he found himself back in the Netherrealm, other demons as well standing beside him, all of them cheering loudly in unison. Oh? That was it? Liam looked around his surroundings when a series of notifications chimed in. Ding! You have received 50,000 experience points. Ding! You have leveled up. You have leveled up, ding. Your pet 1 has reached level 15. New evolution paths available. Ding. Your pet 2 has reached level 5. Liam glanced at the notifications calmly, but he was interrupted by the leader of the squad. You don't have anything to contribute, soldier? Oh! Liam was surprised by the hostile tone, and when he looked up, he saw all the other demons going up to the front to drop equipments, and several things on the ground making a huge pile. Yes, I do. Liam took out a single gold coin from the inventory and gave it to the leader. I only managed to pick this one up. He hesitantly answered. He wanted to test the waters first by starting small, and just as he had expected, the leader's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, this is a gold coin. Bravo, you have done well. You have done really well. You have made our lord proud by collecting so many resources. Ding. You have been rewarded 100 contribution points. Chapter 98, Fast Leveling. 100 contribution points for 1 gold coin. Liam grinned and called after the leader who had started walking away. Boss, I also found this one. He gave another gold coin to the leader. The demon was perplexed. His huge nostrils flared in excitement. You have outdone yourself, soldier. You have shown true potential and excellence. Ding. You have been rewarded 100 contribution points. Another 100? Liam had in fact expected only 50 or so, considering that the reward probably capped after a certain limit, but clearly, if there was a limit at all, this wasn't one. He had to try again. Leader, wait a second. I found another coin. He shamelessly fished out another gold coin and handed it to the demon. Lad, how did you get your hands on so many gold coins? Ha ha. These were gold coins. I just picked them up because they were shiny and I thought they might be useful somehow. Ah ha ha ha. What a lucky fellow. You have such good luck and intuition. Your skills are also excellent. These are the traits of a good leader. I hope you'll be able to successfully lead your own squad soon. Ding. You have been rewarded 50 contribution points. Ding. Your rank has been upgraded. Rank, Senior Soldier. /1000. Liam saw that he was now a senior soldier. The points this time were lower, and coincidentally they helped him level to the next rank as well. This should be the limit. 250 contribution points for 1 invasion quest. I should join another invasion quickly, and see what these upgrades are useful for. Liam looked around and saw another demon squad assembling nearby. Since it was wartime, multiple squads were doing this, day in and day out, in preparations for gathering more resources for the upcoming war. So there was no lack of teams to join in. He quickly approached the leader and the quest notification chimed in. The leader was in fact more than happy to accept him as he was a senior soldier. Ding. New limited quest available. Ding. Survive the mission and bring back adequate resources. Ding. Reward. Plus 50 contribution points. Plus 50,000 experience points. Ding. Do you wish to accept the quest? Yes, no. Yes. Liam muttered and joined the team. A few minutes later, the portal was once again activated, and this time they were transported to somewhere dark and dingy. The demons started scrambling, trying to look around, and Liam as well materialized a fireball. If possible, he wanted to start fighting before his companions started dispersing by themselves. Luckily for him, the very next second a group of short, skinny creatures ran towards them. Their heads resembled that of a rat, and they had sharp, protruding teeth. Kobold. Level 18. Kobold. Level 14. Kobold. Level 19. The creatures were not high-leveled, but their numbers were not small. They continued pouring out from everywhere. Key. Intruders. The demons who had moved away from the group immediately ran back. Attack! Kill everything! The squad leader demon shouted loudly, and immediately an intense battle erupted. This time it was completely different from the grasslands where they had landed for their previous mission. But Liam didn't mind at all. This in fact worked out well for him. He casually moved from his spot at the back and settled in the center, in the midst of the demons. From here, he started once again casting fireballs, the fox as well repeating his actions. He specifically aimed for the kobolds that had low health, and were already severely injured. And bang, ding. You have received 10 experience points. Bang, ding. You have received 10 experience points. This is ridiculous. This has to be the easiest way to level in the entire game. Liam grinned from ear to ear. He had a lot of good things meticulously planned, but this was a pie that had fallen on his lap out of nowhere. It looked like those pigs whom he had slaughtered were in reality piñatas. He had broken them, and the candies were still dropping one after the other, long after their eternal death. Hey. Liam chuckled. Can I reach level 30 in the remaining 48 hours? He began pumping out more firepower and sending the kobolds to their deaths faster. The Netherrealm was really treating him too well. The second invasion mission ended faster than the first one, or rather it simply seemed that way since right from the start until the very end, the group had continued slaughtering kobolds one after the other. They had landed smack dab in the middle of their nest, and there was nothing else that they could do. The gains this time were also not much as the kobolds were just as poor as the demons. However, that was only for the rest of the squad. Liam, of course, handed over 3 gold coins and earned the maximum contribution point rewards and the experience points boost, also gaining another level. He was smashing through this laborious part of the game at an insane pace. Leveling in this manner was extremely efficient, quick, and not to mention addictive. As an added bonus, he was also able to train properly with so many demons tanking for him. Liam was fully pumped up, and he did not plan on stopping anytime soon. After completing the second invasion mission, he immediately dived into another one. This time they had landed in an impoverished orc village. There was really nothing in the village except for mundane common items. These orcs did not rush to fight them either. In fact, all the orcs that were remaining in the village were either elderly or women or children. However, the demons still continued slaughtering and pilfering, and Liam as well did the same. If he hesitated here now, then he would be facing the same situation later on. Only the strong had the right to survive, and only the truly powerful had the right to show kindness. Since he was neither, at least yet, he simply slaughtered everything in sight, just like he had done before without skipping a beat. Chapter 99. Slapping with Gold. Ding. You have received 50,000 experience points. Ding. You have leveled up. Ding. You have leveled up. Ding. You have received 250 contribution points. You have received 50,000 experience points. Ding. You have leveled up. Ding. 250 contribution points. Ding. You have received 50,000 experience points. Ding. You have leveled up. Ding. You have received 250 contribution points. After the kobolds and orcs, it was the goblins and lizardmen's turn to get wrecked, and in the blink of an eye, Liam was already at level 26. Every single invasion mission he had joined in had ended successfully. Even the 4 or 5 squads assembled in the central area had noticed this, and everyone was extremely excited about it, both the leaders and soldier demons alike. Their success rate had never been so high, and their coffers had never been so full. The last squad leader held Liam by his shoulder as he praised him endlessly. You are a true warrior. Your potential is limitless. As a reward for your meritorious deeds, you have now been promoted to a leader position. I wish you good luck, for the Lord. Huzzah. Huzzah. Liam mimicked his actions while already beginning to look through this new development. He had filled up his contribution points by shelling out gold and running through invasion missions back to back, but he hadn't at all expected this to happen. He could now command a squad. Did this mean that all the demons under him would listen to his commands? Was this going to be temporary or permanent? What about the experience points? Was he going to get more experience points now? After all, this time he would be leading the invasion mission and would no longer be just a soldier. What about the resources gathered? Could he possibly pilfer some before submitting the total resources to the higher-ups? Just how high was he in the hierarchy? A million questions popped up in Liam's brain, as he had absolutely no prior knowledge of these things at all. No one had done such quests in his past life. Alright, no need to rush too much. I should take it one step at a time. Let me start with the first invasion mission. He opened the system interface as he saw a new notification pop up. Ding. Your rank has been upgraded. Rank, Squad Leader. 1 million. Ding. You are now able to recruit up to 5 soldiers. What, only 5 soldiers? He was quite shocked, as every single invasion mission he had participated in had at least 30 or so demons, which was why they were able to handle things easily. What was he going to do with just 5 soldiers? I need to talk to someone first and gather more information. Liam walked out of the crowd and started observing the other squad leaders for a while. The procedure seemed to be easy enough. They purchased the inscription for the invasion portal from a big bulky demon at the counter, where they submitted the resources as well. It looked like one was a prerequisite for the other, but Liam decided to worry about that later. After purchasing the portal inscription, the leader walked up to the front of the square. All he then did was clear his throat loudly, and a dozen demons quickly assembled before him. Seemed simple enough. Liam scratched his chin. He decided to do the same and imitate them. He went to the counter and tapped. I need an invasion portal inscription. The big bulky demon snorted coldly and looked up at him, his gaze very stern and cold. A newly appointed leader? He looked at Liam from top to bottom and was clearly not pleased with what he saw. It looks like these days just about anyone is capable of becoming a squad leader. What is with this attitude? Liam was amused. He waited for the demon to respond, but the other party returned back to whatever he was doing after he was done passing judgment. The invasion portal inscription? Liam patiently asked him again. Hey. The bulky demon sneered and did not look up at him this time. It will be 50 silvers. Can you afford 50 silvers? I don't know how you got promoted to this position, but don't think that it is so easy to be a leader. You probably got lucky and received a windfall, thus collecting a lot of points. Or maybe you managed to bribe someone. Indeed. We do have demons like you once in a while. Just give up and join more fights and gain more experience on the proper route. Or perhaps you wish to die a fiery death. The bulky demon started ranting, and he didn't look like he was planning on stopping anytime soon, and Liam did not have the luxury of sitting here and listening to him all day. He silently took out a few gold coins and banged them on the counter. That should buy me a few portals, right? The demon, who was still continuing to talk whatever came to his mind, absent-mindedly looked up to see what the lucky fellow was blabbering about. A few portals? Did you hit your head? Ah. Taken aback by surprise, he jolted to stand straight from his desk. He had not seen these many gold coins at the same time. His eyes glistened with greed as he stared at the amount of wealth, and a thick tongue stuck out. The demon licking his dry, chapped lips. He gulped and looked at Liam blankly, wondering just what sort of luck this greenhorn demon had run into. His level was 50, almost twice as high as the tiny demons, and yet he had never seen such wealth. What a shame. His blank look turned sour, and he seemed even more upset than before, but in the end, all he could do was gnash his teeth and take out 30 scrolls for the 15 gold coins. Chapter 100. There is always a way. Useless thing. So what if you have the money? Did you really think invasion portals are child's play? Liam could hear the bulky demon ranting once again behind his back, but he did not dilly-dally and quickly walked away, putting everything in his inventory. He knew that he could possibly be attracting some unwanted attention by purchasing so many scrolls at the same time. However, he had a few plans in his mind, so he purchased in bulk. Portal, check. Now for my recruits. Liam walked over to stand in the square beside the other leaders. Recruiting for invasion! He shouted at the top of his voice. He was even louder than the other leaders. However, once again he was completely ignored. None of the demons even turned towards him or threw a glance at him. Are these guys avoiding me because I'm a new leader? Liam chuckled helplessly. He did have a backup plan, so he wasn't too worried. He changed his tactics this time around and shouted again. Recruiting for invasion quest. Need 5 soldiers. Paying 10 silver each. Huh? What the hell? Who is this new guy? All the demons finally started paying attention to him. A few even gave him the stink eye as he was clearly bribing others into helping him. But Liam didn't care as he got the result that he expected. Almost instantly, a group of demons rushed over and started lining up in front of him. Oops, I only need 5. Liam chuckled. He took a look at the group gathered and a sudden thought popped into his mind. He was not yet sure if he would be able to forge some sort of long-term contract with them. But if he could, you and you. Liam pointed at 5 young demons who looked considerably weak and inexperienced. How many missions have you guys been on before? None, leader. Same here. None, leader. Me too. Me too. I've also not joined any quest before. They looked worried, thinking that Liam was going to reject them. 10 silver coins was a lot of money for them, but he instead gave them a thumbs up. You guys are hired. What? Why would you choose a complete beginner? Leader, I've already completed several missions. You should take me. A few demons started complaining, disgruntled with the situation. Liam, however, simply shrugged. Next time. He did not engage them further and quickly started activating the invasion portal inscription. As soon as he did, a notification popped up. Ding. New limited quest available. Ding. Survive the mission and bring back adequate resources. Ding. Reward. Plus 500 contribution points. Plus 50 contribution points for each surviving soldier. Plus 100,000 experience points. Plus 10,000 experience points for each surviving soldier. Ding. Do you wish to accept the quest? Yes, no. It looked like the rewards for being a leader were double that of being a mere soldier. Moreover, there were also sizable bonuses which made this whole thing extremely rewarding. Yes. Liam grinned, rubbing his hands together. He was feeling both nervous and excited at the same time. For the first time in this new life, he truly had no idea what was going to happen next, and this pumped his body full of adrenaline. 1, 2, 3. A big mark of blood appeared around them, entrapping them in a circle, and the next second, Liam and his group appeared on another vast grassland. As soon as they were transported, the demons started to run in all directions. Even though they had no experience, they seemed to still act on instinct. Stop. Don't run. Liam immediately commanded them. Unlike the other squad leaders, he decided to be more hands-on. He only had 5 soldiers to begin with, so he couldn't afford to let them run wild. And even if he had 20 soldiers, staying in the group formation, or smaller groups, was far more productive. After hearing his orders, the demons immediately stopped running and came back to stand next to him. Liam also still had the 2 undeads with him and his 2 pets. Including him, brought their ragtag team to a total of 10 members. Not bad, Liam muttered, looking around the grasslands. They were already lucky not to have landed in the middle of a sticky situation, so he didn't have any complaints. He first took a few seconds to observe everything around them, and when nothing appeared out of the ordinary, he immediately gave the order. Move. Follow me. He wanted to keep the pace of this expedition, as the portal was only going to last for a couple of hours. They did not have much time. Liam started by systematically exploring the area on his right. Fly ahead and tell me if there is any danger. He gave the Wind Ripper its usual command. The bird would have been able to contribute much more if he were to visit the Beast Association. Both of his pets were ready to evolve, and all he needed to do was visit the Beast Association in any city and buy the required ingredients for their evolution. This would give them a significant boost in their stats. They would become a lot stronger and contribute more actively in battles. They would also be able to learn skills, or at least the Wind Ripper. The Fox Spirit Beast was already able to learn skills after all. Liam, however, decided to take care of this when his 96 hours window ended. He was able to enter and exit the Nether Realm at will, but he wanted to use this golden opportunity that fell on his lap to the maximum that he could. Things could change at any given moment, so he didn't want to take any unnecessary chances and test his luck. Then, later on, he could only regret this missed godly leveling opportunity. Let's go, move! Liam commanded his small motley group of 5 repeatedly. The level 15 to level 18 demons could barely keep up with him, so he had to reduce his speed quite a bit. But Liam had his own plans. Despite its disadvantages now, he had a feeling that in the long run it would play to his advantage. Chapter 101, Living the Slow Life. A few minutes passed and Liam's group was still unable to spot anything alive in the area. There were just acres and acres of plain grasslands all around with a few small rocky heaps here and there. Who were they supposed to loot and plunder? Well, it doesn't matter. As long as we survive for the next couple of hours, I should be able to get the experience points. Not to mention all the bonus experience points. Liam shrugged and led his team back to the portal where they idly sat down. The small fox and the bird tumbled on the green grass and played around. The sun was gentle and the breeze was comforting. It was a nice day to enjoy nature. Some of the demons even started to lie down and look at the blue sky. Their own lands were not this pleasant. It was always dark and dreary, with black rain pouring from the sky endlessly. So this change in atmosphere was very nice. One even fell asleep, snoring soundly. They had all heard terrifying tales about invasion missions, but this didn't seem bad at all. They were almost regretful that they hadn't joined this type of mission sooner. While everyone else was completely relaxing or rolling around, Liam sat down on the grassy ground in a meditative position. To do at the moment, this seemed to be a perfect chance to test his proficiency in controlling fire magic. He had been grinding out fireballs one after the other for a while now, so he wanted to see just how much he had improved. Liam focused on the spot in front of him and summoned his mana there, picturing the image of a ball of fire. He then practiced making it bigger and smaller by regulating the amount of mana. Making it smaller required more mana compared to making it bigger, as it was more difficult to compress the ball of burning energy. The attack would also have a lot more impact and attack damage when compressed to the maximum. Liam continued practicing this technique, and just as he had expected, just spamming one skill over and over again, and again helped him a lot in the comprehension of the spell. Watching him do various things and play with fire, the small fox that was jumping around suddenly stopped and landed in front of him. It cocked its head to the side and observed his actions for a few seconds, before attempting to repeat them. Just like Liam, the fox as well produced a ball of fire, and shot it out towards a distant rock. Bang! The impact on the rock was clearly visible. For the next attempt, just like him, the fox as well made the attack smaller and compressed. Bang! This time the impact was even better. As Liam watched this, his lips twitched. It had taken him so many hours of practice and 2 lifetimes to grasp the same concept, and the small spirit did it in a single try. This was innate talent. This was genius. Spirit beasts were supposedly born from a fragment of the element to which they had an affinity, so it was not that surprising that the fox was a lot more talented than him. But unlike the fox, he was not a born genius, so he had to rely on this kind of rote grinding to really drill the concept into his brain. Liam chuckled wryly and continued his practice. He aimed for the same rock and sent out another attack. This time he tried compressing the ball of fire as much as he could and also fiddled with the blasting speed of the attack to give the maximum impact. After doing this a few times, it was very clear to him that the stronger and more compressed an attack was, it was also that much faster. Liam then tried adjusting the shape of the attack and turning his miniature fireballs into fire bullets. This proved a lot more challenging than simply fiddling with the size of the attack. Reducing a fireball to a fire bullet was basically compressing it several times over and over. Liam began sweating profusely just after a few seconds of practice. His stamina was also plummeting steadily, for which he tossed a berry into his mouth and kept going on. He had 2 hours to spend, and he was determined to train thoroughly with the time in his hands. Bang! He tossed an attack aiming at the same rock. And immediately after, Bang! The fox as well sent out an attack. It was treating this as its playtime. In this manner, the two of them kept shooting at the rock one after the other. His attacks became a lot more refined, and he now had more control over his mana. But Liam was still not satisfied, as he hadn't yet heard the notifications that he was waiting for. Sucking in a big breath, he was just about to cast another attack when suddenly, a loud rumbling noise echoed. The noise instantly woke everyone up, including the Wind Ripper and the demons who had nicely fallen asleep. Liam as well sprang to stand up alertly, ready to attack. He looked around to see what the hell was making this noise, and what enemy they had to face. But nothing seemed to be coming for them. He looked in all directions, and there was absolutely no beast or monster approaching them. What is happening? Liam pondered, and just as his eyes shifted, he finally noticed something moving. The big heaping pile of rocks that he and the little fox had been practicing on all this while actually moved. The rocks rumbled and tumbled until they rose up to form some sort of a giant rock being. The thing was like an iceberg, with only the tip having been visible earlier, and now that the whole body was revealed, it was nothing short of terrifying. Fuck! Liam cursed as he looked up, staring at the enormous rock giant. Chapter 102. Let's Dance. Rock Giant. Elite Boss. Level 25. Health. 999,801,000. Gurrah! The giant opened its mouth and yawned loudly. Who dares to disturb my slumber? All the demons immediately started running towards the gigantic monster, shouting equally loudly. All they knew was fighting, so each one of them gripped their spears and hatchets and started running towards it. Liam watched this and instantly ordered them to stop. No, don't run towards it. Approaching an elite 10 levels higher than them without knowing about any of its attacks or strengths was the same as committing suicide. He didn't care if these demons died, but he didn't want to lose his bonus points. Also, he was just starting to fatten them up. How could he afford to lose them so soon? Run away and wait for my command. Liam as well distanced himself from the rock giant and then sent out a condensed fireball, the best attack that he could conjure after all the training. Bang! A chunk of dust flew from where the fireball hit the giant, and then the damage number popped up. -10. What the hell? Liam's eyes widened in shock. Some elite bosses had a high defense, which reduced the efficiency of the attack. But wasn't this a little too much? Were they supposed to grind this thing by chopping off 10 health every attack? Wouldn't they all be dead by then? He didn't know what the damage output of the giant was, but just judging from its size, he could tell that it was definitely well above 500, or even more. A single attack was probably going to take a huge percentage of their health. As Liam quietly pondered what to do, the demons ran back to him to regroup, and waited for his orders anxiously. But he took his time to first observe the boss. This was a boss that he wasn't familiar with, so he didn't know its attack patterns beforehand, or even have some sort of general idea. And as for the health that was already missing from the boss, it was probably from their practice session, tossing fireballs at the still rocks. While Liam continued thinking about what could be the best approach for dealing with this, suddenly more rumbling sounds started to appear. A bad premonition popped up in his mind, and the very next second it was confirmed. The few rocks that were scattered here and there, they all started to move. Liam chuckled wryly as he watched this terrifying sight. Now, not just one, but about a dozen rock giants all rose up to stand like tall moving mountains in front of him. Gura! 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 Who is making all this noise? Who dares to step into our territory? What is the ruckus about? In a matter of a second, rocks sprouted out of the previously calm grassy ground one after the other, and 13 rock giants in total now stood in front of him. 13 elite bosses, all of them with high defense and terrifying strength. Even the ground caved in, not able to withstand the weight of their footsteps. The newbie demon soldiers had never seen anything like this before. They trembled in the presence of such strong monsters, and they anxiously looked at their leader, hoping that at least he had some sort of solution to this sudden development. However, as soon as they saw Liam, their faces paled even further. An absolute fucking disaster. Ha ha ha! Liam was laughing loudly as if he was in his own world. He couldn't see the giant rock monsters in front of him. Had their leader gone insane from fear? The 5 newbie demons gulped. The demons had no idea what they were going to do now, and from the looks of it, their leader was also useless. How were they going to survive this calamity? No matter how they looked at it, they were just completely fucked. They stood like stone statues similar to rock giants, trembling in fear. It was as if they were simply waiting for their death. At this moment, unexpectedly, Liam's loud voice sounded. Move. His single word was like a command from hell, from the demon lord himself, and the 5 newbie demons scurried in different directions, running away from the giants. Liam also did the same as he began running away, while also simultaneously shooting out one fireball after another at the several rock giants. He made sure to grab each and every one of their attention. The 13 rock giants all chased after him. Their speed was considerably less when compared to their defense and attack power, but not too bad either. To maintain a significant distance between the giants and himself, Liam had to use his mana speed boosting technique, and expend some of his mana. He ran away from them until they were far apart, and then started sending out fireballs to keep their attention. And when they came close enough, he ran once again, leading the group of 13 rock giants by their noses. It was as if he was playing with a bunch of overgrown giant toddlers, teasing them and making them run by showing candies. And as for the abysmal damage output, he didn't care about it at all. Liam had indeed considered different strategies to fight these rock giants when there was only a single one in front of him. But when more giants showed up, things suddenly became much simpler. All those other possibilities simply disappeared, leaving behind only one option. All they had to do was run. When surrounded by a dozen elite bosses, really that was the only option anyone had. And thus began the long game of running and seeking. Liam's figure blurred as he continuously moved, taunted the giants by shooting fireballs at them, and then moved again. He was running around in circles back and forth, so much so that the ground where they were playing had considerably gone down, changing the landscape itself. They had created a barren valley where there was previously lush green flatland. Chapter 103, Our Leader is Too Kind, -10, -10, -10. Liam shook his head helplessly as he watched the poor damage numbers float up the rock giants. His only consolation was that he wasn't planning on actually dealing with these sturdy figures. He didn't have to kill them. He was only running out the clock until the portal closed. Then they would naturally be pulled out of this insane place as well, returning back to the city. It was indeed a miss out on so many elite bosses. It was indeed a pity to miss out on Silver here. Is your head filled with sand? I am your enemy, you mud-brained fat ass. Liam shouted, casting another fireball. The rock giant grumbled something in return, but he was not paying attention to it. He watched his attack keenly as it smashed against the rock giant's sturdy body and disappeared into nothingness. Perhaps if he could increase the intensity more. Time ticked by, and once again the situation became a training ground for Liam, as he casually started evading the giants while focusing on his own attacks. The demons anxiously stood on the side and they watched Liam with awe. They had a newfound respect for their leader. They thought that they had been scammed for 15 silvers and that they were going to die, but now they could see their leader's prowess. Was simply too perfect. He had taken all the risk onto himself protecting everyone else. The demons had only heard about leaders using their soldiers as meat shields. This was the first time they saw one risking his life for mere soldiers. This chivalrous action of Liam had touched them greatly. One demon had tears running down his face. They all watched him, forgetting to even blink. This continued on for a while, and before long the portal shook, and once again activated, pulling Liam and the rest of his squad into it. Everyone promptly returned back to the central square in the city. Huzzah, we are alive. Leader, you are amazing. All the demons had wide happy faces as they sang praises of their fearless leader. They didn't do anything during the mission, and the team leader even took it upon himself to protect all of them and prevent their imminent death. They had come out completely unscathed from an impossible situation. It took them a couple of seconds to even remember the compensem. And as they did, their faces slightly changed. It was a big loss, but they didn't expect Liam to pay them. They didn't contribute anything, and they also hadn't managed to gather any resources. For every invasion mission undertaken, some amount of resources needed to be handed over to the garrison's head. Since they hadn't obtained anything this time, the next time whichever squad the leader commanded, they would need to work extra hard. So would they still be offered compensation? Impossible. All the demons looked at Liam anxiously with similar thoughts running in their heads when 15 silvers magically appeared on each of their hands. Good job. Liam calmly muttered, even wearing a smile on his face. The demons were once again speechless. This leader was just too good. He was completely different from all the horror stories they had heard about slave-driving leaders. Everyone opened and closed their mouths speechless. Before they could take in what just happened, Liam once again spoke. Ready? You guys are not tired, right? Same deal, 15 silvers for the run. How about it? He smiled warmly. Of course he was nice to them as he had a lot of plans for them. All the 5 demon soldiers readily agreed and nodded their heads, as if they were worried that Liam would change his mind. The 5 demons were simply minded commoners, so now that Liam had given them a second chance, they wanted to fight hard and prove their worth. Liam as well was pleased with their behavior and quickly activated the second portal. In reality, he would have been more upset about losing the dozen elite bosses, not being able to reap even a single award from such a good opportunity. But just as they were being kicked out of the invasion mission and pulled back into the portal, he had received the notifications that he had been anticipating for a while. Ding. You have learned basic fire manipulation skill. Ding. Your fire manipulation skill is upgraded to intermediate. Ding. Your fire element attacks are boosted by %. Ding. You have learned provoke skill. In front of these notifications, not being able to get the drops from a few elites was not a big loss to Liam. He had been training this skill for a while now, day and night in the game, and finally, he managed to achieve it. Combined with the previous boost that came from absorbing some fire elemental essence, Liam now had a 10% magic attack boost, which was a lot of firepower. In fact, when they were just getting kicked out, his last attack had managed to get a minus 30 damage, which was more than simply a 10% added boost. His attack power on the whole had increased. Liam had a feeling that if he had just a few more minutes, he could have done considerably more damage, perhaps even taking down one of the elite rock giants. So he was itching to start another invasion mission, and solidify the feeling he had and the concept he had managed to grasp. Liam used another scroll, and the blood circle immediately activated again, getting the attention of a few demons standing nearby. That squad is doing back-to-back missions. Newbies these days are very courageous. A few surprised looks came their way, but everyone quickly went back to their own affair as other squads also moved out, all the demons working hard to curry favor with their leaders. Meanwhile, Liam and his group once again landed on a vast open grassland. Chapter 104, Attack. As soon as they saw the wide-open grassland, all the 5 demons instantly stiffened up and started looking around for rocks or giants. The trauma from facing the several rock giants was still too fresh for them. Even Liam was visibly shocked as he checked for the same thing. However, except for a few trees and a lake, nothing else was visible. Just as they were looking around, a gentle breeze swept past them, and some weird sounds came from the distant lake. Amongst them, the small fox was the first to react, as it leaped towards the lake and started running. Liam followed it as well, and he immediately saw a group of water blobs jumping up and down near the lake. Water slime. Level 26. Oh, not bad. He quickly prepared to attack. This time their luck had turned out to be quite good. These were monsters that they could easily slaughter. More importantly, he observed a key fact. Though their destination seemed to be completely random, no matter where they landed, the beasts and the monsters were around their level. They were only faced with things that they could handle. The elite rock giant farm and landing in the middle of a kobold nest were extreme exceptions and tough challenges. Even then, only one skilled member was required to ensure survival. But besides that, the others were not that difficult. Considering all of this, Liam couldn't help but wonder about the awesomeness of the portal inscription. These invasion missions were possible only because of the detailed magic engraved on the scrolls. At his level, he couldn't even fathom the skill of the Grandmaster who probably engraved this. There were so many intricate details that were required, not to mention the fact that the safety of millions of demon soldiers relied on this portal inscription. A single mistake could produce catastrophic results and send squads to dangerous locations, resulting in their deaths. Liam gazed at the several blue water slimes in front of him, completely different from the enormous rock giants. These looked like plushy dolls when compared to those monsters. The way they sounded was also equally cute. Goo goo, goo 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 goo. The plump slimes bounced up and down on the ground, all running towards Liam. This time he didn't ask his pets to hold back. These slimes were not really a threat. This kind of monster was in fact the best option available for unskilled noob players to grind and practice. They had a weak defense, weak attack, and also weak agility. All in all, they were simply bags of experience points. His 2 demon undeads, the fox, the bird, and the 5 squad demon soldiers all attacked together and slaughtered the plump blobs. The sight of the grotesque, shaped demons hunting the plump slimes was almost too comical to watch. They also seemed to be giving it their all, and fighting with full gusto, making all sorts of exaggerated grunting noises. Even Liam was confused. Did I do something to boost their morale? He chuckled and started doing his part as well. He had intended his actions to harbor some goodwill, but he didn't expect the effects to be so exaggerated. Patu P2. The water slimes sent out small water bullets as attacks which were pretty heavy when combined together. They sliced through the air and did huge chunks of damage. Liam waved his sword, blocking the water bullets easily, and then decided to return the favor. Time to try out my improved fireball. He was kicked out of the previous invasion before he could do this, but now he had a lot more time left. Fireball. He first conjured a ball of fire in front of him, and instead of sending it out at the nearest slime, he first compressed it quickly. The big ball of fire went from the size of a football to that of a small bullet. Liam gritted his teeth as he could feel the mental stress from manipulating the attack, but he persisted and sent it out towards the slime. Bang! The slime was hit on its right side, and almost half of its right side got pulverized, water droplets drizzling on the grass nearby. Minus 5,000. An insane damage number popped up. Ding. A new skill, Fire Bullet, has been created due to your actions, Liam smirked. Finally, he sent in another couple of bullets, aimed at the same slime, and then used his sword to finish the rest of the health. All the other demons and the 2 pets couldn't help but gasp at Liam's attack. Everyone became even more motivated and started rampaging on the pitiful cluster of slimes. The frustration of not being able to fight back against the rock giants was taken out on the cute little blobs. Hack, slash, bang. Within a matter of minutes, the situation completely got reversed, and the slimes started running away from the group of bloodthirsty demons. They tried to bounce and scatter in miscellaneous directions, but the demons roared loudly and chased after them with vengeance. They did not hesitate to even jump into the lake and finish the fight. In the end, the group ended up cleaning the spot completely, without leaving behind a single slime. They did a run around the entire lake, taking care of each and every slime. One of the demons jumped into the lake and swam around, even making sure that nothing was hiding. The whole fight took about an hour and a half, and it was about time for their portal to get activated. "Gather everything and bring them back to me," Liam commanded, and collapsed on the wet ground. He was completely mentally exhausted after the continuous dodging in the previous invasion mission, and now firing fire bullets non-stop. So he rested on the ground as the demons scurried over to bring whatever was left on the ground. Soon a small heap began to form. Liam had closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he was pleasantly shocked. Chapter 105. Up, up, and up! Liam hadn't paid attention to the drops when he had been fighting the slimes, and now that he did, he was more than happy with the harvest. Everything piled up in front of him was good stuff. Slimes had the habit of engulfing high-grade items and slowly digesting them while they were held within their bodies. So all sorts of good herbs and gems were present in the pile. There were even equipments like bracers, rings, and pendants. Liam looked through the pile and then spotted a few things that he couldn't recognize. These were small blue-colored crystals. When he picked them up by his hand, they immediately dissolved and went into his body. Huh? Before he could think about what happened, another notification came. Ding. Congratulations. You have absorbed water elemental essence. Ding. You have gained an affinity for the water element. All your water-type attacks have 5% increased damage. Liam immediately understood what had happened. He had received similar updates when he had absorbed fire essence back in the lava pool, and this time he had absorbed water essence. They had farmed around 550 or so water slimes, and apparently, a few among them had dropped these water essence chunks. He rummaged through the pile, segregating and tossing everything into his inventory. There were in total 5 chunks of water essence crystals. He took one of the chunks near the spirit fox, and the beast quickly shook its head. "Q? No, master, bad," the fox explained to Liam through their mental connection. "Why is it bad?" he tried asking, but the beast didn't have an answer for him. It seemed like it simply instinctively knew that it was a bad thing and it shouldn't absorb it. Liam nodded in understanding. Water essence being harmful to a spirit beast that relied on fire essence wasn't all that difficult to understand. Unlike him, the fox could probably only absorb the essence of one element. So he didn't hold back and readily absorbed all of them. He didn't notice any specific change, but after he finished absorbing all the crystals, Liam felt a transient prickling sensation in his body that surfaced, and also disappeared quickly. I wonder if there are any negative side effects of absorbing multiple elemental essences. There are too many things I don't know about these. I should make a trip to the mage tower. He looked at the small fox eyeing him in concern and smiled, patting its head. "I am all right." In his previous life, he had never heard about these elemental essences. Slimes were rather common monsters found in different places, but the drop rate of these essences seemed to be abysmally low. Even they had to farm about 500 slimes of these just to get 5 essence crystals. It looked like it was also possible to refine elemental essences using the help of spirit beasts, but they were even rarer, and there wasn't much information available regarding them either. So it wasn't surprising to him that many people hadn't managed to come across these elemental essences. The significance of these was also not reported on any forums. Liam continued patting the fox as he rearranged some plans in his mind. There were many things like these essences and the invasion missions that he had to additionally factor in, along with his original plan. However, he didn't mind these, as every single one of them only made him that much stronger. A few more minutes passed in silence as everyone relaxed by bathing in the lake when the portal activated again and pulled the group back to the city square. Huzzah! 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 The demons again started cheering for Liam, and all the more so as he once again rewarded them with 15 silvers. And instead of dispersing, they kept staring at him with big puppy dog eyes, wanting to go for one more invasion mission. Next to them, coincidentally, another group as well arrived, returning back from their mission, but those demons had completely different faces, as if they had just now faced hell and had survived. Numerous scars and wounds laced their bodies, and some of them were even bleeding. They took one look at the boisterous group next to them, and they felt aggrieved. Liam's group, however, was all the more thankful for him. This would have been their condition also if he had not single-handedly saved them from the rock giants. So they stuck to him like glue no matter which direction he walked, In case he ran another invasion, they wanted to be first in line. Liam chuckled. It looks like my plan is working. Let's see. He opened the mission notifications first. Ding. Limited quest completed. Ding. You have received 500 contribution points. Ding. All 5 soldiers have survived. You have received an additional 250 contribution points. Ding. You have received 100,000 experience points. Ding. All 5 soldiers have survived. You have received an additional 50,000 experience points. Ding. You have leveled up. Ding. You have leveled up. Ding. Congratulations. You have reached level 30. Congratulations. You are the first person to reach level 30. Your grand achievement will be etched in history. Oh! Liam exclaimed as he pulled up the leaderboard. Unexpectedly, he had shot up to rank 1 in just a few hours. The next person behind him was still stuck at level 27. He chuckled wryly and then closed all the notifications. What an insane leveling speed. He still couldn't believe that no one had stumbled into this amazing honeypot. Regarding the rank on the leaderboard, he didn't care too much about this as he knew that he would once again fall back. He had certain important things that he needed to take care of, and these could absolutely not be delayed. Time to log out. There are only a couple of hours left before the black market opens up. Liam looked at the demons who were all staring at him wide-eyed. I will be back later, guys. Make sure to rest well and be prepared in the meantime. Chapter 106. I don't stand in queues. Liam had too many things on his mind. He returned to his room in less than an hour after finishing his dinner and ensuring that everything at home was working properly. Mei could only stare at the shut door, as she had been taking a bath and missed him altogether. Brother must be working very hard. She wiped her hair and started reading more about the game and the different classes while eating her share of the food. A couple of seconds later, she almost inhaled the food by mistake into the wrong pipe and coughed uncontrollably. Liam? Mei even rubbed her eyes, not able to believe what she was reading. The current leaderboard's #1 rank holder's name was Chang Liam. This was her brother's name. Was it perhaps her brother who was currently the top-ranked player in the entire world? Should I ask him? No. Not possible. Probably someone else. She shook her head. I shouldn't ask such stupid things. He might feel bad that someone else with the same name as him is currently the first. She put the plate down and sighed. If only things were different. For people like them, who never had a single chance in their lives, how were such achievements possible? I should read more. She quickly went back to reading about other things, scouring everything in the forums from top to bottom. Back in the game, Liam received a surprise as soon as he logged in. Ding. Do you wish to enter the Nether Realm? Yes, no. He had originally assumed that he had to use the Nether portal again, but it looked like this was also an option. Liam quickly selected no, and found himself back in Yolohy City. The city was now completely different from how it had been earlier, and was jam-packed with players. It looked like everyone who had started in the Gresh Kingdom was gathered in this city. Liam knew that this was not an exaggeration, as many important quests started in the Royal City and Yolohy City. These were the 2 main star locations in the kingdom. Land slots, stall slots, and not to mention guild slots. Every single available acre of land in these 2 cities cost astronomical amounts. Moreover, just money alone was not enough to buy these slots. There were also other requirements. Liam casually strolled through the streets, and since he had some time before the black market opened up, he decided to first pay a visit to the Beast Association. Both his pets were ready to evolve, so this was also on his to-do list. Liam walked into the gigantic beast hall, which was in the shape of an octahedron. This place was the bread and butter of hunter-class players as they loitered here day and night for special quests. All beast companions, and even just pet beasts that players did not intend to use for combat, cannot evolve and grow without the help of the beast hall. This was because beasts required certain other things apart from simply experience points for their evolution. Without these special materials, their growth would stagnate, and they wouldn't be able to even gain experience points after a threshold. Of course, if one already had comprehensive knowledge about their beasts, then there would be no need for that person to visit the beast hall. They could even hunt and acquire the necessary items by themselves and evolve the beast on their own. Liam, however, unfortunately lacked that knowledge. Sure, he could possibly roam around the entirety of this realm and the other realms with his 2 beasts. He would then eventually stumble across some clues regarding their evolution paths. But coming to the beast hall and directly talking to one of the trainers here was the simplest solution, and Liam hoped that this worked. He weaved through the crowd and stood in one of the many queues to meet up with the trainers. This looks like it is going to take a while. Liam clicked his tongue and leaned towards his right, and left to check out all the trainers. His gaze then landed on a young woman who was blessed with good looks but not enough height. This has to do. He then glanced at the fox lazily yawning next to him. Listen, go to her and make your sad face. Actually, just go to her and play around, okay? Don't hurt her, she also won't hurt you. Do you understand? The small fox stared back at him, confused by his sudden command, but Liam's words were its religion, so it quickly ran towards the trainer Liam had pointed to. Q. Kushitsi. The fox did a bunch of poses, and within 2 seconds, a loud shriek sounded. "Kia, oh my gosh, you are so cute!" The short young woman ran out of her booth to come and pick up the small fox personally. "Where did you come from? Ah, so soft. Will you be my cutie? Ah. She began nuzzling and rubbing the beast against her cheeks, and the little fox became extremely terrified. Since its birth, no one had ever treated it like this. Affectionately? So it didn't know what was happening. It even became scared, and looked at Liam anxiously. "Master." Liam, however, casually stood on the side. It looked like he had no intention of helping it out. In the end, the trainer's assistant was the one who finally came to its rescue. He spoke up, not able to bear it any longer. "Elder, that everyone is watching," he reminded her. The trainer immediately snapped out of her trance and flashed her eyes open. Ahem. Is this fox yours?" She looked at Liam and asked. "Yes, I was fortunate enough to obtain it." Liam smiled politely and nodded. His plan worked and he was happy. "I am Instructor Serafina," the trainer muttered, still rubbing the fox to her cheek. "If you want, I can help you examine this beast and see how you can nurture it and take care of it the right way." "Bingo!" "Yes, I would be very grateful for your help, ma'am." Liam smiled again. Ignoring all the grumbling noises from those who had been standing in the queue for almost an hour now, the two of them walked into the booth. Chapter 107. I Only Know Hard Work. As they entered the booth, Serafina noticed that Liam had not one but 2 beast pets. "You also tamed a wind ripper. Not bad at all. 2 pets. Your soul strength should be amazing." She looked at the bird with her scrutinizing eyes and muttered, "Oh, this one is also ready to evolve. How marvelous." Q. The fox tried to struggle free from her gasp using this as a chance, but unfortunately was not successful. "What an energetic little fellow. Ah, I didn't notice it before. This little guy is a spirit beast?" "Oh my heavens. How long has it been since I have seen one? And that too a youngling at that." The trainer quickly forgot about Liam as she started talking to herself and examining the 2 beasts more closely. After several minutes, she finally looked up at him, but it was only to give him a long list of items. "You need green spotted brittle thorn, some firewood flowers, crimson firestone." Liam nodded, carefully jotted down everything he heard. All of these were familiar items, but the more he listened to her rant, the more his expression changed, and by the time she was done, his right eye twitched. He had indeed been correct in his assumption. Spirit beasts were tough to bring up, and his small fox was a glutton. The Wind Ripper only needed 3 items for evolution, but the small fox seemed to require a whole boatload. Liam could already see the stockpile that he had collected so far completely disappearing. To make matters worse, soon there was going to be yet another mouth that he needed to feed. Looks like I need some more gold. He looked outside at the bustling city absent-mindedly, and the next instant, his lips curled upwards. He knew exactly what to do and where to get the gold. Liam patiently listened to the instructor, and after obtaining all the details that he required, he paid her the 2 gold coins fees and left the beast hall. He then started walking towards the auction house to make the required purchases. Probably because this was still the first evolution, all the items required were somewhat commonly available. There wasn't any unimaginably high-grade precious treasure requirement even for the rare spirit beast. In the future perhaps this was going to change, but there was no need to worry about it right now. So Liam pulled up the auction house interface and directly started buying all the materials one by one. And just as he settled in front of the auction house, unbeknownst to him, another figure also stopped at the same time, hovering near him but not too close. In reality, this person had been following him ever since he entered the city. However, Liam was completely unaware of it, or rather no player in the city was aware of his presence. Seated outside the crowded auction hall, Liam selected all the items on his list irrespective of their prices and quickly finished the transactions. Just as he had expected, he managed to obtain every single item on the list, though as he also expected, his gold reserves plummeted fast. Since the game's popularity was exponentially increasing with every passing day, all the raw materials were being sold for exaggerated prices, and the in-game economy was in shambles. Liam did not care about this as he valued his time far more. He had several ways to obtain fast gold, but time was something he didn't have enough of. He chuckled wryly and stood up to walk to his next destination, which was the Black Market Street. This place as well was booming with players, but not as much since the market was just opening and different vendors were only starting to assemble. Liam squeezed through the crowd and saw that the old man he had come looking for was already here. He was surrounded by a bunch of players who were swarming him like mosquitoes. After meeting him for the first time, he hadn't seen him for the past several days, yet he knew that the old man would remember him very well. "Greetings, senior." Liam stood at the back of the crowd and muttered, and as soon as his voice sounded, the old man who had been ignoring players all this while suddenly broke into a warm smile. Since Liam was unable to reach him, he personally stood up and walked over to him. "Lad, you are back already. I was expecting you to come to me much later. Ho ho." Wrinkled eyes gazed at Liam, and before long his grin widened. You have once again impressed me. You are fully deserving of my respect. You did not let me down. Ding. Quest completed. Liam already knew that there wasn't any reward to this quest, so he wasn't surprised. He rather paid attention to what the old man was talking about. I can see that you have the patience and determination to become an excellent forger, but do you have the talent? Anyone can work hard, lad, but sometimes the heavens don't favor everybody. It is a pity. Liam smiled bitterly and shook his head. I do not have the talent, elder. I only know hard work. He spoke everything that was needed to appease the old man and get the next chain quest. However, strangely everything he said was from his heart. This was one of the reasons why this quest was strongly imprinted in his memory. The person who had completed this quest last time around was the ultimate underdog. He came from nothing and became a top expert. That player was an inspiration to millions of people all over the world who were still struggling at the bottom. But unfortunately, this part of history was not going to repeat itself. This time around, Liam was neither an underdog nor in lack of innate talent, but he was still going to claim this and rise higher. The old man smiled warmly and patted him. That's quite all right. Don't let yourself get disheartened. Talent is nothing in front of hard work. Do you have the strength and willpower to overcome your fate? Yes, senior, Liam muttered. Chapter 108, Path Ahead. Ding. New quest available, Conquer Your Fate. Obtain the first kill of 20 elite bosses. Challenge the beast that no one has managed to defeat and prove your determination. Requirements. Unknown elders' trust and respect. Reward. Elders' true identity. Ding. Do you wish to accept the quest? YN. First kill for 20 elite bosses. Liam was somewhat taken aback as he read the details of the quest. The difficulty was quite high, and it looked like the next part of the chain quest would be even more difficult, but he knew that the rewards were equally lucrative. So, in the end, it would all be worth it. Liam instantly accepted the quest. Senior? He saw that the old man was already mentally checked out. He looked somewhere else in the distance, no longer responding to him. So Liam shrugged and started walking out of the crowded market without lingering there. Other players had been unable to listen in on their conversation, so they continued trying to talk to the old man using all sorts of tactics. I wonder if I can again go back to visit those rock giants. I could have finished this quest with a single invasion mission. What a waste. Liam began formulating a plan in his mind about which elites he could tackle. His movements were fast as he went in and out of the crowd, disappearing quickly. A couple of seconds after he walked away, the figure who had been following him all this time crossed the old man's stall as well. Once again, the other players could not sense the presence of this person. However, the old man instantly recognized him. Hey, what is this old monster up to now? Before the figure hurried after Liam, the two parties glanced at each other and did not exchange any words. Meanwhile, Liam had already reached the city outskirts. He was engrossed in deep thought. All the elites that were yet to be spotted and brought down by other players were located in the higher level areas. So the quest would be a lot easier if he reached level 50. However, the minute he reaches level 50, things might start changing. Liam was still unsure if this was the trigger, or it was simply a coincidence, but the last time the second patch was introduced in the game, it was when a player reached level 50. This event had happened approximately 1.5 months after the beginning of the game. Now, was capable of reaching level 50 a lot sooner. However, did that mean his actions would possibly accelerate the other things? Though this was not necessarily bad for him, he didn't want to lose whatever little time he had. This was his only advantage after all. The level 30 to 35 elites, I should try to get them. Liam squatted down and picked a vacant spot to start feeding his two pets. The evolution process was quite simple. After acquiring all the items required, he only needed to feed them to his pets, and they would grow and become stronger. He patiently took out one ingredient after another and fed it to the two. However, all of a sudden, a twig snapped behind him. Liam immediately jolted up to stand in a defensive position, his sword drawn. Someone had actually managed to sneak up on him. Who was there? He looked around and his expression froze when his gaze finally fell on the unwelcomed intruder. Liam stared agape at the old man whom he had previously met in the Blacksmith Association a while ago. He clearly remembered him, as he had said something very creepy. Something about coming to find him when the time was right. And now the same person was once again standing in front of him. Realization instantly dawned on him. Was this perhaps a forced quest? Hey, what are you thinking about so seriously, lad? The old man muttered. Fine, I will just take a look at what this quest is. Liam quickly recovered and sheathed his sword back. Please forgive my rudeness, senior. Were you perhaps looking for me? Of course I am, I already told you that, didn't I? Hee. The old man locked his hands behind his back and casually strolled closer to Liam. By the way, why do you seem to be more interested in that charlatan than me, huh? I am sorry, senior, I do not follow. Liam was genuinely confused. Why was this guy here and what was he talking about? He already knew everything about Yolohy City. It was not like the Nether Realm, largely unexplored. Everything about Yolohy City was detailed from top to bottom in several forums. So he knew that this person couldn't possibly be anyone important, and yet he was here in front of him once again, talking in riddles. I'm talking about the weaponsmith from whom you recently accepted a quest. Forget about him and forget about whatever he has to offer you. I can see the path ahead of you. Your life is destined to be fettered. Don't let your brain be muddled. Liam nodded dazedly. The chainsmithing quest did end in a hidden class reward, but that was not why he was doing it. His sole purpose in pursuing that quest was something else altogether. Irrespectively, he couldn't understand what this person had to do with anything and why was he advising him. Moreover, he was also from the Blacksmith Association. Had he perhaps exploited too many loopholes that the system was conjuring something to rein him back? Liam's brain was spinning with random thoughts as he tried to make sense of this scenario. Looking at him, the old man chuckled with a snort. Don't think too much, lad. Our meeting might be fate, but it also could be a mere coincidence. For now, I'm going to simply leave you with let's call it a path, but I am not sure if you are fit enough to walk it. Sting. New quest available. Chapter 109. Evolution. Ding. New quest available. Ding. Find the ancient ruins in the Elven Kingdom. Ding. Reward, unknown old man's recognition. Sting. Do you wish to accept the quest? YN. Liam's lips twitched as he gawked at the quest. Now he was not just working towards recognition from one old man, but rather two. He already knew that the first one was going to make him strong beyond his dreams, but what about this second one? I also have that prisoner key in the Elven Kingdom. I might as well pay a visit to both, and check out what this is. At the most, it would simply be an incomplete quest in my log. But if I was lucky, then it could be another stepping stone. I accept, senior. Liam quickly bowed and replied. When he looked up to meet the elder again, he had already disappeared. Ah, this guy! I wanted to ask him for some more details. He didn't know why he was acting so mysteriously, but he didn't plan on breaking his head over that. He went back to his pets and resumed his caretaker duties, still deeply in thought. However, no matter how much he racked his brain, he was just not able to think of anything related to this new old guy from the Blacksmith Association. A few seconds later, the bird had finished eating all the nourishing ingredients, and it was ready to evolve. Liam had never seen one up close in person, so he leaned forward and paid full attention to it. A warm glow surrounded the Wind Ripper, and this glow gradually started to become brighter and brighter, until it turned into a blinding flash of light. Liam could no longer see what was happening as the shape and size of the Wind Ripper began to increase proportionally. Its head grew bigger, its wings grew larger, and its streamlined body elongated. Although this only lasted a few seconds, the size of the bird had already increased significantly. Before the evolution, it had been smaller, like that of a rabbit, but now it was the size of a panther. Ding! Congratulations! Pet has evolved successfully, KRR. The glow faded and the adult Wind Ripper lovingly rubbed its head on Liam's leg. He patted it with a smile. Good job. This made the other party, who was also staring at the bird, very envious. The fox was nibbling its food previously, without any care in the world, but now it started gulping everything down, wanting to also evolve sooner. In its hurry, the ball of fur choked on something and started to roll around the ground in pain. Finally, Liam picked it up by the scruff of its neck and helped it out. Slow down. He put the fox down and paid attention to the Wind Ripper again. Apart from its size, there were also other physical changes. The bird's beak and feathers had become more metallic and sharp. They were brilliantly reflecting the forest around and the sky above. Its claws had become stronger. It was now level 18, so its stats were also considerably higher. More importantly, it was able to learn new skills now without any restrictions. It looks like we need to soon put effort into farming skill books. Why don't you go and take some time to get used to your new body? Liam suggested. Don't go too far, and don't pick a fight that you can't win. They were currently still on the outskirts of Yolohy City, so there weren't any dangerous beasts around that the bird couldn't handle. However, there were still other players everywhere. The bird nodded in understanding and then took off, shooting up into the sky like an arrow, disappearing from both their sight. After a couple of seconds, a few small experience points notifications popped up, and Liam knew what it was up to. Alright, your turn. After you are done eating, try this one next. The fox nodded its head vigorously and gobbled away every ingredient placed in front of it. As the number of ingredients this time was a lot more, it took several minutes, but soon the fox started to glow as well. However, this time everything was different. The small fox did not really grow that much in size. It only became a size bigger, its body now the size of a cat, but its fur underwent some changes. Its entire body was now covered in crimson-colored dark red fur compared to its previously lighter red shade. Liam picked up the beast that fit snugly in his arms and examined its body from all sides, but this seemed to be the only noticeable change. The beast's stats also had increased significantly after evolution. But he wasn't too surprised as he was already aware that a spirit beast's growth curve was slow. He placed it down and looked at the distance where he could hear a bunch of birds screeching and tree branches shaking. Liam could tell that it was probably his pets doing. Giving the bird some time, he laid on the fresh grassy ground, settling some thoughts in his mind. The fox saw that he was not paying any more attention to it, and it immediately started jumping around anxiously. It could see that he was not particularly amazed by its evolution, but he hadn't seen the most important part of its evolution. Master. Master? The fox called for Liam mentally, and when he looked, it immediately sent out a burst of flame at a nearby tree trunk. Boom. Liam quickly got up to sit as he eyed the blackened damaged area. The part of the trunk where the attack landed was completely burnt, leaving behind a conical dent. More importantly, the small fox's flames just now. Hey, attack again, he muttered, now more carefully observing. Yes, master. The fox was more than delighted and quickly sent out another burst of flames. Now that he had seen again, Liam's doubts were confirmed. Chapter 110, A Flying Mount. The color of the flames conjured by the fox had changed, and along with it the intensity of the attack. Liam's own conjured flame was not that dark in color. It was only a lighter shade of crimson. He looked at the little fox, who now wore a contented, blissful smile on its face as it had successfully grasped his attention. Good job, but how did you do this? The beast didn't know how to answer him, so it continued its silly smile. Hey, I am guessing it must be your innate ability since you are a fire-type spirit beast. Liam couldn't help but feel that the deeper he delved into the game, the more he didn't know. Perhaps in his last time around, players only barely scratched the surface of the tutorial. So when the truly monstrous things emerged into reality, there was instant chaos and mayhem everywhere, and people were massacred left and right. I need to do things faster. This is not enough. He stood up and the two of them then walked back into the city, to the Beast Association Octagon. Liam had a thought that he wanted to confirm. When several things were unknown and unclear, it was best to return back to the basics and play the game just like everyone else. He searched for the same instructor and walked over to her. She seemed to be chatting with another player, but as soon as she saw Liam, she waved him over. Oh, your spirit beast successfully evolved. Congratulations. She beamed and once again picked up the fox. The little thing's face paled and what it dreaded immediately happened as it was behind hugged to death. The other player glared at Liam as his own session had been interrupted, but Liam did not pay any attention to him. Ma'am, if I may trouble you, could you please tell me a bit more about my beast? I don't seem to know enough about it, and I want to make sure that I nurture it in the best way possible. Liam's words made the young woman's eyebrows shoot up, and she looked visibly surprised. It is very rare to see a young man concerning himself with his beast pet's welfare. Good. Most often I am only asked about methods of how to improve battle strength, power, or health, but young trainers fail to understand that a beast is also a living and breathing soul. If you treat your beast as a friend, it will fight for you with its life on the line. If you simply treat it as a resource, then your return will also be poor. Liam nodded, patiently listening to the woman. He was not sure if this was going to go anywhere, but he decided to give it a shot before leaving Yolohy City again. Serafina continued her rant, talking about random things for a while before she finally reached the point which piqued Liam's interest. The thing is, your beast is a special type of beast. Spirit beasts are rare, and very few actually manage to evolve beyond a certain level. I can probably guess what the beast needs for the next evolution, but it's best if you come to visit me when it's ready. Then I will have a better idea. And regarding nurturing it well, if you really want to treat your beast well, I have heard rumors about a village in the east, Yolohy village. Your current level is not enough to pay a visit here. It is on the border of the kingdom, and its terrain is rough. Not to mention strong and powerful creatures have completely taken over the village. But a long time back, I heard that the villagers who used a flame that kept them warm in endless terrifying blizzards. If you want to find something that could properly nurture your spirit beast, that place could be your only option to find some clues, and then walked out of the beast hall. His hunch had been correct. If there was something that he didn't know, all he needed to do was follow the trail of breadcrumbs, and sooner or later, he was bound to stumble upon the answer, well provided that the time permitted. And thanks to his two pets, he was now going to save a lot of time. As he stepped out of the city, Liam placed his thumb and index finger in his mouth to let out a low whistle. A couple of players near him looked at him, wondering what he was up to. Nothing seemed to happen, but after a second, loud whooshing sounds echoed, and the next instant a big bird landed in front of them. It was the size of a dire wolf, and had sharp metallic feathers that glinted in the sunlight. What the heck is this? Ah, a field boss. The couple of players were not able to see any of its details, so they quickly jumped to the conclusion that it was some sort of mysterious elite monster. They didn't dare approach it, or start attacking it as they didn't want to die tragically. Special elites needed at least a group of 5 players to take down. So they quickly began sending out messages to their friends and guilds, but abruptly stopped, as they witnessed the unbelievable scene that happened next. While they were all hesitant to go near the bird, one person standing near them casually strolled towards it. Not just that, but the person then nonchalantly placed his hand over the bird, also jumping up and landing on the bird's back in one swift move. Is that a friendly NPC? Everyone was confused until someone finally pointed out the obvious. That guy is riding the bird, so that's a mount. Fuck, he already has a flying mount. He is using his beast pet as a flying mount. Hey, wait a second, can we try attacking that thing? Oh, you were right. If we attack the bird, then the person would simply drop dead, falling from that height. He. Look up, he already left. The few players realized that they were already too late as Liam's figure along with the Wind Ripper's silhouette had disappeared into the distance. Chapter 111. Special Dungeon. Amidst the thick, luscious forests, a Wind Ripper gracefully and elegantly glided in the air, as its metallic feathers sparkled in the sunlight, reflecting the different hues of the sky. Liam, who was currently sitting on the back of this bird, had a small smile on his face. Despite his gaze constantly scrutinizing everything that appeared below them, he couldn't help but enjoy the cool breeze brushing past his face. It felt heavenly. After a while, his eyes widened and he quickly patted the bird on the side. Let's stop by that stream over there. The Wind Ripper chirped in response to him and landed next to the spot Liam had pointed to. This was the last patch of land that was relatively not dangerous, inhabited only by weaker monsters, more specifically slimes. Water slimes resided in this particular place, and their levels were around 15 to 20. Do you guys see those things? He looked at his two pets who were already locked onto the target. I want you both to stay near this stream and keep taking down those things as and when they appear. Do you understand? Cue! Chirp! And don't forget, never pick a fight with an enemy above your level. If you sense even the smallest of danger, you should immediately run away. Liam particularly looked at the fox and enunciated his words again. Jump onto your brother's back, and the two of you can fly away to safety. Don't take any risks. Can you both manage to stay safe until I come back? Can I trust you guys with that? The two beasts nodded their heads vigorously. The bird was a bit tired from flying all this time, but the fox was very energetic, and it was eager to do something like a small child. Liam patted their heads, and he didn't leave immediately. He hung back and watched them take down a few slimes. Only then did he leave the area, warning the two beasts to stay safe one more time. They were currently in the middle of a rare safe area within a bunch of high-level monster zones. The presence of slimes in this area was just a small coincidence. Liam's main purpose in coming here was something else. He currently had his interface full of miscellaneous quests, each taking him in a different direction, but Liam chose to come here first for an important reason. And this had to do with the quest he received from the old man in the black market. The second part of the chain quest required him to get 20 first kills of elites, and this was the perfect place to finish it in one go. Liam first hadn't considered this, because it was far too dangerous to come here, especially by himself when he had only touched 30, and that too without any sort of special skills. But then he remembered that he indeed had a special skill. So Liam did not hesitate and directly arrived here. The journey alone would have taken him a couple of days, but thanks to the Wind Ripper he was able to fly over all the rough terrain and arrive here using a very direct path. This was the advantage of having a flying mount. Liam turned back to glance at his two pets who were busy taking down slimes in the distance and flashed a smile before diving deeper into the forests. He was now entering a high-level zone and the monsters here were mostly 40 to 50, so he didn't bring the two pets along with him. He as well activated his stealth skill and cautiously advanced into the depths of the forest. He was somewhat aware of the safest route through this region, so he didn't by mistake run into anything. And before long he arrived at his destination. Near a small hill on his right there was a swirl of mana, crackling and spinning. Liam grinned as he approached this anomaly. Ding! You have entered the abode of Decarabia. Ding. You are the first person to discover this dungeon. Ding. Your experience points are increased by 10%. Ding. You have a higher chance of obtaining rewards. Liam ignored all the notifications and carefully observed the dark and dingy place in front of him. This place was going to be the answer to 3 of his problems if everything goes well. First kills, skill books, gold, everything that he urgently needed could be obtained right in this dungeon. But could he successfully get it done? Liam grinned. His eyes had already spotted the first resident of the dungeon who had stepped forward to welcome him. A huge green toad trotted forward, its 2 greenish blue eyes fully fixated on him. Croak. The frog opened its mouth and without warning, a thick red tongue lashed out at the spot where Liam was standing. However, he was not there anymore. The second he stepped into the dungeon he was already prepared. His figure blurred as he pushed all of his mana towards his feet. Right when the thick tongue flew at him, he nimbly moved, avoiding it easily, but the trouble did not end there. Behind the big green toad, another big green toad showed up and then another, followed by yet another. Liam was currently standing across from 4 big green toads, all 4 of them simultaneously shooting their tongues at him. Bam! Bam! The rocks of the cave wall cracked and crumbled, falling down endlessly as the tongues continued to miss their target and hit the wall instead. This alone showed the strength and power packed behind each attack. And of course, not to mention, the identity of these toads. Each toad croaking in front of Liam right now had a silver glow enveloping its body. It was an unmistakable silver glow that could only belong to an elite beast. So he was currently facing not one elite but rather 4 elites. In fact, this entire dungeon was not a normal dungeon. It was a level dungeon of terror, filled purely with elite monsters. And Liam's plan was to solo it. Demonic Ribtongue, Elite Boss, level 40. Demonic Ribtongue, Elite Boss, level 35. Demonic Ribtongue, Elite Boss, level 38. Demonic Ribtongue, Elite Boss, level 40. Liam's gaze did not waver as he looked at the 4 toads croaking in front of him. They were strong level 40 beasts that also had a demonic attribute. Even a group of skilled players would find it difficult to not have doubts when facing these intimidating beasts, but Liam did not hesitate in the slightest. He already knew that these were powerful, and there was a legion of even more powerful beasts that laid in wait behind them. Decarabia was a powerful demon, and this dungeon was one of its many abodes, filled from top to bottom with demonic elite bosses. These guys belonged to the demon's personal army. This dungeon would soon become the main grinding spot for all the players in the level 35 to range, as it offered both generous experience points and rewards. However, this was also a trap as the difficulty level exponentially increased as one proceeded deeper and deeper into the dungeon. Not all elite bosses were the same, and these toads were in fact one of the weaker bosses. So only skilled players were able to clear the dungeon. Players beyond level 45 were also not allowed to enter, so if one did not clear it within the appropriate range, there weren't any loopholes that could be used to slam the bosses. But that didn't mean that there weren't any loopholes. There were some, and Liam was counting on one of them. As the 4 toads continued lashing out their tongues at Liam, he was constantly moving as getting hit by the tongues even once would mean game over. The space was narrow, and the toads had the advantage in numbers as well as stats, but Liam was able to move at the cost of his mana and evade the attacks. Seeing that their tongues were not doing anything, the toads started unleashing the next instantaneously puffed up their cheeks, and then in one swift motion released the poisonous gas trapped within. Spart! The small cave immediately blurred, as the viscous pungent poisonous gas sprayed everywhere, and Liam was exactly waiting for this moment. As soon as he saw the toad's cheeks puffing up, he had already jumped up to land on one of the toad's heads, and bounced in the other direction. And as he moved away from the cloud of viscous poisonous gas, he also rotated his mana to conjure a single fire bullet. Bang! The front part of the cave where the 4 toads were standing, filled with poison gas, immediately lit up like a bomb. Liam controlled his mana to move to his feet once again, and he ran away as fast as he could. Chapter 112. Don't mind me. I am just passing through. As Liam ran as fast as he could, everything behind him was blasted to smithereens. The walls of the cave crumbled and completely blocked the path. The 4 toads were not yet dead. They were simply injured, several parts of their body bleeding, and their health constantly dropping, but they were not dead yet. And unfortunately for them, they were still stuck behind the blocked debris, and couldn't attack Liam any longer. Bam bam bam, their tongues kept lashing out at the debris trying to find a way through. Liam, however, did not wait for them to succeed and kept moving ahead. He was not in the least upset that he hadn't obtained the kills for the toads. He even had a big grin on his face because he had successfully completed the most difficult part of this dungeon. This was the only part of the dungeon that he had an issue with. And now that he had cleared it, the rest of the run was going to be within his grasp. Liam stopped as the next monsters of the dungeon appeared in front of him. 2 ogres who were leaning against a corner looked up at him and ran towards him with their big clubs. These 2 as well had a silver aura around them. They growled at Liam and swung their clubs around, aiming to smash his head. They had incredible agility, so their swings were a blur, only barely visible but powerful blows that could completely shatter one's skull. However, they were still unable to hit their target. Liam had already moved. He nimbly ducked down to dodge their attacks, and he twisted his body to appear behind the 2 ogres. His speed was at par with their movements, as he was pushing his mana to all of his extremities, and using it for physical movement enhancement. Slash. 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 2120. Liam bitterly smiled as he eyed these pathetic damage numbers. This was exactly why he hadn't tried attacking the toads back. All the elite bosses had incredible defense, so the maximum damage numbers could never be brought out. His crimson sword danced in between the ogres, parrying their attacks. He managed to evade 3 and only met 1 attack head-on, but the impact of the single attack made his entire body vibrate. I need to end this now. Liam ducked down again, but this time, he also activated another skill at the same time. Venom Burst. Instantly, a puff of colorless venom filled the air, and Liam jumped back, stepping out of the poison cloud. The 2 ogres, however, were not quick to react as they weren't aware of the toxicity of the venom. Liam made sure to keep them within that area and sparred with them, avoiding their attacks. Even though he only managed to marginally avoid their hits every time, he pushed his limits to the maximum. The two ogres growled again and continued to swing their clubs at Liam, but soon they began to feel sluggish. Their movements became wobbly and their vision blurred. Finally! Liam's lips curled upwards. The skill wasn't upgraded yet, so the effect was a bit delayed and the toxicity of the venom seemed to be low, but this was enough to give him an advantage. 2 strong elite ogres were tough opponents, but 2 strong sluggish ogres were nothing. They might as well be stationary target practice dummies. As the ogre's health trickled down, Liam started slashing at them with his sword. While his mana was slowly being recovered, he lined the ogre's muscular bodies with multiple sword injuries. He grinded them down, small chunks of health at a time, and a few minutes later, the 2 bulky ogres dropped to the ground with heavy thuds. Ding! Congratulations! You have killed the elite stone ogre soldier. You have gained 10,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have killed the elite stone ogre soldier. You have gained 10,000 experience points. Liam picked up the couple of gold coins that fell to the side, and under one of the thick ogre legs, there was also a skill book. When he picked it up, he also noticed a spiked metal chain. As expected, the drop rate of the dungeon was nothing short of amazing. He only needed to kill 2 elites to get a skill book and a neck piece. Liam quickly picked it up as well. He checked the skill book first, and it looked like his luck was amazing. Fire shield, shroud the body in a blanket of flames for 15 seconds. All damage is reduced by 50%. High probability to block a critical attack. Cost 40% of base mana. Liam nodded and was about to learn it, but he stopped, and instead placed it in his inventory. He wanted to see if he could himself manipulate his conjured flame in this fashion without the help of a skill book. I will work on that next time. He then looked at the neck piece. It was quite tacky, but it provided a boost in both agility and strength. So Liam quickly tossed it on before heading deeper into the dungeon. The narrow tunnel passage started becoming wider and wider, and Liam could see various bones and human skeletons scattered around. Now he was truly entering the depths of the demon's abode. Liam slowed down as he knew that the enemy ahead was very formidable. This enemy was not like the ogres before, it was very different. He could already hear its movements, as its huge body strutted around. Liam paused. He sucked in a big breath of air, and making sure that his condition was fully restored, he took the next step forward. He was already here, and he had made up his mind to clear this dungeon. So there was no turning back. As the sound of the next opponent became louder, and a figure emerged around the corner, Liam conjured a huge fireball, compressing it as best as he could, and he shot it forward. Chapter 113, Mad Cow. Boom! A loud explosion rattled, but the figure that emerged after did not look one bit bothered by it. Demonic Minotaur, elite boss, level 42. The monster's head was like that of a grotesque cow with 2 huge horns coming out of its head. It snorted loudly and narrowed its bloodthirsty eyes, its gaze locked onto Liam. Who dares to trespass in my master's abode? The monster roared, and without any warning, the scythe that was swirling in its hand flew out. Moo! Liam instantly took a couple of steps back, and just as he did, the scythe struck the spot where he was previously standing. This is going to be difficult. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead, as his mind once again focused on evading. However, his previous tactics were simply not going to be enough this time around. Unlike the ogres, this particular monster had extra thick skin, or rather hide. If he activated Venom Burst right now, it wouldn't affect the Minotaur at all. He first needed to make the monster's cow somehow bleed, and only then would he be able to carry out the cheat strategy. But Liam was not worried about it. He had absolute confidence in his abilities. If he faltered here, then he might as well give up right now. He was going to make this dungeon of terror his personal stepping stone. Shall we start? Liam grinned. As his feet nimbly moved, dodging the mad bull dashing towards him, his hands started pulling away some of the mana that he was using to boost his agility. Because of this, his speed reduced a bit, but at the same time, a ball of ice started materializing in front of him. At the early levels, manipulating the fire element was not that much different from manipulating the ice or the lightning element. And since Liam had already successfully mastered the basics of mana manipulation, this part came to him naturally. The ball of icy mana swirling in front of him suddenly dispersed like the wind, and the next second, the floor of the cave where the Minotaur was rushing towards him was covered with a sheet of thin, slippery ice. Thud! The huge 2-legged horned cow skidded on the floor, unable to balance at the last second, and fell down flat. Minus 1,000. The damage number was also impressive as its own body weight was working against it. Liam, on the other hand, used the slippery floor to skate and dodge the huge body falling towards him. This helped him pick up the speed that he had lost because of the mana consumption. The Minotaur roared in pain, and sprang back up with anger spilling out of its flared nostrils. It snorted and raised its hand to throw its scythe at Liam one more time, but the cow's weapon was lodged firmly in the ground because of the impact of the fall. Liam used this chance when the monster was disoriented and sent another juicy fireball at it, aiming for its mouth, which was slightly starting to bleed. The Minotaur moved to try to avoid this attack, but it once again became disoriented and fell flat on the thin ice on the cave floor. -1,000. Another huge chunk of its health dropped, and this time some of its teeth shattered and dropped on the ground. Liam tried his best to not be amused by this comical sight, and hurriedly cast another attack. This time he conjured a dense bolt of lightning and compressed it just like he did with the fireball attack. He wanted to see which element attacks were more effective against this boss. It might have slipped a couple of times because of his timely surprise attack, but Liam was not a fool to underestimate its skills. It was an elite boss after all, and it had the distinct silver glow on its body. Boom! It roared again, and a ripple of reddish-black waves emanated from the beast's body. The thin ice on the floor instantly shattered and disappeared, and along with it, Liam's lightning bolt. "Waves of madness!" Liam exclaimed. He quickly stopped casting spells and focused his mana on physical enhancement once again. The Minotaur rushed towards him like a crazed bull, rearing up again and again by scratching its hoofs on the ground. It slammed its short-hilted scythe at the puny human in front of it every chance it got. Bam, bam, bam! Liam's body twisted and turned, and every time he avoided the attack it was a very narrow miss. Even one mistake would cost him his life. But fighting with such heavy stakes made him that much more better and alert. He pushed himself to train his limited skills again and again. He just needed one more chance. One small opening to sneak in and attack so that he could activate his Venom Burst and finish this fight. However, the Minotaur was a highly intelligent monster, and it rampaged with anger. All its moves perfectly aimed at decimating the human in front of it. Liam ducked, twisted, and jumped, doing everything he could to continue sparring with the cow, but even after 2 minutes, he was unable to find that opening. His mana was dropping fast, and so was his stamina. This is not good. I need to do something fast. A cold glint flashed past his eyes as his movements began to slow down. He was now only missing all the attacks by a hair, and some of them even began to partially land, chipping away 5 to 10% of his health every time. "Moo!" The Minotaur snorted haughtily. "Die, insect! You dare enter my master's abode! Tremble before my might and die!" Seeing that Liam was panting, it raised its scythe and rushed forward to hack his body. But at this exact same time, Liam suddenly moved, bursting with tremendous energy. He as well dashed forward to meet the Minotaur. The both of them attacking each other, but at the last minute, Liam leaned forward like an arrow and unsheathed his sword. Chapter 114. First come, first serve. Slash. A clean cut appeared on the Minotaur's calf muscle, and blood spurted out. If it was only Liam who had been moving, this would have never happened, but he used the beast's own momentum, and finally drew the first blood. -200. What a low damage output. Liam sneered. He did not look disheartened. This much was in fact enough for him. Venom Burst. He immediately activated the next phase of his plan and downed a mana potion, before once again starting to focus completely on evading. -50. -50. Small dot damages started appearing on the Minotaur, and before long, the rampaging monster wobbled and lost most of its vigor. "You, tainted." The beast's words were cut short, as Liam blasted Monster's body with a dozen bleeding bullet wounds. And finally, after the last bit of health vanished, the Minotaur fell down lifeless on the ground. Congratulations. You have killed the elite demonic Minotaur. You have gained 30,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Ding. You have learned basic ice manipulation skill. Ding. You have learned ice blanket skill. Ding. Your ice manipulation skill is upgraded to intermediate. Ding. Your ice element attacks are boosted by %. Hovering over the list of notifications, Liam noticed that something was missing. I didn't get any notifications for the lightning attack that I tried. Did I not manipulate it well? He pondered about this for a bit as he needed this particular skill for crossing over to the next step. It was only possible to use Venom Burst in certain portions of the dungeon. If one wanted to use this single loophole for the entire dungeon, that would be a fool's dream. I guess then I will just have to practice some more. Liam did not even bother looking around for any drops as he collapsed next to the Minotaur's dead body and closed his eyes. He had only finished 3, or rather 2 of the 10 battles that stood in his path, considering that the first fight was rather left unfinished, and the 4 toads were still croaking in the distance. But he was already completely exhausted. However, this was something Liam had expected. Though he had relied heavily on his rare Venom Burst skill, it was only possible to defeat the elites because of his own determination. He had constantly evaded critical lethal attacks, and ground down the health of the bosses from millions to 0. The 3 fights had taken him 7 hours altogether, and maintaining one's top mental focus for that much time was nothing to scoff at. So he was currently fully drained. Liam steadied his breathing and slowly recuperated inside the dark and dingy place. After a while, he even ended up taking a nap inside the dungeon, which helped with his mental exhaustion. Okay. Time to start hunting again. Liam immediately did not leave the place and started to look around the Minotaur's body for drops. He once again found a couple of gold coins, and this time he also saw a scythe. A rare grade equipment, not bad. He picked up the scythe, and as he examined it in his hand, he saw another thing sparkling from the corner of his eyes. A golden insignia. Liam quickly tossed the scythe into his inventory, and then grabbed the insignia. This should take care of some of my money problems. He placed the insignia into his inventory as well, and kicked the Minotaur around to see if any more drops were left behind. Only then did he reluctantly leave. Unfortunately, he had to leave this Minotaur corpse as well behind as it was above his level, and he didn't want to suffer more injuries by trying to revive dead monsters above his level. So just like the two ogres, the Minotaur was also unusable. If he had been able to bring over a few undeads, the next fight would indeed be simpler, but because of the toads at the entrance and the strategy he had chosen to walk past them, this was next to impossible. So for now, he had to fight without the help of any summons. Liam walked past the wide passage which opened up into a vast forest. It was so big that one could easily get lost in it, which was also one of the challenges of the dungeon. There were different traps at different corners of this dungeon, but for someone who already knew the path too well, this was not an issue. Liam gazed at the landscape in front of him, and then turned to the northeast to start heading deeper when something on his side caught his eye. Is this? What the hell? He strayed away from the main path, and dashed to his right instead, where a small bed of violet-colored plants was growing. He bent down to pluck one of them and smelled. Ding! You obtained a stalk of purple tendril. I knew it. The bed of violet plants was in fact herbs. In fact, everywhere he looked around there were herbs. Common herbs, rare herbs, precious herbs. There was lots and lots of everything. They were spread out, growing in clusters, in patches, under trees, near bushes, across the vast forest. It had always puzzled him that a supposed demon's abode included such a huge forest as a back garden, but now it made sense. Was this whole place just a field for various herbs? If that was the case, then those who entered first would have had the privilege of taking away all the herbs. What a harvest. Sucking in a big breath of air, Liam got down to business. He tried to stick to his safe path while simultaneously collecting all the herbs that he could spot. With this haul, leveling up alchemy skills was going to be as easy as eating a cake, but he first needed to clear the dungeon and get out. Chapter 115. Zap. Zap ding. You have obtained a stalk of ripe root ding. You have obtained a stalk of ripe root. Liam continued heading deeper into the demon's private forest, looting every single herb that entered his field of vision. For the most part, he stuck to the safe route, but after a while he purposefully did a detour. Time to start training. Liam stretched his hands and then picked up a stone to throw it into a nearby bush. Almost instantly, something sprang out of the bush and dashed towards him. Zala zala zala. It was a big green lizard that was almost invisible to the naked eye. Its green-colored skin merged with the grassy ground as its figure slithered amidst the tall grass. Demonic venomous chameleon. Elite boss. Level 35. Oh, a level 35 elite. This should be perfect for me. Liam grinned and wasted time as he enhanced his agility and movements by churning his mana. The elite in front of him was too fast. It zigged and zagged, cutting through the grass, its tail lashing at Liam. Not to mention it was highly poisonous. Its venom was also not weak like Liam's venom burst skill. A single hit from it would make him lose this fight, and perhaps even send him straight to death's door. But the beast had its own weakness, and Liam was planning on exploiting exactly this. He had provoked this beast for this specific purpose. Lightning bolt, Liam muttered as he jumped up and evaded the crawling lizard. More powerful magic spells required a certain amount of cast time, but this was a basic spell. So he was able to cast it even when evading the attack, but he took the system's help for it. If he had to cast it on his own, he was still not proficient enough to do it this casually while moving. Zap! The lizard that slithered on the tall grass yelped in pain as the attack hit its body. Liam, meanwhile, landed on a small rock nearby and jumped once again. Lightning bolt. He spammed the skill one more time, and again the lizard yelped in pain. Surprisingly, even with its cries of pain, its health was still as solid as the rock that Liam used to push down and jump. And every time it was the same. The attack landed on the beast, it cried in pain, but the damage number was pathetic, and yet Liam continued to cast the attack. This was because this particular beast was most susceptible to lightning-type attacks. While the attack did not affect its health much, it soaked up its agility like a sponge. After casting the basic lightning bolt spell a few times, its speed had already reduced considerably. Now Liam no longer needed to run and jump around as if his life depended on it. He slowed down and made more of a conscious effort in casting the spell. Lightning bolt, he manipulated his mana and conjured a ball of lightning, but he did not send it out immediately. Instead, he again tried increasing it and compressing it just like he had done with the fireball. Only then he sent it out. However, this time also he wasn't successful. This attack's damage was in fact worse than the previous attacks when he simply used the system's help for the spellcasting. Tsk. Liam clicked his tongue in disappointment. He did not give up and tried this a few more times. Sure, by the time he was done practicing, the lizard was only barely moving and its tongue was pale and sticking out. Its health had also dropped considerably, but Liam was not satisfied. He knew that he was doing something wrong. He conjured another ball of lightning and looked at it, his eyes carefully observing the crackling mass of energy. The more he looked at it, the more he felt like he was missing something important. He tossed the lightning ball absent-mindedly at the lizard and then conjured a ball of fire. Why am I able to do this but not this? He then started repeatedly tossing both balls of fire and lightning one after the other at the almost dead lizard, which was now begging him with its eyes to just end the fight. He wanted to understand this better, and suddenly an idea struck him. Fireball and lightning bolt were basically two different attacks that relied on two different elements. While he was able to manipulate one, he was not successful in the other. Why? This was precisely because these two were different. Liam's eyes widened as he conjured another ball of lightning, but this time, he didn't try to manipulate it by buffing it and compressing it. He instead tried to send it out as fast as he could, aiming for the lizard. He put his full focus and concentration on the speed aspect of the attack. Zap! There was an improvement. The sound and impact this time was louder, and also the accompanying damage number. Not enough! Liam paused for a moment and conjured another ball of lightning again. But this time he tried to change its shape. He manipulated the ball of energy into a sharp-pointed arrow and sent it out, even doing the action of pulling his hand back and then releasing it. Zoom! Bingo! Just like he had expected, the arrow shot forward with tremendous speed, and it struck the lizard right in the middle of its head. Kuhak! This was the limit of the beast. The lizard spat out blood, its head rolling lifelessly on the ground, and Liam got all the notifications that he wanted. He had finally managed to do the maximum damage. Ding. Congratulations. You have killed the elite demonic venomous chameleon. You have gained 20,000 experience points. Ding. You have learned basic lightning manipulation skill. Ding. You have learned lightning arrow skill. Ding. Your lightning manipulation skill is upgraded to intermediate. Ding. Your lightning element attacks are boosted by %. Chapter 116, Cleaning the Forest. Liam gazed at everything indifferently, but there was a subtle discontent in his face. He still seemed to be thinking about something deeply. He did not step forward to collect the loot that had clattered out of the elite. Instead, he conjured another ball of lightning again. This time he didn't fashion it into an arrow, but he made it in the form of a Z-shaped bolt, or rather a snake. He then released the attack, putting all of his efforts into sending it out at the maximum speed that he could muster. Zap! Liam's indifferent face cracked as he watched the lightning snake he threw out come alive. It hit the dead corpse of the lizard, and the impact was enough to mark a deep gash in the dead body. Yes. Liam pounded his fist onto a nearby tree in excitement. He had a hunch that this might be the best form, and it really worked. Ding. You have learned lightning snake skill. Lightning snake. Just like a serpent coils around its prey and paralyzes them, your attack also has a chance of paralysis. Deals damage equal to 50% of magic damage. Consumes 100 mana. Perfect. This is too perfect. Now I need more lizards. Liam had been a bit nervous about this part of the dungeon as he hadn't fully prepared, and his lightning attacks weren't anything to boast about. But now, he felt much more relieved. He now got the skill, something better than he expected, and all that was left was to clear the nest of lizards. Liam did not forget to pick up the loot, which was another golden insignia and a couple of gold coins. Since this elite was also technically higher than his level, he didn't resurrect it, and once again left the corpse behind. He then sprinted all over the forest, purposefully avoiding the right path, and grabbed each and every single herb that he could find. In between, he was assaulted by a couple more of the same lizards with the unmistakable silver glow. But Liam grinned at their sight as if he was spotting some big treasure chests, and quickly sent them off one by one using his lightning snakes. The paralysis effect got activated more than once, and it made the fight a lot easier. A few seconds of immobility even made an elite helpless, and Liam used these opportunities to deal as much damage as possible and finish the fights. To make his life easier, the entire forest was crawling with these invisible lizards. This was one of the main reasons why this dungeon was termed as a terror, as a poisonous lizard could zoom towards you out of nowhere and attack you without any warning. But right now, this was giving Liam every single kill he required. Instead of heading to the nest, he circled the forest several times and kept hunting them one at a time. He didn't have to clear all the lizards to go to the next stage of the dungeon, but only a fool would miss this wonderful opportunity. 5 more hours passed by just like that, and Liam was only one elite away from obtaining his 21st kills. Only one more to go. Liam plucked the last of the herbs from the bed beside him, and then casually strolled over to the main nest of the lizards. The nest had 5 lizards in total, and all along these were the only ones he had to kill in order to trespass and cross this territory. But he had cleared the whole forest, thoroughly combing every inch of it. Liam chuckled as the lizards in front of him hissed, and crawled towards him at an insane speed. He was already prepared as he had only approached them while already casting his newest skill, Lightning Snake. The one closest to him yelped and froze on the spot, unable to bear the lightning currents that crackled from the attack. Liam quickly slashed the second one as he drained his mana and moved, keeping pace with the agile green lizards. His body swung around, only narrowly missing the lizards each time. Fighting with 4 at the same time was still pushing it a bit, so he tried to conserve his mana as much as possible. I need to slow them down first. Liam ignored his new skill, and first spammed the basic Lightning Bolt skill with the aid of the system. Lightning Bolt, Lightning Bolt. This brought down his casting time, and he was able to considerably slow down the 4 monsters who were moving, as if they were chock full of Red Bull. Liam guzzled another bottle of mana potion, and spammed the same skill a few more times when eventually the lizard slowed down to a reasonable pace. He then used lightning snakes and complemented the skill with his swordplay to slay the 4 beasts, one after another. Thud, thud, thud. The 4 elites finally dropped dead and a series of notifications rang out loudly. Ding! Congratulations! You have killed the elite demonic venomous chameleon. You have gained 30,000 experience points, Ding. Congratulations. You have killed the elite demonic venomous chameleon. You have gained 15,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Ding. Congratulations. You have killed the elite demonic venomous chameleon. You have gained 20,000 experience points. Fuck. Liam flopped down, resting his head on one of the corpses. Tired. He was simply too tired. While the reward, speed, and efficiency were insane, it was equally draining and exhausting. He even contemplated logging out and taking a nap in his bed. But before he could take another breath, another unexpected notification popped up. Ding. Congratulations. You have killed the elite demonic ribtongue. You have gained 5,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. You have killed the elite demonic ribtongue. You have gained 4,000 experience points. Liam's exhaustion, and the haze that had settled in his mind instantly disappeared like the morning fog. He jolted up and stood alertly. There was someone else here. Chapter 117, Trial of Valor. Liam gripped the green spiked sword in his hands that he had obtained as a drop from one of the lizards. His sharp gaze flickered, and he carefully observed everything in front of him. It was impossible for his attacks to have dealt lethal damage to the frogs, even with the rare chance that bleeding effects or burn effects had activated. There was definitely someone else here besides him. This was a high-level zone, and players hadn't yet explored this part of the continent. And even if they did, how could anyone enter a dungeon in the same instance when it was already occupied? Wasn't that impossible? The more he thought about this, the more restless he became, as anyone who was capable of doing this was not an ordinary person. Just as Liam was running a million scenarios in his head, a familiar voice suddenly sounded next to him, startling him completely. Ah, no need to be so tense, lad. It's just me. Liam spun around to see the old man from the black market standing near him. At the same time, a notification also popped out. Ding. Conquer your fate quest completed. What the fuck? This guy was already here. He had never expected to see him so soon. In fact, he thought that he could only submit the quest after 2 weeks when the black market reconvened once again. But here he was, standing right in front of him. And the quest was also complete? Liam closed his mouth shut and quickly recovered from his shock. Greetings, Senior. Just like you had instructed, I worked hard and tested my determination. Against strong opponents. He cupped his hands and bowed. Yes. You have done well. You have done very well. You have in fact exceeded my expectations. Ah ha 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 ha. A strange light flashed in the old man's dim eyes, and he looked like he was delirious from drinking a lot of beer. After so many years, I finally managed to find someone worthy. Lad, thanks to you, I think I will be able to finally rest in peace. The job that was given to me. I am now convinced that you have the ability to fulfill it. Ding. New quest available. 10th Overlord's Legacy. Visit the Overlord's tomb and pass the trial to prove that you are worthy of his legacy. Reward. Overlord's Legacy and Overlord's Sword. Do you wish to accept the quest? YN? Yes, I will try my best, Senior. I will not let you down. Liam clenched his fists, only barely keeping his excitement down. This was it. This was what he had been waiting for and aiming for. The Overlord's Legacy was probably the hidden quest which he wasn't really interested in. His one and only reason for doing this quest was the second reward, the sword. I have faith in you, lad. My master entrusted me with this responsibility, and I have failed so far. I hope that at least you can succeed. The old man flicked his hand and a ball of energy materialized right next to them, similar to a dungeon entrance portal. Here you can use this portal to reach the tomb. I will await the good news. Liam nodded and bowed once again before touching the portal. The space around him immediately distorted, and when things cleared up, he seemed to be standing in an abandoned underground building. Liam looked around in awe. He opened his map and everything was blanked out. He had no idea where he was, but he knew that he had done everything correctly so far. He was here, and he had obtained the final segment of the quest. It was this last hurdle. He had to prove that he was worthy of the legacy and the sword. How does this work? Liam started walking around when a bright flash appeared out of nowhere, and along with it several towering figures. All of a sudden he was completely surrounded. Tall, huge, and fierce trolls encircled him, locking him in the center. And there were about 1,000 of them? Or more. Fuck! Liam cursed as he saw the army of monsters rushing towards him with their bulky bodies and muscular limbs. Was this the trial? What the hell was he supposed to do now? Since an unknown person without any skill or level managed to unlock this quest and even complete the quest, he didn't think that the difficulty level would be anything too great. But now that he was taking the test himself, it stood like an insurmountable mountain in his path. Back at the Decabrier's abode dungeon, there was another mass of swirling energy right next to the portal that Liam had used. On this, all the events occurring inside the tomb were clearly being displayed. However, there wasn't just one person watching these events. There were now 2 old men both looking at Liam's silhouette on the other side with utmost focus and interest. Eh? Isn't this trial a bit too hard for his level? The old man from the Blacksmith Association gaped in surprise. I don't think so. The trial will always be according to the capability of the person undergoing the trial. The Black Market Elder who had given Liam this quest nodded solemnly. Hey? So his capability is this high? It looks like I didn't overestimate his abilities. Why are you even here? The Black Market Elder scoffed. I have already warned him, you old goat. Don't even think about tricking this child. The Blacksmith Association Elder immediately retorted back. What the hell are you talking about? I am offering him strength and power. How is that a trick? You dirty liar. You know what I'm talking about. You know what is best for him, and yet. The old man raised his hand and stopped the Elder from the Blacksmith Association from speaking anymore. I'm not forcing anyone to do anything. It will be his choice. Let's just wait and see what happens. Che. So stubborn. Show the kid some mercy. Don't force someone else's fate onto him. It will not end up well. We will see. The 2 of them did not talk anymore and silently stood next to each other, watching the person inside the tomb. Chapter 118.1. 1 versus 1,000 part. High Mountain Troll. Level 31. Level 29. They were rushing towards him without any restraint. He instantly activated the first skill that could give him some time to think of something. Stealth. Nothing happened. Stealth, stealth. He repeatedly tried to activate the skill, but there was no effect. Nope. I guess that's not an option. Liam did not have time to wonder why the skill was suddenly not working. It looked like he couldn't run or hide from these trolls, and that was that. Now, what to do? Magic spells? There was no time. Everything was happening too fast, and he was not able to think clearly, or rather he simply did not have the time. The endless horde of trolls were rampaging, all running towards him as if he had some unsettled enmity with them for several generations. In a haste, he returned to the thing that he was most used to. His hand reached out to unsheath the sword that hung on his waist. What else could he do? He was simply going to swing his sword and do the best that he could. If he was going to die, he was going to go down fighting. However, as Liam reached for his sword, that was also missing, His lips curled upwards in madness as he was now truly out of options. Inventory? And just as he suspected, that as well did not open up. So I can't use health potions or mana potions, and no weapons? Bahaha, perfect. Alright, bring it on. I knew that this was going to be difficult. I have not given up just yet. My bare fist is enough to take you all down. Liam shouted at the top of his lungs, strengthening his resolve. These trolls were just intimidating because of their numbers. Their individual level was comparable to his, and their talent was definitely worse than his. He refused to be shaken by these weird handicaps, and lose a battle that was not beyond him. As a hand swung at him from both the right and the left side, he sucked in a big breath of air and twisted his body. He narrowly missed both the hits and swung his arm upwards, to land a punch to the troll's throat. He then instantly moved again, and met 2 more attacks that were coming at him from the back. The trolls didn't seem to have any weapons also. Was it to make the fight fairer? Liam laughed at that thought. He did not have a single second of respite as he continued to exchange blows and evade, but the number he was up against was simply too many. Within a fraction of a second, he had already been hit several times, taking huge blows to different parts of his body. Liam's entire body shuddered and vibrated. He was being pummeled from head to toe. His body was red and bruised, his limbs and muscles aching terribly. Bang! The next attack that came for him directly landed on his head, sending him flying to the ground. Blood dripped from his mouth, and a couple of his teeth fell out, clattering on the ground. Cough! Cough! Liam could barely get up, but he could see the trolls once again surrounding him. How am I supposed to fight like this? His eyes darkened and his head spun. He felt the troll's sturdy foot land right in the middle of his spinal cord. Liam wheezed, unable to breathe. He bit his tongue, trying to withstand the pain and remain conscious. At least as long as he was, the fight wasn't over. He could somehow... Crack! Another foot landed on his back, and if his bones were not broken before, they were surely broken now. In this almost unconscious state, the inhumane thrashing he was receiving coincidentally brought out a distant memory. Getting beaten up was nothing new to him. This was not the first time he had suffered something like this. He had lost back then. Was he also going to lose now? Was this much pain enough to hold him back? Liam flashed his eyes open and flipped on his side, narrowly avoiding the troll that was about to kick him on the same spot again. He ignored the torturous pain that was plaguing his body and used his foot to sweep the floor, taking down with him 3 of the 4 trolls that surrounded him. And the last one fell staggered and fell because of the other 3 losing their balance and scrambling. The other trolls surrounding them quickly rushed forward, but Liam took this second to catch and pull back his sanity that was slowly slipping away. "Ah!" he shouted at the top of his lungs, and just like how the trolls had kicked him, he aimed for the one on his right and landed on it, kicking it with his shin right at its throat. The troll's eyes bulged out in pain as it was not able to bear the attack, directly aimed at its most vulnerable non-muscular part. Liam used this chance and swung his fist repeatedly, finishing off the troll and completely choking it, and bashing it to death. Blood splattered everywhere, and Liam felt a wave of energy sweep past his body as the troll fell down lifeless. "I need to focus." He quickly stood up and moved to evade the other trolls swinging their thick muscular fists at him. The other trolls were already back on their feet, and they once again started trying to punch him and thrash him. Their cries of anger and rage filled the air around. However, for some reason, it was now more difficult for them to land a hit on him. His body twisted and turned like it was made of rubber. Liam's head was now more clear. He no longer thought about anything. Past, present, or future, they were all not his problem. Right now, the only thing that mattered were these trolls. Chapter 1:19. To truly change. Liam gazed at the tall, bulky creatures surrounding him. He finally noticed something that he did not see until now. The trolls' bodies were bulky and huge. It was exactly because of this that they posed a huge threat to him. But at the same time, because of this same thing, they were only able to attack him 5 at a time. Unless he moved from the dead center of the circle he was standing in, the others couldn't touch him. Fighting against thousands of trolls was impossible, but fighting against just 5 at a time. Liam smirked. The blood dripping from his head made him look like a lunatic. He was finally able to breathe amidst the fists raining down on him, each possessing thunderous strength. Now that he had overcome the initial shock and fear of the enemy in front of him, his body began to move more freely. Hit, dodge. Hit, dodge. Dodge. Hit, dodge, 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 dodge. Slowly, he was beginning to evade more attacks and receiving only very few, and before long he was also able to send 1 or more attacks back. The trolls continued attacking him relentlessly, but Liam was beginning to force his own pace onto the fight. Their attacks might be random, but he was able to respond back with a pattern which in turn forced them to follow the pattern. The trolls had strong explosive power and their speed when punching was also scary, but Liam's mind was completely focused. His stats were above theirs, and when he was not overwhelmed by their numbers, he was able to sense their attack and react accordingly. Their movements, direction, their next step, he could clearly anticipate and evade. He did not try to block them like an iron wall, but instead, he made his body limber and fluid. Every single attack only narrowly missed, but it was a miss nevertheless. And as seconds trickled by, this became even better. Liam spun. His fists were more powerful than the trolls. He answered their thunderous attacks back with his own quaking punches. He used every bit of strength, spirit, willpower, determination, and anything else he had, and fought back. His hands ached, his body was tired, and his brain was close to exhaustion, but he made the trolls completely submit to his flow. Soon, one by one, their numbers began to reduce as more fell down lifeless. Not just that, but each death gave him a boost of something. Mana, stamina. Liam had no idea what exactly he was gaining, but he was getting stronger. This drove his fervor even more, and he began attacking back with more ferocity. He was now completely in control of the so-called trial, and the number of the trolls started dwindling more and more. His body was riddled with injuries, his mana had bottomed out. His stamina had bottomed out, but he no longer concerned himself with any of that, and continued fighting. He was going to fight it out until he dropped dead. He wanted to truly change. He wanted to become stronger, not just because he had knowledge about some things, but he wanted to truly become stronger. He swung his fists, and every time he did, he vented out all his frustration and regret of not having succeeded in his previous life. He had struggled and struggled so much. He had tried again and again, grasping whatever he could, but to no avail. In the end, he had still failed. He had only repeatedly failed to change himself and his fate. Yes, he received this miraculous second chance, but his failure that first time around would always linger inside him. Until the very end, he was never able to use his own strength to overcome anything. That was still a heavy weight that pressed him down. forcing him to carry the guilt and shame, holding him back. Whatever he had achieved until now in this new life was all charity. This rebirth was a pity gift that he had received from the heavens. He was not able to protect his sister. He was not able to protect his friend. And even when others sacrificed themselves to let him escape, he had still fallen down. And these were things that he would never be able to remove from his heart. Behind his calm and composed facade, there was only a wild animal that was prepared to devour everything. Liam grunted, grasping the throat of a troll and smashing it on the cold, hard ground of the abandoned building. He never wanted to fail again. It was a horrible feeling. He was going to do whatever it was needed to change himself from the inside out. On the other side, the two elders had grave expressions on their faces. This child, I won't allow you to corrupt his fate. The elder from the Blacksmith Association clenched his fist and muttered, If I have to fight you, then may it be so? The other person did not reply, but there was a subtle understanding in his silence. The two of them silently continued watching Liam tearing apart the trolls one by one. This in fact no longer looked like a trial. It was a horror show of one demon massacring everything around him, punching the life out of them with his own fists and bleeding knuckles. Huff. Liam wiped his mouth as blood trickled out of the corner of his lips. He stood in the midst of a mountain of dead trolls. It had taken him several hours, or was it days? He had no idea, but he was finally done. He had bashed and crushed every single one of his opponents. Anyone else want to come at me? He gasped for breath and yelled. His eyes looked like those of a bloodthirsty predator, scanning the big hall for any signs of movement. However, the next instant, he wheezed and collapsed on the cold, hard ground, in the middle of piles of corpses. Chapter 120. Battlesmith. After almost an hour later, when Liam regained his consciousness, the first thing that he heard was the quest completion notification. Ding. Congratulations. Quest is completed. Ding. You are now able to select the hidden class Battlesmith. Ding. Do you wish to accept? YN. Liam stared dazedly at the string of words for a couple of minutes. He was still recovering from what had just happened, and was lost somewhere in the past, in the more recent past. He couldn't immediately come back to the present. He had even almost forgotten where he was and what he was doing. But the numerous dead trolls surrounding him were more than enough to jog his memories. On the other side, the two elders' eyes were glued onto him, seeing what he was going to decide. Was he going to choose the class or not? Didn't realize it, but they were even holding their breath, waiting patiently for his response. They and Liam was not making it easy for them. He remained still and silent for a long time before breaking into a smile. He then slowly raised his hand and waved. I decline. Battlesmith. Maybe in my last lifetime, this would have been enough, but this time, no, this is not enough. Seeing Liam's resolute eyes, the Black Market elder's face instantly changed and his expression darkened. However, the other elder had a big smile plastered on his face. Ho ho ho. Now that's what I am talking about. This boy has some brains after all. The Black Market elder scoffed. It is a great privilege to inherit my master's legacy. He paused and looked at Liam with his scrutinizing him from top to bottom. This person had dared to decline his master's legacy. The old man remained silent for a few seconds, and after that he finally nodded. I see now. Perhaps he was truly not meant to inherit my master's legacy. But, he sighed and continued, he is still the best hope for resurrecting my master's legacy. After Liam declined the hidden class advancement, he got the other subsequent notifications. Ding. Quest is completed, ding. You have obtained 1 million experience points, ding. You have leveled up, ding. You have leveled up, ding. You have leveled up, ding. You have obtained the rare item Overlord Sword. Along with this, a rusty, cracked longsword also fell onto his lap. Huh? Liam was shocked for a second. He blinked and looked at the sword in disbelief. This was it. This was what he had struggled so much for. This was now going to eat away a lot of his resources, and a lot of his time, but this was also going to make him unbelievably strong. Liam sucked in a big breath of air before picking up the sword and looking at it closely. Black Dragon, soul weapon, one-handed sword. This is a sword made from forging the souls of 1,000 dragons. It is currently broken and sealed. Current grade, uncommon. Current attributes, stamina, +5. Strength, +5. Defense, +5. Vitality, +5. Agility, +5. Intellect, +5. Attacks have a 10% chance to ignore the defense of the opponent. First seal. To break the seal, devour 1,000 rare grade or higher grade weapons. Second seal. To break the seal, devour 1,000 rare grade or higher grade herbs. Third seal. To break the seal, devour 1,000 rare grade or higher ores. Fourth seal. To break the seal, devour 1,000 rare grade or higher gems. Fifth seal. To break the seal, devour 1,000 elemental essences. Sixth seal. To break the seal, devour 1,000 bloodlines. Seventh seal. To break the seal, Devour 1,000 souls. 8th seal, N.A. 9th seal, N.A. When Liam had first received this miraculous second chance, he decided that he needed to obtain 3 main things no matter what the cost. The first was his foundation. The second was a class suitable for him, and the third was this weapon. He was yet to tackle the first one, and the second one was also rather incomplete, but now he finally managed to obtain a foothold with his third goal. A soul weapon, strength and power were extraordinary. Even if he did not manage to bring the sword back to its full glory before the apocalypse ensued, it would still be enough to put him above everyone else. More importantly, he could take it out with him. It would forever become a part of him. After the apocalypse began, when others would be scrambling with kitchen knives and wooden sticks, he would already possess a godly weapon that was capable of cutting down anything and everything that stood in his path. This was why he had wanted to obtain it at all costs. With this, he knew that he had the strength to contend with even the most powerful experts. While Liam was staring at the sword on his lap like a child with his favorite toy, the elder materialized next to him in the tomb. It looked like he had used the portal as well. I know that you have decided not to follow my master's path, but I have one more request from you if you are still interested. Liam looked up at the elder, once again shocked. He thought that his reputation with the elder would have completely dropped by now, as he had basically scammed him to just get the item without accepting the hidden class. Even be something bigger, such as linked to what was going on with this game and the apocalypse. But he had one more quest for him. This was ridiculous. He quickly cleared his throat and went back to the same flattering tone. I would be honored, Senior. Ding. New quest. A disciple's request. Ding. Forge and complete the Overlord's sword, and return it back to the Elder in its peak glory. Ding. Reward. The Elder's gratitude and the secret behind the Overlord's demise. Liam gazed at the quest numerous times. He wants me to return the sword. That too after completing it and unsealing it? Dream on. Chapter 121, Double-Edged Sword. No matter how much Liam tried to justify doing this, the reward was simply just not worth the time and effort he was going to spend. He was of course going to completely forge the Overlord's sword, but there was no way he was returning it just to learn some archaic secret. Liam didn't underestimate the significance of the quest. He knew very well that perhaps the secret was something earth-shattering, or perhaps might. But these sorts of things were simply beyond his current plans. He needed strength and power right now. His only concern was survival, survival, and survival. The rest can wait till later. Though he was thinking about this a lot in his mind, Liam's response was rather spontaneous. For the old man's quest, he simply nodded and muttered, I accept. Just because he accepted the quest, it didn't mean that he had to complete it. He had no intention of doing so. The elder's face immediately relaxed after hearing Liam's words, and he smiled kindly. Ah, thank you, thank you. If you can somehow accomplish this old man will forever be in your debt. At this point, he was even fighting back tears threatening to fall out of his eyes. Liam rolled his eyes. Wasn't this a bit too much overreaction? He patiently watched the old man without any remorse, and seeing him so sentimental, another idea popped up in his mind. Senior, I do have one humble request. Liam acted as if he was hesitating. Anything you want, tell me, the elder exclaimed with gusto. I will try my best, Senior. I really will, but I am worried that this might be beyond my abilities, and I might fail. If possible, could I bother the Senior for helping me? Could you please give me some pointers on how to bring this great treasure back to its former glory? Oh, so this is what you wanted to ask? The old man hummed. Liam's face and words were so sincere that the other party was genuinely touched. He remained silent for a while and pondered about something deeply. After a couple of seconds, when Liam began to doubt if this was going to yield anything at all, the old man finally waved his hand and a couple of notifications popped up in front of Liam. Ding. You have obtained a new forging technique. Ding. You have learned the incomplete recipe for soul forging. Here. This incomplete recipe is also something that was left behind by my master. This should help you a little bit in your quest. Ah, thank you so much, Senior. Liam hurriedly tried to access and examine the new technique. Soul forging, N.A., skill locked. Huh? I can't even read what it is. Liam once again tried to get more information from the old man. This seemed to be a good chance to get everything out of him. Senior, it looks like I lack the ability to... Lad, let me stop you right there. Your soul strength and level are not yet proficient enough to access the technique. So forget about it for now and focus on unlocking the seals on the sword. But Senior? Liam did not give up. He tried to persuade the old man. Is it possible for Senior to teach me some more things about forging? I'm afraid my skills are a bit... Unfortunately, the other party did not budge at all. I already gave you everything that you need. I have nothing more to offer you. And even if I did, it would only hamper your future growth. Trust my words and have more faith in your own abilities. The old man smiled bitterly with an expression that said, I know what you are doing. To show him that they were empty. Liam's lips twitched. Without any other option, he gave up. Thank you for all your guidance, Senior. I will put my blood and soul into this quest. I will make sure that the sword is returned back to its full glory. he earnestly replied. He really wasn't lying about this part. The old man chuckled and gave Liam a stern look. Lad, even though you have refused to follow my master's path, your unyielding spirit has greatly impressed me, and I am trusting you with my master's sword. This recipe that I gave you is also something that my master left behind. These are my master's 2 most prized possessions, and they are capable of lending unimaginable strength and power to you. But at the same time, they also have the ability to bring down heaven's envy and heaven's wrath. The things that you possess right now are something that countless races and kingdoms covet. They are both a blessing and a curse. So tread cautiously. I am placing all of my hope and faith in you. Farewell. This old man will look forward to your return and positive news. He patted Liam, and then waved his hand to create another portal. This should take you back to the dungeon. His words weighed heavily on Liam's mind, not because of any ethical dilemma or worry about the possible threats, but because he was trying his best to think if this would unlock more quests. He did not linger and quickly bowed and paid respect to the old man one last time, before entering the portal. The old man was very genuine with his words and his concern, but Liam knew that this was probably the last time he was going to meet with him. The sword was a treasure. Why would he return it? He didn't in the least feel bad about lying to him straight to his face. He didn't care what he had to do. He would beg, borrow, and steal, if it meant that he was going to get stronger and survive. Chapter 1-22. Everything is fate. When Liam stepped out of the portal, he found himself in a forest again. He was expecting to return to the dungeon at the location where he last stopped, but surprisingly he was at the entrance of the dungeon. I guess I don't have to go inside this again? He turned to leave when he noticed that there was also someone else waiting for him there. Fuck. Liam did a double take, surprised by this guy again. His stalker was back. Now what does he want from me? There was no doubt that the soul sword was an insanely powerful weapon, but ever since he accepted that quest he had been haunted by these 2 old men. At this rate, Liam was not sure if he would be once again visited by these guys when he completely reforged the sword. Would it then be stolen from him forcibly? Perhaps he needed to not complete it, and always leave it just a step shy of completion? Several thoughts circled in his brain, and Liam sighed, greeting this guy. This person was the Blacksmith Association elder. Eh? I see you didn't accept the heritage. The old man exclaimed, his words brimming with joy. That's good. That's good. Ah ha 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 ha, that goat's face must be unsightly right about now. He must have tried to pressure you, right? It's good that you didn't still accept it. Liam silently listened as he continued ranting on in happiness for a couple of minutes. Did these 2 elders hate each other or something? What the hell is happening here? May I know why you rejected the heritage? Liam understood that he was talking about the hidden class, so he tactfully replied, I think I am not fated to learn it, senior. Fated, huh? Bah ha ha ha. Good, good. The old man's eyes fell on the sword that was hanging around Liam's waist in a tattered sheath, and as he did, he suddenly stopped laughing. This time, he was genuinely shocked. That guy actually gave you the sword even though you rejected him? Quick, let me take a look at the sword. Liam silently nodded and gave him the weapon. The weapon had a bound-to-player tag on it, so it was probably impossible to be stolen or dropped, so he handed it to him. Besides, the other person was exponentially stronger than him, so even if he wanted to refuse, could he really refuse? He watched the old man eyeing the sword up and down in awe. This was the 3rd time he was meeting with this guy, and all 3 times they had. The last time around he was running around like a dog trying to catch the attention of any and every NPC that he could, but now they were coming behind him on their own. This was how the game created chaos. It made the strong stronger and the weak weaker. Kid, do you know what this sword is made of? The old man asked, still holding it in his hand, unwilling to let go. Black dragon souls? Liam muttered. He had already read the description of the weapon. That's right. Black dragon souls, but do you know what are they also called as? He asked again with a twinkle in his eyes. Liam shook his head. Hey, they are also known as nether dragons. Liam stared questioningly at the old man. He was more and more piqued by him, and wondered where he was going with this. Do you see now, lad? Everything is as it should be. I am failing to grasp the meaning behind your words, senior. Please explain it to me. What more should I explain? Didn't you say it yourself? You are not fated to get that legacy. You are fated to follow a different path. But this sword was all along destined to be yours. Liam shook his head apologetically. He was still confused. Huh? Still acting like you don't know anything? Don't think that I can't see through you, kid. Your body has the unmistakable stink of the devious nether energy. You possess the same magic as these nether dragons do. Only you can bring this weapon back to its full glory without suffering any consequences. He was talking about this. Liam knitted his brows together, finally understanding what the hell this conversation was about. Perhaps another hidden class quest awaited him? You don't look convinced? You don't believe me, huh? No, senior. I trust your words. I will do my best to nurture this weapon. Liam quickly responded. It's alright, kid. Fate magic is very mysterious. Not everyone has an aptitude for it. In fact, those without the ability to understand it will never understand it at all. Yes, Senior. Perhaps I don't understand it, but I will give it my all regardless. Liam answered back vaguely. He wanted to debate the old man into spilling out more clues. But, ha ha ha, alright, I will let you go now. Lad, you have wisdom beyond your age. I like you. I really like you. Visit the elven settlement as soon as you can. Or rather, you have to. You have no other choice. You will hit a wall, and when that time comes, you can only find the answer there. Maybe then you will be finally ready to talk to me. The old man did not wait for Liam to answer him and disappeared once again, leaving behind the very perplexed guy. Liam stared blankly for a while, unable to make heads or tails out of his words, after which he shook his head as if he was physically tossing out everything that confused him. Alright. No need to think too much. I should first focus on what I can and what I am able to. He steadied his thoughts, and then activated stealth before walking back to the stream where his two pets were waiting for him. He once again took the safe path, not coming into contact with any of the level 50 creatures. And when he finally arrived at the place and spotted the two, Liam's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Chapter 123. Back to the city. Liam had been getting several notifications every now and then for the past several hours, receiving a small percentage of experience points from his two pets. But he didn't pay attention to that, and take notice of just how much they had farmed. And now that he did, the sight in front of him was truly unbelievable. The two were busy fighting with a couple of slimes, and beside them, there were several big piles of loot stacked up on the shore. They were fighting so diligently that they hadn't even noticed him, and it looked like they had been doing that and clearing these slimes one after the other, ever since he had left them both here. You guys. Liam was speechless. He was very much touched by their loyalty and their dedication to what he had only casually mentioned. He raised his hand and cast a couple of fireballs, finishing off both the slimes instantly. The two pets looked surprised, and turned around to see Liam. They immediately came running over to him, the bird chirping tiredly and the fox still energetically pouncing on him. Liam smiled and fell back on the fresh grass, relaxing a little. He was also extremely fatigued. The previous battle was the most difficult battle in both his lives combined, and it had taken a lot out of him. But now, everything was done, and he was right on track to achieving his goal. He let out a long sigh, and patiently paid attention to the two pets, patting them and feeding them. Another slime spawned near them, and the two immediately jumped into action, but Liam quickly dealt with it before they could. You both rest for a bit. He rubbed their heads and stood up, looking at the piles of miscellaneous things heaped up around them. Good job, you both have worked a lot, thank you for your help. Since they had painstakingly arranged all the loot, he praised them some more, and then began to look at everything, sorting out all the items. Most of it was useless and lower-level items. These were simply auction house material that could at most net him a few gold coins. But among these, there were 4 recipe scrolls and 2 skill books, and there were even a couple of elemental essence crystals. Not bad, your luck is quite good. Praising the two again, Liam chuckled, putting everything into his inventory. It was time to leave this place, and then make some gold. Let's go! With the cracked rusted sword still hanging on his waist, Liam leaped onto the Wind Ripper's back, and then the 3 of them flew back to Yolohy City. The bird had leveled up twice again, so it was slightly faster than before, and they ended up reaching the city sooner. Land in a quiet place? Liam muttered. There were players everywhere swarming around the trade capital of the kingdom, so it was difficult to find a completely isolated place. The big Wind Ripper flapped its wings, circling the forest for a few seconds, and then dove into the canopy of leaves, coming to a halt in a less crowded spot right outside the city. Good boy. You carried us both even though you were tired. Thank you. Liam hopped down and rubbed the bird's metallic wings. He also gave it some stamina recovery berries. Oh, that reminds me. I have some other stuff for both of you to eat. Liam opened his inventory and took out 5 skill books. He had added some of his own loot, along with what the two had farmed together. He gave 3 books to the fox and 2 to the Wind Ripper. Only these were suitable for the 2 of them. Fire shield, shroud the body in a blanket of flames for 15 seconds. All damages are reduced by 50%. High probability to block a critical attack. Cost 40% of base mana. Cooldown period 2 minutes. Fireball. Gather a ball of fire and launch it at the enemy. Deals damage equal to 100% of magic attack power. Cost 5% base mana. Cooldown period 2 seconds. Fire circle. Surround the self with a circle of fire. Attack power and defense increased by 10%. Spellcasting time is halved. Cost 20% base mana. Cooldown period 2 minutes. Crow's Call. The call of a crow is powerful. It increases all allies' speed by 10% and decreases the opponent's movement by 10%. This effect lasts for 1 minute and is active within a 50-meter radius. Cooldown period 30 minutes. Cyclone. Create a strong whirlwind and deal damage to opponents. The effect lasts for 10 seconds and deals 30% physical damage to everyone within 15-meter radius. Cooldown period 10 minutes. Liam handed over the first 3 skill books to the fox, and then the next 2 to the bird. The pets were also overjoyed to receive gifts from him, and quickly learned the few skills. The 2 then started trying out the skills eagerly. The couple of beginner animals that were roaming around the city, like boars and rabbits, got massacred and roasted. Since they were hungry, they also ended up eating their kills. Liam leisurely sat on the side and watched the duo with a smile on his face. He also simultaneously arranged some thoughts in his mind and made plans for the next couple of days. Getting the sword was only the first step. There was still a long way to go, and he needed a lot of gold and other resources. Liam gazed at the 2 pets absent-mindedly for a while before coming to a decision. That item should be the best choice. He then patted his back and stood up to walk over to the Wind Ripper. I will be in the city for at least the next few hours, so rest well and be safe. There will be players around, so be careful. The bird nodded and then flew away. Very important person, customer. Liam was in a good mood, so he hummed and casually strolled on the streets of the city. He didn't know why, but it felt like a knot in his heart had come undone. Q. The fox clung tightly to him and also looked around everywhere energetically. It was difficult to bring in the big Wind Ripper bird inside the crowded city without attracting a lot of attention, but the fox did not stand out. It silently jumped back and forth between his 2 shoulders, checking out the sights on both sides. All right, time to do some work. Before doing anything else, Liam first walked over to the Alchemy Association. He already had a set of equipment on his person, but the association training rooms had better grade items, so he decided to just rent one for a couple of hours. The Alchemy Association building was a spread-out rectangular building with numerous huge courtyard spaces, filled with many different herbs. These were new experimental herbs being bred to show multiple medicinal properties at the same time by the masters and trainees at the association. Potions concocted using them typically had high chances of becoming several-fold potent, but at the same time, they also had chances of becoming useless, not even as effective as the ones concocted using normal herbs. So, they also did not exist naturally, and could only be obtained if one had a favorable reputation with the association. Liam glanced over these herbs and walked past them to the counter. He did not plan on messing with these risky things right now. They were definitely something that could be used when concocting rare potions, but for what he was going to do, this was probably not required at the moment. He first needed to start with more basic preparations. Liam did not linger in the crowd of lifestyle players from various guilds, and directly went to the counter that was almost completely deserted. This was the space for booking superior grade training rooms, and it cost 2 gold coins per hour. I need a training room for 2 hours. Liam casually muttered. He had only spoken a few words, but the space around him immediately quieted down with everyone's eyes firmly fixed on his silhouette. This was a VIP customer. Most of the players standing around had never seen so much gold. Alchemy, forging, and inscription were the 3 most expensive occupations in the game. Even for their own use, they were being funded by their guilds for herbs, recipe scrolls, and training room slots. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to afford to level this expensive skill on their own, at least in the beginning stages of the game. But this player, whom they had never seen here before, had dared to directly book a superior training room. Hey, which guild are you from? Someone asked. Oh, he definitely must be from one of the top guilds. I heard that they were not freely recruiting lifestyle gamers like the other guilds. Yeah, I also heard that. One of my friends got rejected even though he applied on his own. Hee. Are you both acting cute? Was it a friend, or did you get rejected? All the players began to casually chat and discuss, making the environment very friendly, but still they hadn't gotten a single reply from the person whom they were most interested in. Hey buddy, talking to you, do you not hear us? One of the players walked forward and placed his hand on Liam's shoulder. He was a bit more confident than the others, because he was a member of one of the more popular guilds. He even had his name on the alchemy leaderboard, so he had an air of superiority around him. But as soon as he touched Liam, he immediately took his hand back, screaming loudly as if he was electrocuted. Something bit me. Something fucking bit me. And before he could finish screaming, a small fox slowly peeked out with a big smile. What the hell, man? The player took a step back. Unfortunately for him, Liam still did not respond, but the fox that had bitten him raised its small paw and made a clawing action at the guy again. What the fuck? How was that thing attacking me when we were still in the city? Did your health drop? The player shook his head. It hurts though, he whined. Oh, then I guess small actions like slapping, biting, and patting might be allowed. Whatever, fuck. Didn't just ask a simple question. What the need to act like this? The player turned to Liam and screamed angrily, his eyes still gleaming from the pain. But once again there was no reply. The group of players could only watch silently as Liam started walking away after the attendant finished the rest of the transaction quickly. It was clear that from the beginning to the end, he had not paid attention to any of them. What the hell? Such an arrogant person. Bro, do something to him. The player who got his hand bitten rubbed the sore spot and muttered pensively. Wait till I hit, I will take. Grandmaster level. Then care of this little bitch. Bro. But what if he is from a big guild or something? I don't think that is the case. Did you see his clothes and gear? The two looked at Liam as they spoke, and the player saw that he was barely wearing anything except for a basic set of shirt and pants. Most probably he is a rogue player betting all of his money on the alchemy. Association Superior Room, thinking that it would boost his chances of success. Ah, now I see it. Hee hee. Bro, there's going to be a good show soon then. The other player began to chuckle. Keep an eye on him for me, he should be back here after 2 hours. The two then walked away, no longer chatting with the others. Chapter 125, Dragon Can Eat Trash also. Meanwhile, inside the training room, Liam set up the cauldron and sorted out the various ingredients that he required. As for the herbs, Liam did not have any scarcity in the amount or the variety of herbs. He had stolen anything and everything from the demon de Cabria's garden, and he had plenty to concoct whatever he wanted. But right now, Liam did not plan on making many potions. He was only interested in one particular potion, Fire Resistance Potion. In Evolution Online, most top players were now around level 25 to level 30, and the other above-average players were around level 20 to 25. So at this time, the dungeon with the maximum spotlight was the level 30 dungeon, Molten Domain. It was a very fiery dungeon with mostly fire-type monsters inside. The boss also had very high damage fire attacks, and also an insta-kill fire lance attack. Because of this, the difficulty level of this dungeon had jumped several times compared to the level 25% dungeon. And to deal with this dungeon, a certain item called Fire Resistance Potion was an absolute must. Without the potion, the dungeon became a complete nightmare for the various guilds and the players. At the same time, its recipe was also a super rare drop. The last time around, this dungeon was left incomplete for a long time, until someone finally got the recipe in the level 60 zone. They then began making the potion in huge quantities, getting a lot of profit out of it, and the dungeon was finally cleared, and the records were set. But this time around, things were going to be different as Liam planned to use this dungeon to his advantage. He had a bigger backup plan for amassing gold, but the timing for this was too perfect for him to ignore. He would be striking the iron when it was hot and raking in the profits easily. Besides, this was also one of the few potion formulas that Liam remembered well. Coincidentally, he had helped with this potion concoction. Not in this tutorial game but later during the apocalypse after he had escaped from his slave bondage, so he remembered this formula even better than the other recipes. So, Liam added some water first, and then he started tossing in the different herbs one after the other at appropriate intervals. However, this time he didn't set up automatic regulation. He manually regulated every small change in the cauldron. When the mixture had completely burned and evaporated and only the ashes remained, he once again added more materials to bring the potion to its final form. The sweat off of his forehead, he allowed this to cool down before adding the last herb. Wiping, but boom, the cauldron suddenly exploded on his face, taking away a big chunk of his health. Damn it. Liam gritted his teeth, banging his fist on the wall. This was not a basic potion, so the difficulty level was obviously higher, and so were the chances of failure. He closed his eyes for a moment and tried to think about where he went wrong, but he did not spend too much time dwelling on the loss. He picked up the paste that was splattered on the floor and took out his new sword. He then applied the burnt paste on the sword, which was immediately absorbed like water on dry soil. Ding. Black Dragon has absorbed a rare herb. Black Dragon has absorbed a rare herb. Ha ha. Just as I thought, even waste can be used properly. Liam chuckled and then started preparing the next batch. He was not a potion-making expert, so he did not have any unrealistic expectations. If he could somehow get 1 success out of 5 trials, then he would be satisfied with that outcome. He hummed casually and started setting up everything again. He tried his best to be as relaxed as possible. As he was manually regulating the heat, this was also proving to be several times more challenging for him. Adjusting the flame in the cauldron required a far more finer control on mana manipulation compared to sending out fire attacks in a battle. His exhaustion was continuously building up as he repeated the steps one after the other. A few minutes later, the second batch was completed, but unfortunately that also resulted in failure. Liam once again collected all the spoiled debris and dumped it on his sword. He then started the third batch without missing a beat. His actions were calm and steady, and he was not affected by the failures. This continued on for a while and the 2 hours quickly passed. Fire Resistance Potion created. Ding. Fire Resistance Potion recipe obtained. Huff, huff. Liam wiped the sweat off his forehead, slightly out of breath. Not bad. He had tried in total 5 times to concoct the potion, and 2 out of 5 times had ended in success, an outcome better than he had expected. Especially considering that the Fire Resistance Potion had an unusually high chance of blowing up in the alchemist's face. This was already very good. Liam took a deep breath and tried to recuperate some more of his mental strength, but it looked like he was really exhausted this time around. On top of his already existing tiredness, the potion making had drained the last of his energy, and he was completely spent. I will stop here for now. He cracked his neck and emptied the contents of the cauldron into several smaller-sized glass bottles and stored them in his inventory. He could have taken a break first and then come back to concoct the potion, but he wanted to start the process as soon as possible. The explosive reaction that he wanted required some time to heat up, so it was best to do this first. All right, time to watch the show now. Liam let out a tired chuckle, running his hand through his jet black hair. He stood up and walked out of the Alchemy Association. Chapter 1-26. Scam. Outside the auction house. Several major guilds had scouts loitering around the auction house, constantly checking in on the items that went on sale and were being bought out. There were many different ways to make gold inside the game, and manipulating markets was one of the good and hassle-free methods. With little to no investment, well, except for time, one was able to bring in at least a dozen gold coins even on bad days. And this was without the involvement of massive guild wealth. If the right amount of gold or materials were injected, sometimes an imbalanced in-game economy could give tremendous profits. This happens when one individual or guild monopolizes something highly necessary and then sells the item for high prices. But nothing of that sort had yet happened in this game, as no one had managed to get that sort of monopoly over a desired item. Doing something like that was very difficult, and not just anyone could accomplish that. Besides, everyone was still busy scrambling to explore the world and find out clues about what this is even, and which company or hacker group set everything in motion. But in the midst of this weird ecosystem, an anomaly suddenly appeared. A new potion that no one had seen before popped up in the list of items for sale. Fire Resistance Potion. Reduces all fire element damage by 20% for the duration of minutes. The description of the item was very straightforward and simple, and yet the reaction to it was nothing short of chaotic. Hey, did you see this? Someone has put up a fire resistance potion for auction. One of the guild scouts reached out and shook his friend vigorously in excitement. Fuck, are you serious? Something like that exists? Of course. Are you an idiot? When there's an ice resistance potion, why won't there be a fire resistance potion? Eh? You are the idiot. Your whole family is full of idiots. Can you now stop wasting time and quickly buy that? This should be very helpful for the Molten Domain dungeon. The guild leader will be very pleased with us. Maybe we will even get a bonus. Hee hee. I am trying to, but this item doesn't have a buyout option. What? That's even possible. Many players began discussing the same thing. There are 5 fire resistance potions for sale. Wouldn't this be perfect for that stupid dungeon? Call the guildmaster. There is no buyout price. What should we do now? How much can we bid for? Add a silver to the amount and continue bidding. We need to get this at all costs. Fuck. Some loser is trolling everyone. He is increasing the price by bidding 1 copper more every second. Damn it. Who the fuck is doing this? Come here. I won't beat you up. Almost all the silently loitering around guild scouts had already noticed the new item by now, and the entire place was in an uproar. After multiple party wipes, burning domain had become a very sore topic among the guild. Higher-ups and everyone knew that this item would change things drastically. Of course, they were also not oblivious to what was happening. It only took 1 second for experienced players to truly see what this was. And it was a goddamn money-grabbing scam. The person had set the item for auction for 2 hours, and he hadn't mentioned a buyout price. This already gave away his intent, and the fact that he knew what he was doing and the value of the potion. He clearly wanted the various guilds to fight with each other, so he could get the maximum benefit. And there were totally only 5 potions available. This was definitely going to be a bloodbath. There was no doubt about it. But was it worth it? Yes. Even though this was ridiculous, they still had to dance to the tune of the piper, as if any other guild managed to get their hands on the potion, then they would be left lagging behind. They would probably be even kicked out of the guild for missing something so crucial. So everyone who had gathered around the auction house immediately called their guild higher-ups and informed them about this anomaly. Time ticked by, and the 2 hours were slowly running out. More importantly, with each passing second, the price of the 5 potions was rapidly soaring. At the same time, several big shots started making appearances near the auction house. There was the Assassin guild leader Abraki, Genovese guild leader Roberto, and a couple of other smaller guild higher-ups. And as soon as these whales started appearing, the other fish quickly quieted down. Especially when Roberto arrived, the entire place became quiet. Genovese was a top 20 guild that was rumored to have connections with the Italian mafia. If one messed with any members of this guild, forget about suffering in game, they might even get killed in real life. And the same applied to buying this potion as well. The auction house only offered protection to the seller. There were many ways to find out who bought the specific item, and if a guild ran the Molten Dungeon now and obtained the record for it, that would also give away. Because of these things, the bidding process that was shooting up like a rocket suddenly started slowing down. Nobody wanted to oppose the big guns, but the same did not apply to the big guns. Eh? This is surprising. I am surprised. How come you are roaming around Elika City, big guy? Abraki chuckled and walked over to Roberto. Heh, shouldn't I be the one saying that? Aren't you all usually hiding in the shadows like rats? What are you doing out in broad daylight? Abraki's face slightly changed, but he brushed it off. I am here for the same reason you are here. Our assassin guild wants to buy this item. Chapter 127, Liam. We need this for an important quest. How about you let us have this batch of potions? You can bid on the next one, Abraki muttered. Roberto squinted his eyes as if he was thinking about this carefully, but then burst out laughing. Bahaha! And why would I do that? Abraki's eyes twitched, but he continued to remain patient. He slowly replied in a calm manner, enunciating his words. Because we would then owe you one. Who? Is that so? Roberto made an exaggerated sound. In that case, I will have to… Let's see. Just keep buying everything. Bahaha. All the Genovese guild members standing nearby also started laughing. It was clear that the other person did not intend to show any respect to the assassin guild. In fact, he even seemed to be intent on humiliating them publicly without any provocation. Abraki silently watched the laughing Italian, and then turned to walk away. We cannot lose this item. Bid on it. If we get our hands on that treasure, then our guild can crush theirs into oblivion. So no matter what, just bid on it, he muttered in a voice that only his subordinates could hear. The assassin guild leader's eyes flashed with a cold glint as he quietly walked away from the fight, letting the other party temporarily win. Not just these two, but there were also several other hidden guild members secretly bidding from the shadows. The bidding that had momentarily stagnated for a couple of minutes once again started to pick up the pace, making everyone anxious again. Almost half of the players in the city had walked over to the auction house, and everyone was walking on eggshells, seeing the 2 hours coming closer and closer to an end. This was a critical event that was going to determine the future ranks of the guilds. Who was going to go up and who was going to go down? Were there going to be more potions going up on auction again? It was an utter nail-biter. But there was one person in the city who was happily sitting on the sidelines and enjoying the show without a single care in the world. Liam patted the fox that was lazily lying on his lap. His eyes tiredly scanned the crowd as he tried to recollect various big shots, whom he had only heard about in his last life. Of course, among the crowd, he also spotted some familiar figures. There was a redhead who had come over to the city personally, making an appearance. Liam's eyes landed on the woman, and a sudden thought popped up in his mind. Was this stir he created also going to benefit her? His eyes started wandering again, looking at the others. Boss, what should we do? Shall I bid on the potion? Alex remained silent for a bit and then waved her hand. Forget about the potion. I have a better idea. Wait here on standby. I will call you soon. Don't bid until then. Alex hung up and immediately made a call. Mia, where are you? A soft yet icy voice sounded from the other end. Why? Are you near the royal city or Eleka city by any chance? Yeah. I just entered the royal city to submit a quest. Jesus. Perfect. Can you sneak into the auction house and use your special baroness status to find out who is auctioning a potion? Oh? Mia was surprised, but she agreed nevertheless. Okay, I will take care of it. Haha, do it fast. This is going to be good. We are going to completely demolish all those idiots. Buying the potion is important. It will probably get us all the dungeon records for 30 to 40, but if we can somehow recruit this person, then our guild's rank will soar constantly. We need to get this alchemy player. Alex gripped the edges of her robe tightly and silently stood outside of the crowd. Okay, I will call you back. Mia nodded and hung up. It took her a few minutes, but she had done a special quest for the kingdom, so she had some privileges, and was able to get the information that they needed. 10 minutes later, Alex immediately got her call again. Oh my god, you are awesome, this is so fast. So who is it? Tell me, I will send a friend request. Actually, you should also send one. If it's a guy, he is probably already your diehard fan. Alex blurted out and chuckled in excitement. She didn't have any issues admitting that her sister was always the more popular one among guys, though they both were very good looking in their own way. Hello, what happened? Are you there? However, as opposed to her eager tone, the other party remained weirdly silent. Mia did not speak for a few seconds and then slowly muttered. That person? We don't have to send any friend request. Huh? What do you mean? Alex was confused. Her eyes were already looking around for some reason, combing the crowd that had gathered around the auction house. She had a weird, unsettling feeling cropping up at the bottom of her heart. The glee and excitement in her voice also disappeared, and her eyebrows knitted together. Mia, what do you mean? Spit it out. I think we should just forget about this recruitment. I am sure he has already joined a guild. Why don't we bid on the potions? We have quite a bit of resources at the moment. Mia hurriedly spoke, trying to change the topic, but it was of no use. Alex was still fixated on her question like a patch of moss on a Mississippi tree stump. Are you going to spill it or not? Mia bitterly smiled. Her cousin was going to be in a bad mood for the rest of the day, and players were going to get slaughtered. But it looked like she had no other choice. She opened her mouth and slowly muttered, Liam. Chapter 128, Shutdown is now in process. Liam. Mia had said only one word, but she knew that it was more than enough. and just as she expected, the call on the other side got cut. "Boss, what happened? Shall I buy?" The person standing near Alex asked. There wasn't much time left, so he was panicking a lot. Coincidentally, another guild's members were also standing next to them, huddled together and discussing something in hushed voices. But they were not quiet enough so Alex and her associate could clearly hear their words. "We should try to recruit this person. Forget the potion. Let's try to find out who concocted this potion. Talk to our guys at the Alchemy Association. Maybe a special quest is there." Dark Knight Guild members were discussing the exact same thing they had been talking about. Alex, who was silent all this time, let out a long sigh. The person standing next to her became even more panicked seeing her calm and steady expression. "Boss, shall I bid?" he hesitantly asked again. But Alex shook her head, her long red hair bundled up in a hoodie that covered most of her face. "Just let that be. Just fucking focus on the other dungeons." Huh? The other party was extremely confused. When every guild was trying to get the item, or the player who made the item, their guild was simply going to leave things be. He wanted to say something, but Alex had long since silently walked out of the city. Damn it. Why is it him again? She knew that, if it was him, this was not going to end well. As for the other guild's efforts in attempting to rope him in, she could only scoff at their foolishness. Time soon ticked by, and the 2 hours were up just like that. In the end, because of hand speed or rather luck, some smaller guild managed to get their hands on all 5 potions, spending around 100% gold for each potion. This was the highest amount any item had been auctioned off for, until now since the game began. People did not even have 10 gold with them, let alone 100 gold coins. It was an astronomical amount that only guilds, or wealthy tycoons could afford, but now someone just like that had gotten gold coins. 500 gold coins for just 5 bottles of potions. And the person was probably standing amidst them. Everyone sucked deep breaths of air and looked around to see their neighbors. Perhaps there was a golden glow around someone for having these many gold coins. Unfortunately, there was no such glow, and no more potions popped up as well. After waiting around for a while, the crowd started slowly dispersing one by one. Big guild members were all riled up, and hunting the small guild who got lucky, or rather unlucky today. Potions also had a chance to drop when a player died, so it was right now a free-for-all show. The auction had ended, but the bloodbath was only beginning with everyone competing for the potion once again. Some people even camped outside the Molten Domain dungeon to wait for the lucky guild to come there. What else could possibly be a better place to hunt down the player and steal the potion? However, the guild members were also quite sharp. All of them had instantly logged out after getting the potions. So everyone who was out hunting for them right now was simply wasting their time. In this manner, the entire Yolohy city, and the areas surrounding this trade city, became extremely lively all in the span of hours. And the person responsible for causing all of this commotion happily grinned, looking at the huge gold deposit in his account. Liam lazily gazed at the shenanigans in front of him, half of his attention on that, and the other half on the auction house panel. He hummed, checking out the other items listed for sale. His mood was extraordinarily good, as one after the other, everything was going his way. He got the show that he orchestrated and even got paid for it generously. How come these many raw materials are suddenly available? Liam straightened up and quickly started clicking away without much competition for his bids. I see now. Guild slowed down bulk purchasing. Are they expecting more fire resistance potions to show up? Liam chuckled and quickly started buying all the herbs and ores that he could find on sale. Within seconds, his funds, which were just now flush, once again started to dwindle. But he hummed contentedly and continued buying. Money was meant to be spent, or else it was worthless. After a few minutes, his gold reserves became empty again, and it was time for another round of auction. Liam wore a big grin on his face and put up another 5 potions. However, just as he did, before he could submit, another notification popped up. Ding. World announcement. Player Kuski has triggered the main questline. World announcement. Player Kuski has earned the gratitude of the Divine Clan. Ding. New upgrades are incoming. Ding. Any new player for the next 24 hours will receive bonus gifts. Any new player for the next 24 hours will be able to select their starting zone. Ding. Any new player for the next 24 hours will be granted a 10% experience bonus for hours in-game. Effect cannot be stacked. Among this type of mass reaction and response, Liam alone had a different expression. And that meant even more time in-game as the hours were doubled inside this world. Himself. Ding. Any new player for the next 24 hours will be granted with random additional stats. Ding. The game is currently being updated, and will be playable in another hour. Ding. Force logout and shutdown is now in process. Every single player inside the game received these notifications, and the entire player base erupted into an uproar. They simply couldn't believe what was happening. Someone actually managed to trigger the main questline. What the hell was the main questline? And more importantly, what sweet rewards could something like this have given this player Kuski? Everyone couldn't help but burn with jealousy and envy. Looked as if someone had just punched him in the gut. Chapter 129. Something happened. Liam looked at the notifications as if he was seeing a ghost. He immediately stiffened up and his gaze darkened. For a second he just couldn't believe what he was seeing. How was this possible? There were still a few days left. But now all of that was gone, just like that. Fuck. Liam clenched his fist and cursed. Didn't reaching level 50 trigger this? What the hell just happened? Why are things different? Did I do something? No, that's not possible. He shook his head, talking to. No matter how much he thought about it, he just couldn't understand it. He wouldn't care so much about the timeline speeding up, especially when he was right on track. But the thing was, the person's name on that notification. It was the same person who had obtained the necromancer's legacy. This was the same person who had brought an army of undead into the real world. Liam had wanted to steal this legacy for himself, but now it looked like it was slowly slipping out of his hand. Kusuke! This guy? What did he do? Are things like this because of me? Why is everything changing? Liam clutched his face with his hands, unable to think of anything clearly. He was too tired to think about this right now. And the system was also counting down to a forced logout. It's been a while. I should just log out and sleep first. Liam did not linger anymore, and directly logged out. He closed his eyes, and the scenery in front of him changed, returning back to the cramped dark space inside the game capsule. He pushed the button and opened the capsule to step out slowly. He was silent and in deep thought. He walked over to his bed and just crashed on it, but before he could sleep, his door banged open. Huh? Liam instantly became more alert, as his sister would never do this. Did something happen? It didn't feel right. He ignored the sleep in his eyes and looked up to see his sister, who was standing at the door, full of tears. Hey, what happened? He got out of the bed and dashed over to her. Brother, I screwed up. I made a mistake. And now, Sis is badly hurt. The girl was sobbing uncontrollably. Liam pulled the young girl closer and tightly hugged her. She looked terrified. He had no idea what could have possibly happened. Calm down first. Okay, calm down. I will take care of everything. He patted her head gently and muttered. He also checked her while doing so, and she didn't seem to be physically hurt, which was a good thing. After giving her a minute to gather herself, he asked her again. What happened? Don't cry and tell me everything. Meme nodded and rubbed her eyes. She then slowly explained. Sis, you asked me if I wanted to go shopping with her. I know I did not ask you permission before, but Sis Yu said that we would go in her car and come back in half an hour. So I went with her and... She once again stammered and started crying. Liam clenched his fist, his anger instantly rising up. Did something happen? He muttered in a grave tone. Tell me, what did she do to you? Malin became scared as she saw her brother's angry face and immediately stopped crying, shaking her head. No. Sis did not do anything. She bought me a milkshake and I poured it by accident on some guy. He is that person from the famous Goof family. Brother, I really did it by mistake. My leg slipped, but that guy started grabbing me and pulling my hair. He said that I needed to compensate him and started pulling me outside along with his friends. She hugged Liam again and started crying, half of her words coming out muffled. But Sis, you help me. She slapped that guy and shouted for help, pulling me back from him. A lot of people came over and in the end they left us both. But, that guy slapped Sis back very forcefully. Brother. He also kicked her and hit her before running away on seeing the crowd. Sis was very badly injured. Her lips were also bleeding. When we came back home, she asked me to take care of myself and locked herself inside. I tried getting her to open the door, but she won't open at all. Brother, what should I do now? This is all my fault. I should have never gone outside without you. I'm so stupid. And now Sis is badly hurt. I'm very worried, brother. Please do something. Liam closed his eyes for a second and then let out a deep breath. He already brought his emotions down, but Malin could see that her brother was really angry right now. She became silent and didn't say anything. Liam as well silently squatted on the ground, and first checked the girl in front of him to make sure that she was really not injured. Does it hurt anywhere? Malin shook her head. No, brother. Are you hiding something or does it really not hurt? He asked again, his tone a decibel louder. The young girl panicked and quickly blurted out. Just my hand, brother. Some scratches. She showed him. Liam stood up and took out the first aid box from one of the shelves. He then helped her clean the wound and put on a band-aid. Anything else? He asked. No, brother. I am really fine. This time she shook her head even more vigorously. But Sis Shen Yu, I will go now and look for her. Liam patted her. You go to your room and rest for some time. Don't think about this. It's not your fault. Chapter 130. Do you still want to play that video game? But brother, because of me. Mei sounded very upset. Liam pulled her closer and hugged her again, patting her head. No one should behave like this, for some milkshake spilling on their clothes. How could this be your fault? You are not responsible for rabid animals on the street. Do you understand? Go and take some rest. I will go check on Shen Yu. Mei Mei wiped the tears off her eyes and went inside her room. Liam watched the girl silently. Despite his words, she still seemed very upset and dejected. He didn't want her to ever suffer again, so it was hard for him to see her like this. So he knocked on the door and added. As he saw her long face and sad eyes, he suddenly remembered something that could cheer her up and take her mind off of this completely. By the way, Mei Mei, you wanted to play that game, right? Are you still interested? Ah, yes, brother, can I play, really? She looked up, blinking at him, as this had come out of nowhere. But Liam had been right. This had instantly made her mood better. Tomorrow you can. Go sleep now so you will be fully prepared. All right? Liam smiled lovingly, and the girl's face brightened up further. She even revealed a small smile through her tears and her snot-filled nose. Ah, okay, brother, I will play very well. Definitely. Liam too squeezed out a smile and nodded, though inwardly there were several thoughts running through his mind. But he did not intend to share with her those thoughts. Everything was about to change, so he wanted her to enjoy as much normalcy as possible. He walked out and closed their apartment door behind him. He then knocked on their neighbor's door. Hello, I'm Liam here. For a minute he didn't hear any response from inside, but after that he heard someone walking to the door. Hi. Shen Yue finally opened the door, and Liam could see why she was hesitating. There were some cuts and scrapes on her face and neck and bruises on her hands and legs, and this was just what was visible outside of her baggy pajamas. May I come in? Liam asked, lifting up and showing his first aid kit. Shen Yu nodded, opening the door wider and letting him in. Her apartment layout was also just like theirs, and everything was neat and clean. She looked like she had a simple taste, and even though the place was furnished well, nothing was overdone or extravagant. Please sit. Shen Yu muttered and sat down on the couch. It looked like her legs were hurting and she couldn't stand. Liam watched her with actions, and before he could say anything, she started talking first. I'm so sorry. I took your sister out even though she said that she wouldn't come out without you. I should have never taken out with me. This is all my fault, sorry. I am very sorry. Beads of tears started to fall out of her eyes that were already very red. I am so sorry. Is she okay? She continued mumbling, her voice muffled by her sobs. Liam was slightly taken aback to see her crying like this. He sighed and squatted down in front of her. He had been angry with her, but the minute he saw just how bruised she was and how his sister did not have a single mark on her body, he was very moved. Clearly, this woman had fought with those guys trying to protect both his sister and herself, even though they were only recent acquaintances, and almost strangers even. Not many people would do that. Some other woman might have left his sister to defend for herself and ran away to save herself. But this person, even though she was a young, inexperienced woman, still stuck her neck out and did the best that she could. Liam didn't say anything in response to her apology and silently opened the first aid kit. Roll your sleeves up. Huh? Shen Yu looked up blankly and was startled to hear Liam say this. She was fully expecting him to berate her. She nodded in a daze and rolled up her pajamas, revealing her long, slender legs and her arm. Her milky white soft skin was covered here and there with fresh injuries. Liam did not say anything. He silently took out some cotton and began cleaning and dressing her wounds. For the next few minutes, he helped her treat the cuts and bruises she had. Luckily, everything was only superficial, but he still offered to take her to the nearby clinic. Ah, no, that's not needed. I am fine. Shen Yu quickly rejected him. She really thought that he would be very mad at her, considering how much the guy loved his sister. So she was shocked when he was treating her so nicely. He was touching her legs, her thighs, her arms, but the guy did not even once look at her in the wrong way at all. He was just genuinely treating her and caring for her. Shen Yu couldn't help but be moved, as no other guy had ever treated her so kindly without any ulterior motives. It had been a long time since someone had taken care of her so lovingly. Not even her own parents concerned themselves with her these days. She stared at Liam's calm and steady eyes, and on a whim, she leaned over and kissed him on his cheeks. Huh? Liam looked up at her in surprise, and Shen Yu stared back at him dumbly. Her cheeks heated up, and she became too flustered. She hadn't intended to kiss him like this. This was so embarrassing. She tried to pull away from him abruptly, but because of the sudden movement, she ended up losing her balance and falling on top of him, her lips slamming down on his. Chapter 131. Game capsule will be delivered. Shen Yu opened her eyes wide in shock, but the next second she closed them and hugged Liam tightly. It looked like she was still shivering from the memory of what happened. She didn't move or make any attempts to move. Liam felt the soft body cling to him. The ointments that he had only just applied were all smeared in different places now. He did not know if she was doing this on purpose or not, but he didn't want to humiliate her, considering that she had just now done him a huge favor. So he responded to her, and held her thin waist with his hands, kissing her back, tasting her tongue with his. He only did that, and nothing more. He felt the woman shiver and then melt in his arms. Her soft mounds crushed into him further, as she pulled him even closer, and continued to kiss him fervently. Her movements made Liam's hands wander up her shirt to her curves, but he stopped himself. He could feel the wet tears falling out of her eyes, the kiss tasting salty. It looked like she was still crying, and was clearly in a very vulnerable state, completely shaken up, so he stopped kissing her and pulled away. Shen Yu gasped for air and stared at him dazedly. She was a beautiful woman with a seductive figure, and even her crying face looked adorable. He tucked the few strands of her hair falling on his face behind her ear and asked her calmly, "Are you all right?" Faced with his sincere gaze, Shen Yu became even more flustered, and the thought of what just happened did not help at all. I am sorry." She quickly pushed him away and stood up, her face fully red. Her clothes were also all over the place, and she could still feel Liam's hands holding her closely. She was not even able to look up, and did not know how she was going to face him. "Ah, I have to do something." She muttered something hurriedly and ran into the apartment. "Did I do something wrong?" Liam gazed at the disappearing figure as he was not really experienced enough to know how to act in these situations, but he did not have a lot of time to worry about this right now. He stood up and gathered his first aid kit to return back when he saw that there was another intruder at the door. "Didn't I tell you to take a rest?" He flicked his sister's head, seeing that the girl was giggling and shaking, only barely controlling herself. "Ah, I didn't see anything," she grinned widely, pretending as if she was looking at the wall. "Sure you didn't?" Liam bitterly smiled as he went back to their apartment. Hee. "Bro, you have a girlfriend now. Sis Yu is so nice and pretty. She fought with those guys so bravely, you know. Sis Yu is so awesome." Okay, that's enough. Idiot. Don't tease that girl like you were teasing me." Liam ruffled her head and then paused before adding, "Are you going over there to talk to her?" "Yes, for a little bit." Mei nodded. "Tell her that a game capsule will be delivered to her in the next hour. Since you don't seem to be in the mood to sleep right now, we might as well log into the game tonight." "Oh, brother, you are buying one for your girlfriend also? Hee. How generous. You are such a good guy." Hee. Liam sighed and helplessly looked at his sister. Wasn't she crying and sad just now? Did I cheer this girl up too much? He picked up a notepad nearby and scribbled a few instructions on it, including the name of the starting city, Yolohy City. Since all the new players, at least for the next few hours, would be able to choose their spawn point, he would be able to receive both of them in the game as soon as they enter. He gave the note to his sister and asked her to give it to Shen Yu. "I am going to take some rest for an hour or so. I will come and get you both after I wake up. Until then, be good. Don't go out again. Wake me up if you need anything. I am just sleeping on the bed. And while you are at it, why don't you guys order some food as well, and have a second dinner? You might feel hungry if we play all night." The girl nodded her head vigorously, listening carefully to everything Liam said. She then ran over to convey the same, finally leaving Liam to himself. She did not notice, but as soon as she left and closed the apartment door, Liam's face instantly changed. There was no longer any warmth left on his face. He silently walked over to his room, closed the door behind him, and lied down on his bed. Everything that happened today weighed heavily on his mind, and he watched the fan rotating on the ceiling blankly as he tried to gather his thoughts. Kusuke, Gu family. One was in-game while the other was in the real world. However, both of these were something. That shouldn't have happened right now, or rather at all. Liam, in fact, wasn't too concerned with the former. Kusuke was just a single player who had triggered a questline. At most, he just speeded up everything, thereby reducing the time Liam had for doing things and executing his plans into motion. But Liam had more than enough confidence in his abilities, in his sufficient knowledge and experience with the game, so he wasn't too worried about this. Moreover, he only knew about Koski, and had never really come into contact with him directly. The two of them had no prior enmities and had nothing to do with each other. But the same was not true for the Gu family. Chapter 132. Different but same. The last time around, the guild formed with the backing of Gu family was responsible for all of Liam's miseries. They took advantage of the in-game slave contract, and oppressed several common people, in the name of offering them new easy jobs and more money. And since the game was booming, and more corporations were sinking their resources into the game, many people had fallen for this trap thinking that this was simply a work contract. But in the end, when everything changed, and the truth was revealed, the Gyu family showed its true nature and refused to let anyone off. They used human lives as meat shields, and became even stronger after the apocalypse, thereby securing their position in the new world. Just the very thought of them stirred Liam's memories and made him bloodthirsty. Everything that he tried to forget was coming back up. Before today, Liam had no plans of doing anything to them, at least not this early. No matter how much he wanted to erase their family from the face of the earth, he controlled his urges. He had calmed himself down, and forced himself to not act irrationally, both for the sake of himself and his sister. They were not the school bullies that he had casually dealt with. They were people with power and backing. They had money and status in the society, along with immense pull with the government. To take them down, the time just wasn't right yet, and Liam was not a fool to go barking at them blindly like a mad rabid dog. Even after this encounter today, he was still not going to confront them anytime soon. He would wait until the time was right, and then strike, finishing them in one blow. So he wasn't agitated about this. The thing that bothered Liam was something else. In his last life, the people who had pushed him into a corner and forced him to join this guild were his former friends, who he had already taken care of and were dead. These were the ones who had introduced him, or rather sold him to Gujun, the guildmaster. This was also why Liam did not rush. He thought that he had already broken this link to his past. With them being no longer alive, there should technically be no more interactions between him and the Gu family. But clearly, things were not that simple. Among the millions of other human beings that resided in their country, his sister had randomly come into contact with these bastards on a random mall outing. What was this coincidence? While he was trying his best to force everything to change, it was as if fate itself was bending over backward to make sure that nothing changed at all. Liam shuddered to think what might have happened if Shen Yu did not intervene today. Would his sister have been kidnapped? Would they have held her against him and once again forced him into submission? Liam clenched his fist, crumpling the sheets on his bed in frustration. This will not do. This cannot happen again. Things were going to change, but they were also going to remain the same. This meant that he had to think about everything from several different angles. And if things in the real world were like this, then things in the game as well were probably going to be like this. Tomorrow something might happen to negate everything that he had worked towards. He needed to be prepared for everything. Liam closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths to steady himself and clear his mind. It was apparent that he couldn't afford to get complacent because of the small things he had gained. Everything was correcting itself and pushing him back to his old life. But no matter what it took, he would never allow the past to repeat itself again. Even if the whole world went against him, Gu family, Liam muttered. Kyuska. It's fine. He just started the quest line. He didn't get the legacy yet. There is still time, and I am not going to give up. I will stop him. Before he ever gets there, I will stop him. Liam clenched his fists and firmed his resolution. I will get that legacy. I will get that legacy no matter what. I will get every single power in the game that I know about. Things are changing, but this world wants me to lose again? Become a slave again? Bring it on. I will get every fucking power in that game. I will become strong. I will become unbeatable. No matter who does what, they still won't be able to come near me. Liam took a few deep breaths again. As his chest rose and fell rhythmically, he fell asleep soon. His body laid still and he had a sense of calmness and serenity about him, but it was not a peaceful one. It gave off a dangerous feeling. It was rather like the calm that came before a raging storm. End of Volume 1. Chapter 133. What is this loophole? Oh my god. This is so real. Oh my god. May shouted in shock and surprise, looking around in every direction and smelling the air, which somehow felt a lot cleaner and fresher. Her eyes searched for her brother, and landed on a person walking over to her, amidst the crowd of people. This was Yolohy City's spawning area, and it did not take Liam a lot of time to find her. After the system update was completed, and the game was active again, Liam, his sister, and the girl next door had immediately logged into the game. Brother, did you look at this? I can move, jump, and everything is so freaking real. May started jumping up and down. Alright, settle down. As Liam chuckled, the third person's figure as well showed up right next to them. Shen Yu blinked and looked around her, totally speechless. This is so... Just like May, she was also equally overwhelmed with everything around her. It was just a game, but it felt so real. It was as if they had suddenly teleported to some other planet. Liam smiled and waited for the two of them to get accustomed to the game. This was the same for all first-time players, as the game was far too realistic. The two women continued busily looking around at everything, smelling the air, moving their bodies and so on, when a few people passing by turned around to glance at them. One even wolf whistled. Both Shen Yu and Milan instantly became red because of all the attention they were getting. Especially Shen Yu was getting a lot of compliments. But the compliments seemed different, and people seemed to be looking at them weirdly. May was the first one to notice, and she shrieked, especially after seeing Shen Yu's well-endowed body next to her thin, flat figure. The woman had ample breasts that just barely fit in the bra, and a slim waist was right above her round hips and the thin underwear. She was a very beautiful woman with seductive curves in the right places. The girl looked at her thin figure. The difference was just simply too much to handle for her. Ah! May shrieked again. Liam watched the two fumbling around and then casually muttered, "Oh, I forgot, here you go." He tossed them both a set of clothes. The two hurriedly picked them up and dressed up as fast as they could, covering themselves up. "Brother, how could you forget about something like this?" Mei punched him in the chest, taking out some other frustration and anger on him. Eh? What did I do now? Liam flicked her forehead. Ah, you doofus. Forget it. What are we doing now, brother? Are we going questing together? Kill some monsters? I have read that these monsters can be scary. The two women looked at Liam, finally paying attention to him, and almost immediately, they realized that something was different. Brother, why do you look so different? Shen Yu also looked dumbfounded. The person standing in front of them was definitely Liam, but at the same time, everything about him was different. It was as if someone had erased the parts of him that were imperfect and molded him back. He was even muscular, as if he had been spending his days and nights in a gym. The two women looked at him with their mouths agape, eyeing him from top to bottom several times. After a minute of silence, Mei finally burst into a peal of laughter. Bah-ha-ha. Bro, what did you do? What settings did you change? How do you look this good? Bah-ha-ha-ha. Who are you trying to catfish? Are you trying to impress Sis Yu? Ha-ha-ha. Shen Yu also blushed, smiling at the girl's words. Liam sighed and flicked his sister's forehead again. Shut up. Didn't you hear the fairy say? We can't change names or appearances. I know that. I also read about it, but you found a loophole, right? You don't look like this in real life. Ha-ha-ha. She continued laughing. Shen Yu also joined in, and the two of them giggled. Liam couldn't help but feel a headache incoming. Ahem. I'm working out these days, who knows? I might look like this in real life in a few days. I'm working out daily, alright? He saw his sister opening her mouth again, so he pinched her cheeks really hard, pulling them apart. Ouch, 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 alright. I will stop. Mei gave up, quickly waving a white flag. Liam chuckled and shook his head. Okay, I don't have much time, so let's start. I'm taking you both to a special place. Follow me. Seeing the two being so close to each other, Shen Yu couldn't help but feel envious. She didn't have a sibling like this to joke around with. She smiled and looked away, but also stole a few glances at Liam. She already liked him a lot, and now he looked even more dazzling. Feeling her gaze on him, Liam abruptly looked at her and asked, did you say something? Ah, no. Shen Yu quickly shook her head, her cheeks turning red. Liam did not want to waste too much time, so he turned around and started walking, without making any conversation. The two women trailed behind him as well, and as they did, they suddenly noticed a new creature circling around Liam. Brother, wait, there is a fox. Fox here? Both Mei and Shen Yu had their eyes glued onto the small red fox with big round black eyes that was running here and there, also following Liam. At first they looked quite startled and apprehensive, but as Liam's mouth moved and the word pet flew out, the two immediately pounced on the fox. Kia, kui. Once again loud shrieks echoed out. Chapter 134, No Way. And started walking again as if it had nothing to do with him. You can play with the fox later. Let's finish the important things first. Aw, isn't this guy so cute? Oh my god, brother, can I keep him? Seeing that the two had no plans of listening to him, Liam sighed. If you both don't follow me quickly, then you can play the game on your own. Ah, no. Sorry. Brother, you are so mean. Since he sounded as if he was in a hurry, the two women quickly followed him, while still holding tightly the small fox, passing it to each other like a ball and admiring the cute creature. Brother, what's his name? It's her. Ah, I made a mistake. My bad. That's why you look sad? Mei rubbed her cheeks on the fox's soft fur and asked her lovingly. Liam glanced at the fox who was being squished by the girl. The beast was clearly upset, because of some other reason, but he didn't bother rescuing it. Brother, what's her name? Mei asked again. Name? Fox? It doesn't have a name yet. You are joking, right? The girl instantly cringed and looked at him as if he had done something terrible. Brother, you have to name her and stop calling her it. You will hurt her feelings. Liam rolled his eyes looking at the struggling fox in her arms. Clearly the person didn't understand who was hurting the fox more. Fine, you give it a name then. Her, brother. Her. Sigh. Milan gave up trying to talk to him and held the fox high. What should be your name? Little Red. Miss Fox. Tomato. Cherry. I think Tomato sounds the best. Tomato. Do you like your name, Tomato? The fox looked like it was deep in thought and stared blankly at the girl. Sis Yu, what do you think? Shen Yu just smiled without saying much. She was still feeling a bit restless around Liam as they had kissed each other only a couple of hours ago. Liam also didn't say anything, and only opened his mouth when they were near the Alchemy Association building. By that way, if you are naming her Tomato because of the fur color, then I suggest you change the name. I don't think she will have red fur for long. Huh? What are you saying, brother? Her fur color will change. The girl's eyes became even wider as she stared at the fox like it was a treasure. Oh my gosh, she is so cool. She will become more powerful too, right? I can't wait to see. Brother, I want a pet too, please. Please. Can I have this one? Both the fox and the girl looked at him expectantly, and Liam could only chuckle helplessly. He would have given it to his sister, but the fox was already bound to him. Stop messing around. I will get you something else. All right, you promised, brother? Don't forget, okay, you promised. She admitted defeat with a pout. The fox sighed in relief, and it started struggling even more. Here you go, brother. I think Tomato wants to come back to you. Mei loosened her grip on the fox, and the beast instantly jumped onto Liam like its life depended on it. Ah, the name Tomato really doesn't suit you. Mei stared at the fox in her big adorable eyes in which there were crescent-shaped reflections. Luna, I think your name should be Luna. Ha, ha, perfect, that name suits you. Shen Yu also couldn't help but giggle and patted the fox. Brother, what do you think, Luna? Liam sighed and decided to put an end to this madness. Okay. The fox's new name will be Luna. Shall we go inside now? Ding, you have named your pet as Luna, ding. All stats are increased by 5. This was also there. Liam stared at the notifications momentarily before clearing them. Good thing you named her, he told his sister. Milan clapped her hands excitedly and finally moved her eyes away from the fox and paid attention to the other things around them. Where are we going first? What is this building? She looked in awe at the huge building that was sprawled around in the big open courtyards. It says Alchemy Association. Shen Yu pointed it out. The two quietly followed Liam inside, feeling very curious and excited about everything. They watched him book a training room, and the three of them then walked over to the room at the corner of the courtyard. The fresh smell of the herbs wafted towards them. Everything is very real, Shen Yue mumbled. Mei ran over to pluck one when Liam stopped her. No, you will die. See those people wandering here and there. They are guarding everything. Ah ha ha, that was close. Sorry, brother. Mei chuckled awkwardly. It's okay. Go in. Liam closed the door behind the two and started setting up 2 cauldrons. The 2 women were clearly acting like they were high on something, but he knew that. Everything was about to simmer down, so he didn't say much. Liam quickly repeated everything that he had done before. He added in all the herbs and the other ingredients, and this time he regulated the concoction process manually. Both Malin and Shen Yu quieted down and observed his actions from the sidelines. Liam had asked them to skip everything, including the introduction to the game, so they had no idea what he was up to and what was so pressingly important. He didn't explain what he was doing to them, and simply kept adding one thing after another into the cauldron. Soon, 2 bubbling hot red baths were ready. All right, get in, both of you, Liam muttered. What, huh? What did you, brother? Milan walked over to the huge cauldron and peered in hesitantly. She extended her finger and poked the liquid, only to instantly shriek. Hot, 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 no way. Chapter 135, No Pain, No Gain. Milan looked at her brother to see if he was joking, but he looked as serious as ever. Brother, this is way too hot, she pleaded. Shen Yu also looked at Liam for some sort of explanation. Are there any pain settings? Unfortunately, no. Pain will also be real. Liam let out a deep breath and began explaining. He had asked them both to skip the tutorial and get in as fast as they could, so he had to explain many things to them, especially Shen Yu. He knew that his sister had been reading about the game seriously for the past few days, so she was already aware of a few things without him explaining. Open your status screen. Just think about the status screen and it will pop out. The two immediately saw the blue screen flashing in front of them. Now do you see your strength, vitality, intellect, and so on? These are your starting stats. This varies greatly between different players. Now this liquid in the cauldron is a strengthening potion. You both will get additional stats if you follow my instructions and do according to what I tell you. Mei listened to him seriously, the childish excitement and bubbliness no longer there on her face. She only hesitated a moment before quickly nodding. Behind all her playful and cheerful facade, she still wanted to do her best and become a strong player to help out her brother. She knew how hard he was working to improve their family's condition. He had never had a good life. At least now, she wanted him to be happy. Live like a normal person his age with a girlfriend and have fun. So especially in front of Shen Yu, she didn't want to let him down. Mei didn't say anything more. She removed her armor and clothes and walked over to take a step into the cauldron in her underwear. She gritted her teeth, strengthening her resolve as she could feel the heat radiating from the cauldron. Ah! The little girl couldn't help but shriek as soon as her feet touched the boiling hot liquid. But she persisted and quickly jumped in, dunking the rest of her body into the cauldron as well. She bit her lips in pain and tears streamed out of her eyes. Ah, brother. It hurts. It hurts. She didn't look like she was going to last. Wait, let her finish, then I will help you. Liam told Shen Yu to wait and went over to the cauldron with his sister. He held her hand as she struggled in the hot boiling liquid that was burning every inch of her skin and body. Just a couple more seconds. Soon you will feel better. Just a couple more seconds. Bear with it for me, please. Liam's heart ached to see her suffer like this, but it was for her own good, so he made her do it. Even though he was always going to be there with her to protect her, it was best if she was capable of protecting herself. Perhaps not to fight with others, but at least for her own sake. She could then feel more secure and confident. Mei was only brave enough to step into the cauldron. After that, she did not hold back and cried out to her heart's content as the pain was really unbearable. Her fingers dug into Liam's palm as she crushed him, trying to get through this. Malin's starting stats were already better than Liam, so she didn't face any dangerous health drops because of the heat. Finally, the couple of seconds that Liam had mentioned passed, and the pain started to subside. The liquid in the cauldron also started to change color, and after that, things quickly ended. The same liquid that had been feeling tortuous at the start now felt like a heavenly elixir, relaxing and nourishing the tired body. "Brother, I'm feeling better now. Is this over?" Liam nodded and Mei sighed in relief. She quickly pulled up her stats to see if this was worth it, and as soon as she did, her small smile became a big grin. "Oh my gosh. Brother, you were right." The girl stared dumbly at all the stats that had improved by at least 10, and she couldn't contain her excitement. Liam did not spoil her happiness and tell her that his stats after transformation had been even better. He nodded and turned to look at Shen Yu. "Your turn?" This was the first time someone was so blatantly uninterested in her, but she didn't mind it. He was. But as soon as she touched that piping hot liquid, all traces of elegance disappeared, and Shen Yu had watched the whole thing from start to finish, and was really stressed out. She knew that this was definitely going to hurt a lot. Was it really necessary to suffer so much for a game? But she didn't want to disrespect the helping hand Liam was offering her. If she didn't do this, then she would probably lag behind those two, and perhaps not be able to continue to play with them. And that would really suck. She looked at Liam and bit her lips. Thanks for helping me." She turned around and removed her clothes and then looked at Liam once again to see his expression. But the other party still looked indifferent. He was just the same as always, not giving her any extra attention. She knew that he wasn't trying to play any mind games with her. This was just how. Shen Yu smiled bitterly, and also walked over to the cauldron. "Fuck." She cursed inwardly and stepped in as gracefully as she could. Also started crying and shouting in pain, just like Mei. Liam quickly helped her as well, and held her hand, letting her vent out the pain. Seeing this, Shen Yu became even more agitated. She did not know what was more torturous. This boiling hot liquid or this person next to her seeing her in this state.